the Hollywood Radio Theater. Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. Our story this week is a case for rebuttal to the old adage, dead men tell no tales. It's the story of Carl Brooks, a young man, a practicing lawyer, one of two junior district attorneys under political zealot Lloyd Mercer. It will be Carl Brooks's misfortune to be asked to perform a favor by and for his mentor. Misfortune that begins with murder and proliferates over a life reborn and a span of 4 years' time. His initial chance discovery and subsequent smoldering guilt will prove to be the driving catalytic force to spirit him back to the scene of the crime. A dead man knows the truth. And for Carl Brooks, a mission of repentance and search for that truth will lead him to peel back the layers of deceit and uncover what we can only call Dead Man's Tale. Our story begins after this word. Picture this. Dusk of a late autumn day in a seemingly typical Midwestern city of 300,000. In the office of District Attorney Lloyd Mercer, the day's work is winding to a close. The secretary has gone home, leaving two young men to their game of darts in the outer office.
Bullseye. How about that shot, Barry?
No good, Carl. You stepped over the line.
Now, come on, Barry. You're not going to take 100 points from me over an imaginary line, are you?
Carl Brooks and Barry Wilson, both 24 years old, close friends and Lloyd Mercer's junior DAs.
Gentlemen, who's winning?
You are, Chief, if the latest figures in the polls are right.
Yes, they were very encouraging. Come to the office.
Encouraging? 57% for you, 36% for all the other candidates combined, 7% undecided. And less than a week to go, you're a shoo-in for another term.
I never count votes until election night. Which one of you can spare me a small favor this evening? I have to get home and change for that rally.
Well, I still have some work on the Bostwick brief, and you'll need it first thing tomorrow.
Right. And you've also got a family awaiting dinner.
Which, by the process of elimination, leaves the bachelor with a clear desk. Okay, what can I do for you, Chief?
Barry, would you close the door on your way out?
Oh, sure thing.
Carl, I want you to go to the Delta Hotel and pick up an attaché case for me. The man's name is Robert Henley. He'll be expecting you. He's in room 515. And when you get it, bring it straight to me at election headquarters. I'll need those documents tonight before the rally. Now, off with you.
Yes, sir. Good luck tonight, Mr. Mercer.
What could go wrong? I'm addressing our 57%.
I left the office and took a cab to the Delta Hotel. The desk clerk waved as I walked by, and I told the elevator man 5th floor. The door to room 515 was oddly not quite closed. Mr. Henley? It's Carl Brooks from Lloyd Mercer's office. Mr. Henley? Mr. Henley, Mr. Henley? Hey, main desk. Get me the full...
Cute.
What?
But not cute enough.
Harris, what are you doing here?
No need to ask what you're doing, is there? Calling the Red Cross, maybe? Donating blood?
This man's dead.
Oh, that's very good, Counselor. Very good indeed. I'll take that money now.
What?
Come on. It's too late for games. You're out of your league, Sonny.
What are you talking about? You think I killed him?
Fancy that. Tell you what, just hand over the cash and I'll forget I saw you here. You can run and maybe you can beat the murder rap.
No, wait a minute. This is insane.
Not insane, just stupid. But then you couldn't know I make it a habit to keep my eye on my investments.
Your investments? Look, I don't have any idea what you're talking about, Ferris, but I'm going...
You're not going to do anything or go anywhere until you cough up that $150,000.
150... Get out of my way, Ferris.
Sorry. The money, Brooks. Hand it over or I'll...
Mercer, election headquarters.
Lloyd Mercer, please. It's urgent.
Carl?
Sir?
You're lucky I'm still here, boy. Where are you? What's the matter?
Everything's the matter. Robert Henley is dead.
What? I'm sorry, Carl. I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
Robert Henley. He's dead.
What?
I went up to his room and found him on the floor. His throat. It was cut from ear to ear.
What about the attaché case?
Well, it was still handcuffed to his wrist, but it was broken open and it was empty.
Empty?
There's all $150,000 worth of documents. Mr. D.A., are you there?
You'd better get over here right away, Carl.
Joe Ferris was there. He saw me in the room. He thinks I killed Henley.
Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
He said there was money involved.
Where is he now?
Well, Ferris? He's still up there. I don't know. I don't plan to be around when he comes to. I had to hit him to get out.
Come over to headquarters. I have to see you.
Well, everyone else has. Ferris, the desk clerk, the elevator man, my fingerprints. They're all over that room.
Carl, I'll explain, but not over the phone.
Well, just explain two things to me. $150,000 and one dead man.
You get over here, Brooks. Now. Right now.
Mercer? Mercer! Taxi! Taxi!
Carl! Hey, Carl, where are you going? The chief told me to pick you up and... Carl!
The airport. And move.
Carl!
It wasn't logical. And it wasn't intelligent. It was sheer blind panic that made me take the first westbound plane out of town. After all, I was innocent, regardless of how it looked. But it looked like a setup, with me, dead center in the frame. When the plane landed, I bought a hometown paper. The story of Henley's murder was all over the front page. Carl Brooks was a wanted man. I dumped the paper in the trash can and moved on. And on. From town to town. The days ran into weeks and in months. I never read anything more or heard about it. I didn't want to know. Guilt is not always something that can be determined in a court of law. I had to establish a new life if I was to survive, beginning with a new name, Charles Barrows. A 3-day construction job brought me into a small central town in California, the town of Coulter. I stayed 4 years, growing with the town. I enrolled in a real estate school where I met Jenny Duncan. We studied together, and in 4 years our friendship blossomed into something far greater. Be right there, Jen.
How's my land baron doing today?
Fine, let's go.
Where?
Anywhere, just drive somewhere.
All right. Rough day at the office?
Not really.
You sure had me fooled, Charles Barrows.
What do you mean?
Honey, all I meant was you're terribly cranky today.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I mean, that's the last thing I want to do, believe me. Let's go to the lake. We've always been able to say what we mean there.
All right.
See the circle the pebble makes in the water? I bet you can't throw one inside it.
I thought we came here to say what we meant. What is it, Charles?
Oh. Well, a man came in today. He was interested in a piece of property over by Golden Valley. I was showing him the brochure when he said he thought he'd seen me somewhere before.
Well, that is possible. Coulter isn't San Francisco.
He just moved here from the Midwest.
He probably thought you were someone else.
Like Carl Brooks.
Who? Charles, what are you not telling me?
Jenny, do you know how much I love you? I mean, how much you mean to me? 4 years ago, a man was killed in the town I grew up in. Carl Brooks worked for the district attorney at the time. He found the body, but that's all he did. But it was somehow made to look like he was a suspect, the prime suspect.
What happened to him?
Well, he disappeared.
And you have the same color hair, right?
We're one and the same.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And if it weren't, well, I'd have proposed marriage a long time ago.
Charles...
My conscience wouldn't allow me to ask. I mean, I'd give up anything for you, Jenny. I would. And I will.
What does it all mean?
Well, I've decided to give myself up. I'm going back, Jenny. Clear myself. Clear my name.
What happens to us? I love you, whoever you are. I'm going with you.
No, you mustn't. Please, Jenny. I mean, it's painful as it is.
But what if... You said you were innocent.
I was weak then. I was a coward. I couldn't have fought the law, even though they were wrong. But it's different now. I have something to fight for. And that's exactly what I plan to do. It was only 2 hours by air back to the city where I'd lived most of my life. But it seemed an eternity until the plane touched down at the airport. The moment I stepped under the ground, the feeling of guilt returned. Hundreds of people in that city knew me by sight. And if I was picked up before I had the chance to turn myself in, it would be impossible to prove I came back to give myself up. Voluntarily, that is.
Taxi, mister?
Yes.
Where to?
The county offices.
Right.
Driver, would you happen to know, is Lloyd Mercer still the district attorney?
Not since the election last month. We got a new one, named Jameson.
Oh, I see. Then Mercer won a second term and was defeated this year.
No, Mercer didn't run for DA this year. Way I hear it, Jameson's his boy. Mercer ran for Superior Court.
Judge Mercer?
Yeah, another landslide. They're saying he'll run for governor next time. Ed Mercer's got one smooth machine.
Yeah. Well, he's the one I want to see.
Well, that'll be the courthouse.
Good afternoon, Judge Mercer's chambers. Just a moment, please. Your Honor, there's a Mr. Alan Bledsoe calling. On line 1, sir. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to see Judge Mercer, please.
Your name, please?
Brooks. Carl Brooks.
I'm afraid you'll have to make an appointment, Mr. Brooks. Would tomorrow afternoon be satisfactory?
Look, I have to see him right away.
The judge is a very busy man.
Could you please tell him I'm here?
All right, I'll ring in, but... Judge, there's a Mr. Brooks out here, and he insists... Yes, Carl Brooks. Yes, sir. He said to go right in, Mr. Brooks.
Carl, how are you? Well, don't just stand there. Sit down. Tell me, how have you been? What have you been doing? What brings you back to our fair city?
I don't understand. I mean, I came back to give myself up.
Give yourself? Oh, what you mean the Henley murder?
Of course.
Oh, that's marvelous. You mean you've been thinking all these years, what is it now, almost 5? You've been worried, hiding? Carl, there's no charge against you.
No But I read in the paper. I mean, the day after it happened that I was the prime suspect.
You were, for a couple of hours. It was open and shut, Carl. The murderer was apprehended, tried, convicted, and executed. We still had the death penalty then.
You mean all this time, the running, the changing my name, giving up my law career, living with fear that at any time for nothing? I mean, it was all for nothing?
I am sorry, Carl, but if you hadn't run...
I'm free? You mean I'm free?
As the proverbial bird, Carl. But I hope this doesn't mean you're going to fly away before we've had a chance to have dinner together, or at least a drink.
Look, can I make a phone call first?
You're welcome to use my phone.
No, thank you. No, it's long distance and personal. I've got a question to spring on a young lady.
My premature congratulations. A local girl?
No, California. Maybe it all turned out for the best. I mean, if I hadn't left, I never would have met Jenny.
But you won't leave town without saying goodbye.
Judge, you have my solemn oath.
You're sure, darling? Absolutely sure.
That's what the man said. Look, I'll be on my way now, but there just isn't a plane leaving for the coast until tomorrow.
I'll come there if you like.
No, don't you dare. I'm coming home for life.
Oh, Carl. I have to get used to calling you Carl.
Look, I'm going to check into a hotel, and then I'll pick up some of my things and, well, maybe have a drink with Mercer or whoever before I leave.
Mrs. Carl Brooks. Jennifer Brooks. I like the sound of it.
Hey, you're not listening.
Oh, yes, I am. You're coming home.
See you tomorrow, love. Goodbye.
Bye.
Carl? Is that Carl Brooks?
Hugo. Wow, you look great. I mean, it's really been a long time. Hey, you still with the Chronicle? How the hell are you?
Can't complain. Up till now. What happened? Mercer bring you back to run his next campaign?
Hugo.
I wasn't notified of any high school class reunion.
Hugo, come on now. Why are you riding me?
How'd you like the trial?
Well, believe it or not, today's the first I've heard of it. I mean, all along I thought that
You're a long time late.
Late? For what?
Barry Wilson, for one.
Barry? What about him? I mean, I was just going to call him.
I'm afraid they don't have phone service where Barry is.
Where is he?
You don't know? You really don't know?
No.
Barry was executed for Henley's murder.
Barry? But that's impossible.
Oh, was it?
But, no, that's not possible. I mean, I saw him. I mean, he was just arriving at the hotel after Henley was dead.
That's what Barry kept saying, that he had a perfect alibi. You.
But the trial, Hugo. He was convicted.
Because you were running, because you weren't here to testify for him. He kept saying Carl will come back and prove I'm innocent. But Carl was running to save his own skin. And Mercer needed a quick arrest to assure his re-election as DA. Barry was the perfect pigeon.
But a jury doesn't convict without. I mean, they must have had some evidence.
You keep telling yourself that if it's any comfort. Sure, Mercer built up a case and made it stick because Barry's only witness couldn't be found.
But you see, I thought I was the one they were looking for.
If you were innocent, why'd you run? Well, maybe you weren't. You said yourself Barry couldn't have done it.
Barry's dead? Wow. What about Ellen and their little girl?
Oh, they're doing fine. Just fine. Ellen's adjusted to life as a widow. And the kids at school make it wonderful for little Katie. Oh, but don't let it bother you, Carl. Obviously, it hasn't so far. Send him a card. after you leave. Goodbye, Carl. Have a wonderful life.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Dead Man's Tale. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the 0 Hour.
You've been listening to the Hollywood Radio Theater's presentation of the 0 Hour, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Dead Man's Tale was written by Mervyn Gerard and Kim Weisskopf. George Maharis is Carl, Craig Stevens is Mercer, and Charles McGraw is Ferris. Featured in the cast are Byron Kane, Ann Marshall, Catherine Grody, and Herbert Jefferson Jr. 0 Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Jack Myers is executive producer, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer, and Kim Weisskopf, story editor. Music conducted and composed by Stanley D. Hoffman. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. This has been a J.M. Colas Enterprises production. Hugh Douglas speaking.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Contact and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Carl Brooks was a man in the wrong place at the wrong time. He arrived at a downtown hotel per instructions to pick up a locked attaché case for his boss, District Attorney Lloyd Mercer, only to find an empty case and a dead man. Seen in the room and falsely accused, Carl Brooks, a man in a panic, chose to run. 4 years later, in a town far away, this same man, haunted by the past and the lie his new life had become, made still another choice: to return and face whatever the charge, whatever the consequences. He returned to find all charges against him dropped. The case was history. But for Carl Brooks, the consequences were immense. His closest friend had been judged guilty and executed. The only man who could have saved him was absent from the trial. That man had run. That man was Carl Brooks. Our story, Dead Man's Tale, resumes after this message.
I love Tommy. You know, he's, well, no different than my own grandchildren, except he's never had much love and attention. When I first met him, he never talked, and everyone thought he was mute. I'm a foster grandparent to Tommy. Not long ago, I began teaching him how to match up colors with words and objects. It just wasn't working, and I was getting frustrated. Then one day, he looked at an apple. He said, "Red." He said, "Red." I lit up inside, and I cried, and I kissed him for loving me.
The Foster Grandparent Program has many volunteers over 60 years of age devoting themselves part-time, giving personal care and attention to children in institutions. The Foster Grandparent Program is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Hugo left me standing in the hotel lobby like I was nailed to the floor. Barry Wilson and I had been friends since before I could remember. We'd done everything together, school, baseball. I even introduced him to Ellen. Now, Barry was dead, executed by the state for a crime he did not commit. And there was nothing I could do to bring him back. I had returned to my hometown for a purpose, to clear myself of any guilt. I never dreamt how terribly guilty I really was.
I understand, Carl. I understand how awful you must feel, but what can you do?
I'm not sure, Jenny. I only know there's Ellen and her little girl, and they don't pay widow's benefits to the wife of a man convicted of a capital crime. I've got to do something for them I should have done 4 years ago. Prove Barry's innocence. It's the least I can do.
All right, but Carl, you sound as if you feel guilty.
I am.
No, you're not. You didn't kill anybody.
Neither did Barry.
Oh, Carl, don't do this to yourself. What happened is unfair, and I'm not asking you to do nothing about righting a wrong, but...
Jenny, please, just give me a little time. I mean, what I said before still goes. This is something I have to do before we can have a decent life together.
Does that mean you want me to stay here in Coulter?
For now, yes. Do you understand why?
I'm trying to. All any of us can do is try. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, darling. I didn't know exactly how or where to start. From the beginning seemed like the logical place. I checked into the Delta Hotel, and then I arranged to meet Lloyd Mercer at the Skylight Lounge.
Well, Carl, what's it going to be? Dinner or just a quick drink?
I've canceled my reservation.
Oh? I thought you had a young lady breathlessly awaiting your return.
Well, that was before I found out what happened to Barry Wilson.
I'd hope you spare you that. Terribly unfortunate, unpleasant all around. But what's it got to do with your changing your plan?
Barry was innocent.
He had a jury trial, Carl. He was convicted.
But who prosecuted the case?
It was my job. Not a happy one under the circumstances, but I had no choice but to prosecute without fear or favor.
Well, did he tell you I saw him at the Delta Hotel, that he was arriving 5 minutes after I found the body?
So he claimed.
Well, it's true.
Well, since we couldn't find you, I weighed the possibility that it might have been true.
You didn't believe him?
It gave me pause. But then I realized he could have come back to the hotel after killing Henley so that you could see him just arriving to be his alibi if he needed one. As matters developed, I'm certain that was the case.
But he shouted to me as I was running for a taxi that you had asked him to meet me there.
Yes, he made that allegation at the trial. Untrue, of course. Why would I do that?
I don't know. All I heard him say was that the chief sent him.
Not much of a defense.
I guess not. Just one man's word against another.
Don't be petty, Carl. It doesn't suit you.
Look, was there any hard evidence against Barry?
I could let you have the transcript if you like. But briefly, motive. He was rather deeply in debt. An opportunity? He obviously listened on the inner office intercom to my instructions to you about picking up the attaché case from Henley. We both know that he left the office considerably ahead of you.
Yes, but he was going home. I mean, Judge, you, Barry...
Naturally, he claimed that he'd never heard of Henley, so we'll never know.
Were there any fingerprints?
Only yours and Henley's. A murderer would have been more careful. Barry couldn't account for his movements just prior to or during the time of the murder. He had $500 in cash he couldn't explain, and then the bald-faced lie about my sending him to the hotel.
Wasn't there anything else?
It's all in the transcript, if you're that interested. But why are we retrying the case now, Carl?
Your Honor, I don't think Barry Wilson killed Robert Henley.
Really? Well, perhaps you should have been public defender, champion of the lost
Look,
cause.
I'm serious, Judge. I mean, let's assume Barry did listen in.
A fair assumption.
Maybe he didn't go straight home.
And went instead to the Delta Hotel.
Or he could have gone almost anywhere. Why not here, for a cocktail?
Because he went straight to the Delta Hotel, room 515, and murdered Robert Henley.
But why? I mean,
motive,
he had no
Carl,
reason
motive.
to...
The man needed money.
No motive, Judge. I mean, it was documents I was sent there for. There was never any mention of money.
I suggest you read the transcript.
Look, was there any money? I was never clear on that.
None that was ever recovered, nor were the documents, for that matter. Could have cost me the election. Barry was guilty. Take my word for it. You can go back to your new life with a clear conscience. It was good seeing you again, Carl.
I see. Case dismissed.
Goodbye, Carl.
I was just leaving. Thanks for your time, Your Honor. Lloyd Mercer had offered little in the way of information about the trial. That was to be expected. Motive. That was the fatal flaw in the case for the prosecution. A man was murdered for something he was carrying in an attaché case, documents or money or both, and in 4 years there had been no trace of either. Barry was railroaded, but by whom? And had that been the master plan from the beginning? More likely, Barry was merely a convenient second choice, a substitute for me.
comes a new car with a new young look for 74. Ford Torino, the solid mid-size car. It's not just Torino's great new looks you'll like. The beautifully restyled grille, optional split bench seats, and luxurious interiors. More than that, there's Torino's smooth, steady ride and the confident feeling it gives you on the road. Solid Torino 74. For looks, comfort, confidence. Take a close look at Torino at your Ford dealers now.
Riding down the road in style, smooth and quiet by the mile. The plus, you've got a solid car.
The solid, mid-size Ford Torino for 74. The closer you look, the better we look.
You've got a solid car.
I had terribly mixed emotions about my next move. I had to talk to Ellen Wilson, Barry's widow. She had been Ellen Upshaw when we'd first met, the prettiest girl in the whole junior class. We went together almost until graduation. Quite the campus couple we were. Then one day, after a football game, I introduced her to the star halfback. That was Barry Wilson. They were married the week after commencement. 2 years later, Katie was born. I took a taxi to the modest two-bedroom tract home the Wilsons had bought the year before Barry's execution. It was just as I'd remembered, only the lawn was now overgrown with weeds. Up close, I could see the paint was peeling, and one of the windows had been broken and been repaired with only cardboard and a tape. It wasn't the same. Nothing was.
I don't believe it.
Hello, Ellen.
What do you want here?
Can we talk?
Now? 4 years later, you want to talk?
Ellen, it's important. May I come in?
All right.
Thank you.
I have nothing to say to you. You don't mind if I stand?
I won't be long.
Why, Carl? Why did you come back? Why now? Why ever? You're too late. Barry's dead.
I know. Hugo Brownell told me about it. I just didn't know.
You didn't know? The biggest, most sensational trial in the history of the state, and you say you didn't know?
Well, that's the truth.
Keep your voice down. The baby's asleep.
Katie?
Yes, Katie. It wasn't time for another, damn you. She's really not a baby anymore.
No, she must be 8 years old.
Yes. And her father's been dead half her life.
Don't you think I know that? Don't you know it's been eating up my insides just to think about it? Ellen, I came back to prove I didn't kill that man.
Didn't you?
Well, if I had, would I have come back at all?
Barry didn't kill him, Carl. And he can't come back.
I know. I know.
Now, go away. Leave us alone.
Not until I prove Barry was innocent.
What good would that do now? Look at me. Take a good look. These aren't laugh lines around my eyes. It's anguish. You want to go to school with Katie? She could show you to the class and tell them who you are.
Helen, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just want to know what really happened. I've got to start somewhere. Did Barry say anything to you about money?
Money?
I mean, did he ever hear of
Money? You want to know about money? Wait right here. Let me show you something, mister. Go back to bed, honey. Mommy will be right in. Here. Take a look at that.
Cashier's check for $100.
I get one every month, without fail.
Who sends it?
I don't know. Two mixed deposits into my bank account. Every time my balance falls below $50, another $50 is deposited automatically and anonymously.
Haven't you tried to find out?
Oh, yes. At first. And got nowhere. Then I thought, What if asking too many questions should shut it off? How would I pay all the extras the little money I was earning didn't cover? Then I lost my job. Now it's 2 days' work here, an afternoon there. Nothing for weeks on end.
Ellen, this means that somebody... this is obviously conscience money.
Blood money. And who pays Dr. Irwin for me? 2 operations in the past 3 years. Hospital bills. Katie's tonsils.
Ellen, I think there's a real chance that I can clear Barry's name.
You mean you can stir things up? Get it all in the newspapers and on television again. Ruin what little we have left.
But if I could force them to reopen the case...
And if they don't find the guilty party...
Well, I have to do something.
Don't you think you've done enough? Leave it alone. Oh, Carl, I thought I knew you so well. I never really knew you at all. Go. Go back where you came from. Leave us alone.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just 1 contact. The tiny Tide pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give me cold. Contact, the sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
Ellen was right, of course, about what would happen if I succeeded in bringing it all to public attention again. On the other hand, if I could gather information, get some answers of my own, and then come forward with the facts, I might accomplish a great deal for Ellen and Katie, at least in terms of security. But how much of it would be for her, and how much for myself, to soothe my own conscience? 3 unsolved M's: money, motive, and murder. According to the learned judge, Barry was in debt. That was something I hadn't known and didn't think it proper to ask Ellen about. Gambling is illegal in the state, but everyone knows it goes on, appropriately disguised. I took a taxi back to town to pay a visit to just such an establishment. And an old acquaintance I had last seen at the Hotel Delta sprawled on the floor. If anybody would know about money, he would.
Well, there it is, just up ahead. The one with all the lights flashing?
Well, that's where I want to go.
You sure? The Ferris wheel's the most expensive night spot in town. I mean, there's better places to eat and a lot cheaper, too.
Well, you see, I'm not hungry.
I get it. Back room, huh?
Yeah, you got it.
Well, that's the luck, buddy. You'll need it back there. You'd be better off eating, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Keep it.
Hey, thanks.
Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?
I want to ride on the merry-go-round.
Your name, sir?
Wilson.
A gentleman to ride the merry-go-round. Mr. Wilson.
Barry Wilson.
Barry Wilson. As you wish, sir. Down the hall. This key opens the door on the right.
Thank you.
Always the lemon, isn't it? You can do better at craps or roulette.
I'm not really a gambling man, Ferris.
Oh, I thought you were.
Can we talk? In private?
My office private enough? You've changed your name, I see.
Yeah, several times. You don't seem surprised to see me.
Oh, I've been expecting you.
Mercer called you.
Let's just say I heard that Carl Brooks was back in town. I figured you might drop in for a ginger ale.
No, it would be watered down.
Still cute, huh, Brooks? Look, you got lucky once. I don't take kindly to people punching me out. My jaw was real tender for a while. Couldn't eat steak for a week. You know, I could call in a few of my boys and have them punch you out. Or I could do it myself.
What's stopping you?
Maybe I'm mellowed.
Maybe you'd just as soon I left town, quietly.
Like I said, Brooks, you got lucky once. Now don't push it.
You mind if I sit down?
No, be my guest. But don't get too comfortable. You'll be leaving soon.
You know, you sure have a nice place here, Ferris. You must really rake it in.
All right, cute guy. What's on your mind?
Barry Wilson.
What about him?
I understand he used to ride the merry-go-round and couldn't pay for the tickets.
Well, you can't collect from a dead man.
I seem to recall you saying one time how you like to keep an eye on your investments. By the way, whatever happened to all the money?
What money?
The $150,000 Henley was killed for.
Keep dreaming, Brooks. That was documents the stiff had on him.
Do you have any idea who's sending Ellen Wilson $100 documents every month?
I think it's about time you cashed in your chips, punk. A smart gambler quits when the odds are against him.
You know, Ferris, if I didn't know you to be a solid citizen, I'd say that sounded like a threat.
Oh, no threat. A promise.
Mm-hmm. Don't bother to get up. I can find my way out. Ferris was lying. Of that I was sure. There was money, all right. The night of the murder, Ferris had been in the room the same time I was, but I didn't hear him come in. He could have killed Henley, stolen the money, and waited for me to arrive. Of course, a hired killer was a possibility. Joe Ferris was certainly not one to stick his own neck out, like I was doing. But what really puzzled me was the money Ellen was getting. I couldn't see Ferris giving money away for any reason, and Lloyd Mercer? Well, I was sure convinced he had no conscience at all. I had nothing to go on but a hunch, and I needed help. I headed straight for the red and white neon lights of the Chronicle building. The heavy glass doors were locked. I could see a uniformed guard inside. Yes, is Hugo Brownell working tonight?
Yeah, but not here. He's out on a story somewhere.
Well, is there any way I can get in touch with him? I mean, it's very important.
I'll see him when he comes back.
Well, would you have him call me at the Delta Hotel? The name is Brooks. It doesn't matter how late, just so he calls. Would you tell him that?
Brooks, Delta Hotel, right?
Right. I took a sandwich with me up to the room at the hotel so I wouldn't miss Hugo's call. I ate slowly to make the time go faster. Then thoughts of Jenny swept over me like a veil of stardust, and I began to wonder if what I was doing was really worth it. Why was I compelled to be where I was, away from her? It was all so frustrating and becoming dangerous. Hugo had to have returned by now. I was pretty sure he had gotten the message, and I had gotten his. If it's help you want, count me out. Carl Brooks, you're on your own.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Lots of people think that a ham is just a ham. You get fresh, cured and smoked. You get butt, shank, steak and canned. You get cooked, country, picnic slices. You got canned perishable, which you do have to refrigerate, and canned non-perishable, which you don't have to refrigerate. Unless you open the can, then you have to refrigerate both. Now, that sounds like a lot to remember, which it is, so forget it, and just remember this. When you're buying ham, read the label. If the label says fully cooked, then you don't have to cook the ham, okay? But if the label does not say fully cooked, then please cook it. Not the label, the ham. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has more free information on ham. Just write ham, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C., 20250.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Dead Man's Tale. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Contact and the Ford Motor Company. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
The Hollywood Radio Theater. Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater, presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. Guilt is not something that can always be determined in a court of law. One must first consider the source. Carl Brooks is a man well acquainted with guilt. It drove him first from his home, then drew him back and into a situation for which he was totally unprepared. His best friend had been convicted and executed for murder. Only Carl's testimony could have saved him. So the guilt is now a matter of omission, a matter of moral negligence. And for Carl Brooks, the guilt is more imposing than ever. The man he left behind, in turn, left a widow and child. Someone is sending them money. Carl Brooks would like to find out who and why. Dead Man's Tale continues after this word.
I watched the sun come up over the city from my hotel window. The first light of day peeked over the eastern horizon at 5 o'clock, then fanned out over the stockyards, the industrial section, and crept into downtown. By 5:30, sunlight glistened off the facings of glass skyscrapers. The street lamps shut off. The morning edition hit the newsstands. City buses rolled down the avenues, from dark to dawn to day. Hadn't shut my eyes or my mind all night. If I was to accomplish anything this day, I would first have to freshen up. A weary face with dark circles under the eyes peered out at me from the medicine chest mirror. Oh, come on. Can't believe it.
Desk.
This is Mr. Brooks in room 610. What happened to the water? Or doesn't that come with the price of the room?
I'm terribly sorry, sir. We've had some trouble with the boilers, and we've temporarily shut off all the water in the east wing.
Well, that's just great. How do you propose your paying guests wash?
We hope to have the service restored sometime this afternoon, sir.
What about the west wing?
Actually, sir, you're better off where you are. We'll be shutting off the water on the other side after the noon hour today. We're sorry for the inconvenience. We have a repair crew working full time.
Yeah, well, I'd like another room.
As you wish, sir. West wing?
Yes, west wing.
I can give you a fifth floor suite. It's $5 a day more than you're paying now.
I'll take it.
Very well, sir. It's room 519.
Yes, oh, wait a minute. Your rooms are separated by odd and even numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'd like room 515.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We have no room 515.
No 515.
No, sir. We converted that room to storage space 4 years ago.
I see. 519 will be fine, then.
Very good, sir. I'll transfer your bill starting today.
Clerk,
yes,
were there any calls for me after midnight?
One moment. No messages at all, sir.
Uh-huh. Thank you. I took the elevator down to the lobby and exchanged the keys. So 515 was only used for storage now. That had been for 4 years. Very strange coincidence. A man is killed in the room, another man is condemned for murder and rushed off to meet his maker, and suddenly the scene of the crime no longer exists. $525. 523. 21. Here it is, 519. I wonder. Just as he said. No room number. Storage, employees only. I showered, shaved, and had a light breakfast in the coffee shop before leaving the hotel. I needed mobility for the errands I had to run, so I rented a late model sedan from an auto agency. I phoned the Chronicle and tried to reach Hugo again. But he was out on still another story. Either that, or his secretary was told to say he was. Ellen Wilson's financial status was foremost in my mind. Nameless donations and free medical care. Dr. Frank Irwin might be able to shed some light on the subject, I thought. I drove to County General Hospital to find him. Dr. Irwin was in County General, all right, as a patient. The previous night, he had run his car into a telephone pole and had suffered minor injuries. Fortunately, I arrived during visiting hours, and the nurse told me that Dr. Irwin had been lightly sedated, but I could see him for a short time.
Edna, I'm sorry. I should have been more careful.
Dr. Irwin?
Oh, I thought you were Edna. She's been away visiting her sister.
My name is Carl Brooks.
I see. I thought you were... Edna's my wife. She's been after me to get some rest, day off once in a while. Are you from the police?
No, sir.
See, I had a little accident with the car last night.
Oh.
Fell asleep at the wheel. Unspeakable for a doctor.
Yeah, are you feeling better?
I can't feel a thing. Wonder drugs, we call them. You look familiar. You one of my patients from long ago?
No, sir, I'm Carl Brooks from long ago.
Oh, why, of course. I heard you were back.
Hasn't everyone?
I'm so glad you're here.
Well, that's a switch.
I'm afraid I don't understand. You are the man who's helping Ellen Wilson, aren't you?
Well, I'm a friend of her.
I know all about you, Mr. Brooks.
Oh?
I want to do all I can to help you. Say, would you mind bringing me that pitcher of water right there?
Oh.
Can't seem to work up a spit. Thank you. I don't want to dry up before I say what has to be said.
Doctor, Ellen Wilson is one of your patients, isn't she?
Has been, ever since she first moved here. Must have been, near 10, 15 years ago. When she got married and had the baby, I became what we used to call a family doctor.
Have you been sending Ellen Wilson money?
Money? No, that must be one of the others.
Others?
Please, the water.
Oh. What others?
Well, I don't know who they are. I think the man who runs the big gambling club in town is one of them.
Joe Farris.
Yeah, that's who I mean, Joe Farris. He's a horrible man.
Doctor, I don't want to sound like a lawyer. I mean, I've given that up, but if you don't know who the others are, would you know why anyone is sending Ellen Wilson money?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Brooks. It's my sworn duty, my sacred obligation to save lives. I committed a breach of honor 4 years ago in a court of law. Because I was afraid of the disgrace, I did nothing to prevent the execution of an innocent man.
Barry Wilson.
That's right.
Could you have saved him?
Well, perhaps. No. The point is, I didn't even try. Oh, that's fine.
Well, what could you have done or said?
Well, I don't know why I ever got involved. Edna begged me not to. She's always right about that sort of thing. Very sound thinker, my wife.
Doctor, what was this involvement?
Oh, ambition, pride, vanity. I wanted to be Commissioner of Health. And I consoled myself that everybody did it.
Did what?
Paid for political favors. There was this Farris and myself and 2 others. I have no idea who they are. But we each contributed a large sum of cash to a special fund for the re-election of Lloyd Mercer.
Of course. It was so obvious it never occurred to me. That was why Mercer never admitted to there being money in the attaché case. It would have blown his legal eagle image sky high. The fact that I had been a very real part of his political machine turned my stomach.
So, you see, Mr. Brooks, I isolated the hypocrite in Hippocrates.
And that's what Henley was carrying.
It would seem so. There was never any proof. The subject never came up.
Well, I understand what Ferris was paying for, protection, but certainly Commissioner of Health isn't appointed by the district attorney.
Oh, Lloyd Mercer, as we've seen, was headed for bigger things. His political influence extended in all directions, and I was convinced he could deliver. Obviously, so were the others.
I understand there was $150,000 in that briefcase.
I couldn't say. My contribution was $30,000.
And you have no idea who else may have known about this special fund?
As far as I know, only Mercer and the 4 contributors.
Well, what about Henley? I mean, where did he come in?
I never met the man. I understand he was from out of state. Well, I presume he was chosen as a go-between because he had no connection with any of us.
Including Mercer?
Especially Mercer.
Uh-huh.
I presume Mercer sent you to pick up the lock case so there'd never be any visible connection between himself and Henley. As a precaution against precisely the sort of thing that happened.
You know, it seems so unnecessarily complicated.
Has it occurred to you that whoever murdered Henley might be one of the contributors? I know there were 4 of us, and not one came forward. Farris wasn't even at the trial.
Doctor, do you believe Barry Wilson was innocent?
I believed it throughout the course of the trial, the appeals, up to the moment of his execution. I believe it as I lie here now. I stood by and let him die.
Doctor, from what you've told me, you were not the only one.
Well, Mr. Brooks, a man has only to live at peace with himself.
I know that better than anyone. I assume that all of Ellen Wilson's medical expenses through the years...
Oh, yes. I was grateful for the opportunity. It helped. A little.
You've helped a lot, Doctor. You get well now, and I'll be in touch.
All right.
I left the hospital and headed for the National City Bank, Ellen Wilson's branch. It didn't take me long to notice I was being followed. A big maroon late model touring car was smoking along behind me, obviously tracking. Too obvious to be anything but a message from Joe Farris. Looking in my rear view window, I could see two men in the car with the brims of their hats pulled low over their foreheads. It would have been funny if it weren't so frightening. And I was sure that was the purpose. To scare me into running. I had done it once before. Why not again? But Dr. Irwin had answered that for me. A man has only to live at peace with himself. And I was determined to achieve that. I stopped in front of the bank. Farris's thugs drove on. They knew where I was going and who I wanted to see. We were all beginning to understand each other all too well. I began to feel the need for some protection of a different kind. Dead men tell no tales. It was time to leak some information to the press.
City desk. Brownell here.
Hugo, I waited all night for your call.
Oh, what do you want?
Look, I think a lot more went on in the Henley case than we were led to believe.
We were led to believe?
Now, come on, Hugo. I mean, just give me a chance and just hear me out.
Look, I'm interested in facts. Hard facts. Something I can put in print.
Well, I've learned enough in one day to know that you were right about Barry being framed and about the political setup in this town.
So? Now there's two of us.
Look, I want to talk to you.
Do you or don't you have something I can print without risking a libel suit?
Well, look, I will in about 15 minutes.
I'll listen when you do. I'm much too busy now for idle conversation, so you can
Look, Hugo, wait. No, wait. I've just got to see you. Today, in an hour. I think we'll find something in the back issue of the Chronicle. I'll meet you there.
Carl? Carl! Ah, damn it. Shirley, I'll be in the morgue. The one with the dead papers.
May I be of service, sir?
Yes. I'd like to speak to the branch manager. Well?
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Oh.
I'm Joanne Price, branch manager. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't...
You didn't think a woman could ever achieve a position of responsibility, especially in such a stuffy field as money management. Believe me, I felt the same way. It's been a struggle.
A depositor of yours, Mrs. Ellen Wilson, has been receiving cashier's checks drawn on this bank in the amount of $100 each month for the past 4 years. I'd like to know who's been sending them.
Won't she tell you?
She doesn't know either.
Does she object?
Mrs. Can't you just tell me who's sending those checks?
No, I'd like to. You have such an honest face. But I'm afraid even if I had that information, it would be confidential. Besides, I'm really only the hired help. I wouldn't have the authority to give it to you.
Well, who would?
The bank president, Mr. Lacey.
Ah. Well, may I talk to him?
I don't think it'll do you any good.
Why not?
Mr. Lacey's a Scrooge, the tightest man on earth, with money and with words.
Look, could you ask him if he'd see me, please?
Don't hold your breath.
Well?
The sun sets in the east tonight. He'll see you. All the way at the back. Don't say anything, but I'm bucking for his job.
Well, I hope you get it. Thank you very much.
Come in and close the door behind you.
Mr. Lacey?
I only let you in here to tell you face to face that what you're asking for is privileged information, and I demand to know what your authority is in seeking it and for what purpose.
I have reason to believe the person signing those cashier checks may have committed murder.
Are you from the police? police.
No.
Certainly murder would be a matter for them.
All right, Mr. Lacey, if you'd rather I take what I already know to the police.
You're Carl Brooks.
That's correct.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not a rich man, despite what you may think.
You knew Barry Wilson was innocent, didn't you?
I don't know that.
Is there reasonable doubt?
Maybe. I've done nothing illegal.
Well, somebody has. Someone killed Robert Henley for $150,000, some of which, I think, was yours, Mr. Lacey.
You can't believe I'd kill a man for money.
Well, you said yourself you're not a rich man.
Now, just a damn minute.
Look, I'm only going to ask you one more time, Mr. Lacey, because if you don't tell me, I'll find out somewhere else. It may save us both a lot of unnecessary trouble, and it might even make you feel better. Now, do you know who is sending $100 cashier checks once a month to Ellen Wilson?
No, I don't. And should you have any further inquiries into my personal affairs, Mr. Brooks, I suggest you make them through my attorney. Good day. Get me Judge Mercer's chambers, immediately.
Lacey was the kind of man who revealed more in a facial reaction than by anything he could have said. He was undoubtedly the third donor. Farris, Dr. Irwin, and Lacey. But who was the fourth? I left the bank and walked to my rented car. The tires were flat, all of them, slashed. I looked up and down the street. There was no sign of the big maroon car, but the meaning was clear. So I had to get to the Chronicle building right away. I had to get to Hugo Brownell. Oh, Hugo, you're here.
Don't ask me why. I guess I'm just a sucker for nostalgia.
Well, I wasn't sure if I'd make it. The word is out on me.
What do you mean?
Farris had his boys cut up my tires on the car. I hitchhiked over here. Never thought you'd come.
Look, Carl, you're raving. Come on, you got me down here for a reason. Let's have it.
Hugo, what do you know about a special campaign contribution fund to get Lloyd Mercer elected to a second term as DA?
Maybe I should ask what you know.
Well, there was one. $150,000. And that's what Henley was carrying the night he was murdered.
Can you prove it?
Not only that, but I think I can prove who killed Henley.
Who? Do you know?
Well, I'm hoping you can remember. You've seen him. You may even know him.
You lost me.
Look, 4 people contributed to Mercer's special fund. It was Farris and Dr. Irwin, the president of the National City Bank, a man named Lacey.
Mm-hmm. First name Clarence. A big man in contract financing, bit on the shady side. That's only 3.
Well, there should be the name of a picture of the 4th somewhere in these files.
Well, that could take days to find.
Well, not if you can remember.
Remember what?
Well, someone who was at Barry's trial, someone who was there every day.
Carl, this is hopeless. Even if we find who you're looking for, we'd have to push to reopen the case. And you know whose court this is. We'd have a hell of a time trying to get anybody to confess to being...
Hold on. I found something.
What do you got?
No. Do you have a magnifying glass or something like that?
Yeah, there's one here somewhere. Here.
Good. Okay, now, look. Who is this man? The one with his head down here in this picture and looking around in this one.
That's right. He was there just about every day. The paving contractor. Used to do all the work for the city.
Yeah, well, what's his name?
Owen Morse.
That's our man.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Dead Man's Tale. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the 0 Hour.
You've been listening to the Hollywood Radio Theater's presentation of The 0 Hour, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Dead Man's Tale was written by Merwin Gerard and Kim Weiskopf. George Maharis is Carl, Craig Stevens is Mercer, and Charles McGraw is Ferris. Featured in the cast are Jack Manning, Harold Gould, Herbert Jefferson Jr., and Shirley Mitchell. 0 Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Jack Myers is executive producer, Rochelle Sherman associate producer, and Kim Weiskopf story editor. Music conducted and composed by Stanley D. Hoffman. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. This has been a J.M. Colas Enterprises production. Hugh Doctor speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
Rest your eyes and listen here.
to the Zero Hour. the Hollywood Radio Theater. Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater, presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. What was it that brought Carl Brooks back to his hometown? The gnawing guilt of having run from trouble? The love for a girl that he had but couldn't give with shadows on his conscience? Was it fate? In any case, he got more than he bargained for. His colleague and closest friend was dead, executed for a murder he could not have committed. To assuage his guilt, Carl Brooks took it upon himself to clear the name of the man he had failed to save. And in doing so, has begun to uncover a most complicated series of events, leading back to what really happened on a night 4 years before. The night Carl Brooks found an empty briefcase and a very quiet dead man. Dead Man's Tale will continue in a moment.
If Owen Morse was difficult to identify, locating him was next to impossible. His company was no longer in business, and his family had moved out of town. Hugo, a friend indeed, lent me his car and promised to have some repairs made on my rented one. It was dusk by the time I found Owen Morse's new home address. It was way out on Briar Street, next to the edge of town. A run-down old house converted into a triplex. He lived on the ground floor. For a man I suspected had once contributed many thousands of dollars for some kind of political sway, Owen Morse was living somewhat less than modestly.
Ah, Mr. Brooks, I've been waiting for you.
Waiting?
Waiting and watching. I knew you had to get to me sooner or later. And here you are. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Not exactly the kind of place you expected to find the ex-highly successful contractor living, is it? Sit down, Mr. Brooks. That chair is comfortable, despite its rather sad appearance.
Excuse me, but what did you mean, waiting and watching?
Joe Ferris called to warn me you'd returned and what you're trying to do. I didn't tell him I was delighted and looking forward to your success in finally pulling the lid off the whole stinking mess.
Wait a minute, I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Morse. If you're so anxious to have the truth known...
Why didn't I come forward with it on my own?
Yes.
I've thought about it a great deal. It would accomplish very little, particularly since I couldn't prove any of it. But I wasn't speaking of the truth about me, my contribution to that ill-starred special fund for Lloyd Mercer's re-election. That I freely admit. However, it will do little to assist you in clearing Barry Wilson's name, which is what I assume is your purpose. It's a certainty you've been unable to accomplish your goal by speaking to the other three.
How did you know about that?
I've been following your efforts since yesterday. But I am curious. How did you get to me?
I let your conscience be my guide.
Yes, the cashier's checks. A shamefully insignificant contribution.
Yes, the checks and the fact that you were at Barry's trial every day. I won't ask you why you didn't come forward then. I mean, that's obvious.
Painfully so.
You see, Mr. Morris, Barry Wilson had one eyewitness to vouch for his innocence. That man was in California and couldn't be found.
That would be you.
That is correct. Painfully so. However, 5 men knew or had a pretty good idea what was in the briefcase Robert Henley had handcuffed to his wrist that night in the Delta Hotel. Barry Wilson was not one of them, nor was I.
Yes, I see the point. But if I killed Robert Henley, Mr. Brooks, the solution would be easy. I could simply come forward, admit it, and clear up everything, including my conscience.
Are you saying you didn't?
I didn't kill Robert Henley. I killed Barry Wilson. So I am a murderer.
Would you be willing to tell your story to the newspapers? To the police?
Oh, gladly. At the proper time. But that would be a serious tactical blunder right now. Get the wind up with Mercer and Ferris, and they'll go after you in any way they thought would discredit you. Or silence you permanently. And it'd be no help to Ellen Wilson. And that's all I give a damn about anymore.
I have to admit, you've disarmed me. I anticipated some resistance, denials.
That's what you would have gotten 4 years ago.
What's changed?
You've heard of the wages of sin. What you see before you is the end result of the erosion of conscience. I stood by like the others in silence while Barry Wilson was rushed to the gallows. But I've paid my dues, as they say. And as you can see.
Well, you must have been a rich man. What happened?
No, never really rich. Well off, I guess. I wanted to be a business tycoon on the stock exchange and all that. I might have made it, only I went about it the wrong way. What happened was the bottle. It helped me forget, one day at a time. I found I'd been an incipient alcoholic all my life. A year of steady drinking, lost weekends, and then lost weeks and months can quickly destroy even a sound business. The downhill slide is swift and accelerating. First my business and then my family. But the guilt doesn't go away. On the contrary, it grows.
It grows until the reason for it is rectified. Mr. Morris, who killed Robert Henley?
I have no idea. I have nothing. My whole life is an utter waste of time.
Then why go on? You know, you sound like you could drink yourself to death if you tried.
Mr. Brooks, you see before you a gutless, impotent man. I've been on the wagon for 2 years now, so I could hold down a job to make just enough to stay alive and send a few dollars to the woman I made a widow.
Mr. Morris, there seems to be more than enough guilt to go around for all of us. Speaking for myself, I'm willing to risk all to clear the slate, but I'm going to need your help.
You can count on me, Mr. Brooks. You can count on me.
I left Morse my number at the hotel in the event he had to reach me. I was disappointed that my theory about him had been wrong. But a man like that needed no assistance in inflicting self-punishment. Hugo wasn't at the office when I called, so I left a message for him not to print anything yet and that I'd be in touch. Though as of the moment, I was no further along in clearing Barry than when I had first started. It all added up to one big zero. Somehow, I had the feeling something was missing. Like the slush fund. Something obvious. I drove Hugo's car back to the Delta to see if I had any messages. It was a misty night, but not cool. I looked up into the sky, and the moon was barely a sliver. The stars, invisible. I tried to locate my room from the street below by counting it from the corner. I counted again. No mistake. That was my room with the lights on and the curtains popped out the open window. I ran to the lobby. The desk clerk was nowhere in sight. I got out on the 4th floor and took the stairs up one flight. The hall was clear. There was a crack of light between the bottom of the door and the carpet. I listened. Then, carefully, took out my key and slipped it in the lock. And... All right. What? Jenny. It was a toss-up as to who scared who more. Seeing Jenny there in my room was both a relief and an obstacle. I hadn't realized how much I had missed her, and yet she could only make matters more difficult by being so close. But I hid my ambivalence as best I could, and we spent the night together. In the morning, we had room service and a breakfast. It was then that I explained the situation. So that's about how it stands at this point, Jen.
Come home, Carl, please. You've done what you came for. You're a free man.
If it was only so simple. Jenny, you have no idea what effect this has had on the lives of so many people.
All right, but what about us, our lives? Suppose you do find out who killed that man. Then what?
Well, that's most of what I have to do.
There's more? Carl, you're driving yourself...
Gary's dead, but his family lives on.
You mean his wife and child, don't you? Ellen, isn't that her name?
Just some kind of benefits. I mean, a fund for Katie. Something.
Carl, are you telling me everything?
I don't know everything.
I mean about Ellen. What does she want from you?
Well, I suppose at this point she probably wants me to die or disappear. She's bitter, Jenny, and I don't blame her. She and I were close once. We were just kids. I was best man at her wedding.
Oh, Carl, it hurts me to see you like this. I came here to comfort you, to be with you. I know you didn't want me here, but I had to see you. Look, I'll go back to Coulter today if it's really what you want.
If I had a choice, Jenny, if I was really free...
Oh, please, don't say anything. I'll call the airport. I'll get it.
No, don't.
Hello? Oh, yes, he's here.
Hello. Hello, Judge. I'm just fine. How are you these days? Oh, you'd like to reconvene our discussion from the other night? Or just say when? In your chambers? Very good, Judge. I'll be there.
Carl, what's wrong? Why didn't you want me to answer the phone? Are you in trouble?
Look, I have to meet with Judge Mercer about some dirty laundry. I'll be back this afternoon. We'll grab a bite, and then I'll drive you to the airport. All right? Don't worry, Jenny. Remember, I love you. See you later.
Carl, please be careful.
I must see you about a matter of considerable importance, Lloyd Mercer had told me over the phone. The wheels were turning, and I was botching up the mechanism. There wasn't much doubt as to what Mercer wanted to talk about. It was the particulars that aroused my curiosity. He was waiting for me in his chambers, all decked out in official garb.
Come in, Carl. Good of you to drop by.
You look very spiffy in your robes, Mr. Mercer. Judge.
Sit down, Carl. Can I get you something?
No, thank you. I only drink socially.
Really, Carl? So hostile. Carl, a matter of what I feel significant importance has been brought to my attention.
A matter that concerns me, Your Honor?
We've received some new information on the Henley murder. It points rather definitely toward your culpability.
Oh, really?
Apparently there was an eyewitness.
Someone saw me kill Henley?
Not actually performing the act.
Let me guess. This eyewitness was Joseph Farris.
Splendid conjecture. He was out of town during the trial, and since I was the district attorney, he told me what he knew. Still, I couldn't believe that you'd killed Henley, and I told him so.
Your faith in me is nothing short of overwhelming, but what suddenly changed your mind?
Carl, you were a fugitive. A cogent fact relating to your guilt if, of course, the case is reopened.
If?
Well, it's impossible to prosecute a man who can't be found. You know that as well as the next fugitive.
What if I stay?
Well, you could try to save yourself. Discrediting you would be ridiculously easy, and very likely prove to be a political bonanza for me. Anyone knows a man accused of murder is liable to say anything to save your skin. And the voters have a ready sympathy for public servants unjustly attacked.
Same old song, just different lyrics. I'd love to vocalize, Your Honor, but...
I thought you were smarter than that, Carl. I'm a much older hand at this sort of thing than you.
A point well taken.
I have a full calendar today, so I'm afraid you must be going. In parting, let me say, If you're still in the jurisdiction of this state tomorrow morning, be prepared to remain here, behind bars, for the rest of your life.
I knew if it ever came down to a test of strength between Mercer and me on his home grounds, I'd have no chance at all. Knowing Mercer, he could make a pretty good case for complicity between Barry and me to rob and murder Henley. Again, Mercer would come up smelling like a rose, and he had the savvy and muscle to make it stick. I still had that nagging suspicion of something right in front of my eyes that I wasn't seeing. But first, there was another fish to fry. As it was, the skillet was hot and greased and ready for me. To catch the fish was the real problem. That and bait.
Carl, that's crazy. That's suicide.
Either way, it gives you something to print. An expose or an obituary.
Treating Ferris like that is just asking for it. He digged the river to throw your body in, lead shoes and all.
It's my funeral. Look, you go. Ferris killed Henley, or had him killed.
Setting yourself up this way isn't going to prove anything, Carl.
It will if he tries it again and misses, and somebody's there to see him, like a reporter.
Sorry, I don't want any part of this scheme.
Hugo, Mercer's trying to chase me out. He thinks I know too much.
Don't go after Mercer, Carl. That's really suicide.
All I'm after is the truth. I want to be able to sleep at night.
Keep this up and you'll sleep forever.
Look, I'm going through with it, Hugo. I'll ask you again when the time comes.
Carl? You got your car keys.
Yeah, forgot. Unlike most night spots, the Ferris wheel looked plush even by day. Joe Ferris was finishing a late lunch on his private patio upstairs when I arrived.
How about a spot of coffee, Brooks?
No, thanks.
I can't believe you dropped in just to say goodbye.
Who's leaving?
Yeah, I figured you'd be dumb enough to stick around.
Mercer says you'd testify against me in court, but I have my doubts. The sword cuts two ways, and you know it.
You gotta be the cutest guy in town, Brooks.
If you saw me in Henley's room, I saw you. The next obvious question would have to be, what were you doing there? I will have a lawyer, of course, and there has to be a complete trial even in this state.
With Mercer in my corner, I'd take my chances.
I don't think you're going to let it come to that. I've got everything just about together now. All the details of who contributed to that fund for Mercer and what each of you were buying.
You're bluffing.
Am I? How do the names Clarence Lacey, Owen Morris, and Frank Irwin grab you?
You have been busy. But all they can supply is talk, no proof.
Enough talk to blow your sweet setup in this town sky high. And when I complete the angle I'm working on, I'll have enough evidence to pin Henley's murder on you and make it stick.
You're cute, all right, Brooks, but not very bright.
Maybe not. But I suggest you talk to the judge and tell him your eyesight isn't what it used to be. I'd think about it if I were you, Ferris, or...
Or what, punk?
I'll see you in court. Now the hook was baited. I just had to hope that the fish wouldn't strike before I was ready. I drove back to the hotel to get Jenny. I had to put her on a plane before the fireworks started. I parked the car and walked along the same sidewalk as the night before. As I looked up towards my window again, I practically fell over a group of workmen sitting along the side of the building.
Hey, you better watch where you're going, buddy. You might hurt yourself.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. At the desk, I stopped to see if I had any messages. There were two. One that Dr. Irwin phoned and left his number for me to call back. And the other was a note from Jenny. Dear Carl, I didn't want to make things harder for you than they already are, so I'm saying goodbye to you this way. I've taken a taxi to the airport, and we'll be in Colter sometime tonight. Don't worry about anything, darling. I understand what you have to do here. I'll be waiting for you when you come home. Love, Jenny. Somehow, that was wrong. Jenny's note. Something about it. I couldn't quite pin it down, but it bothered me. What was it about this whole thing I wasn't seeing? Henley's room, for one. Where did I go after I slugged Ferris? Let me see. I ran out the door. This way. The stairs. Let's see. I ran down the stairs. To here. Then, see, I turned this way, but if I'd gone straight...
Hey, here comes the bird watcher.
What's this? Where am I?
You want I should get you a map? This is the boiler room. You took another wrong turn, buddy. Can't let you out this way.
Metropolitan Airport.
I'd like to page Miss Jenny Duncan, please.
Paging Jenny Duncan.
Miss, when's the next flight to San Francisco?
9:15, sir.
Tonight.
9:15 tomorrow morning.
Well, when did the last flight leave?
9:15. There's only that one flight daily, sir.
They've got Jenny.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Dead Man's Tale. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
You've been listening to the Hollywood Radio Theater's presentation of The Zero Hour, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Dead Man's Tale was written by Merwin Gerard and Kim Weisskopf. George Maharis is Carl, Craig Stevens is Mercer, and Charles McGraw is Ferris. Featured in the cast are Olin Soleil, Ann Marshall, and Herbert Jefferson Jr. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Jack Myers is executive producer, Rochelle Sherman associate producer, and Kim Weisskopf story editor. Music conducted and composed by Stanley D. Hoffman. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was Records and Tapes. This has been a J.M. Colas Enterprises production. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour. the Hollywood Radio Theater. Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater, presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Mahalis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. It has been 4 years since Carl Brooks ran from the Delta Hotel after finding an empty briefcase and a dead man. In the interim, he fashioned a new life in a new town and met a girl he'd like to marry. But then he returned to discover his best friend had been executed by the state for the murder. And nothing was right. Things were not as they should have been. Nobody seemed to care that 2 innocent men were dead. Perhaps because life goes on. But for Carl Brooks, life cannot go on this way. He wants to know why it has. And the more he learns, the more obstacles he meets, the closer he comes to the truth, the more dangerous things become for him. And yet he goes on. Even though for Carl Brooks the price for uncovering the whole truth may well be his life. The conclusion of Dead Man's Tale coming up after this word.
It was the note from Jenny that first made me suspect something was wrong. The phone call to the airport was really just a reaction. Loose ends, bits, pieces, and hunches. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I supposed. I sat in the phone booth just staring at the dial for quite some time. My mind was swimming, and for a moment, I was Charles Barrows again, back in Coulter, by the lake, walking arm in arm with Jenny. Then I looked away and saw the reflection in the glass door of Carl Brooks, and came careening back to reality. Jenny's note, and the message to call Dr. Irwin.
County General Hospital.
Dr. Frank Irwin, please.
Dr. Irwin is recovering from an accident and cannot be disturbed. We're referring his calls to Dr. Daniels.
Look, you don't understand. I'm returning his call.
I'm sorry, sir. Dr. Irwin is asleep. Could you call back in the morning?
Look, this is an emergency.
I'm sorry, sir. Doctor is ill. Call in the morning.
Damn.
City desk, Brownell.
Hugo.
Carl, where are you?
They've snatched Jenny.
Who?
Jenny.
Who's Jenny?
Didn't I tell you? Jenny's the girl I met in California. Hugo, she's why I came back. I mean, she's my new life. She came into town last night and was going to fly back tonight, but
hold on, slow down. You lost me.
Well, but they know she's here. I'm sure it's a ploy to get rid of me before...
Carl, will you calm down?
All right.
Now, what I can make of your babbling, you think Farris kidnapped Jenny in order to flush you out, right?
Right, that's right.
Wrong. And I'll tell you why. If Farris had her, I'd know about it. I've got every informer in town reporting in on the hour, and no one said a word about a woman. This is the first I've heard of it. Believe me, Carl, you've got enough real troubles without making up others. She's around. She'll show up. And if I were you, I'd stay put. Mercer and Farris are in conference right now.
But I have to get the county general.
What's up?
I don't know, but I have a feeling the whole ball game's on the line.
Well, you better get going. It's the bottom of the ninth.
If I was ever going to run, now would be the time. I tried to believe what Hugo said about Jenny, but I couldn't shake her disappearance from my mind. I left word at the desk to reroute any calls to meet at the Chronicle city desk. I got as far as the corridor in the hospital before a nurse stopped me.
Just where do you think you're going?
I have to see Dr. Irwin.
Keep your voice down. People are sleeping. Visiting hours are over.
Look, a man's life is at stake.
I'm sorry. Hospital regulations. But, Dr. Irwin, what are you doing out of bed?
I want to see that man.
But, Doctor...
I take full responsibility, nurse.
Well, I guess it's all right. But please get back into bed.
Hey, Mr. Brooks, come on in. Thank you, nurse. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, I'm a troubled man.
Well, what is it, Doctor?
Well, it's about Ellen Wilson.
Go on.
Ellen's been like a daughter to Edna and me. We were never blessed with children of our own. Well, I worry about her, you know. Like a father worries about his little girl. And Katie, well, she's my little sugar plum. She tells me how she wishes I were her grandpa. You see, Ellen's parents are, well, they're not the nicest people. Well, to get to the point, Mr. Brooks, I called Ellen this morning to see how she was feeling. She said she was very upset about the trouble you were making for them, and she was sending Katie away to stay with her parents for a while. Now, Mr. Brooks, I'm afraid what I have to tell you now may cause me to break another oath. The confidence between physician and patient.
What Dr. Irwin told me not only broke an oath, but broke the ice around my frozen memory. I was so close to feeling free once and for all, but there were still things to check out, and one very important locked door yet to be opened. I had been spotted. The chase was on. I pushed the accelerator to the floor and drove for all I was worth. I had to get to the busy, well-lit street so I'd never have a chance to prove what I knew. The neon sign atop the Chronicle building loomed up ahead. If I could only make it. I looked in the rearview mirror, and the car following me was gone. Vanished. I parked the car right out in front. The big glass doors were unlocked, with no guard in sight. I made a beeline for the city desk.
Yes?
Where'd Hugo?
Well, he just ran out not 5 minutes ago.
Well, where did he go?
He didn't say.
Well, he must have said something. I mean, he just wouldn't take off like a bat out of hell.
Well, pardon my asking, but who are you?
Brooks, Carl Brooks. Why?
I thought that's who you were. Mr. Brownell described you as a very nervous 28-year-old man.
Oh. I fit the description, don't I?
You're the only one I'm to give this message to. It says, Carl, don't do anything. Don't go anywhere. Just got a call from Jenny Duncan.
It seemed like every time I tied off a loose end, it knotted up. There was a question mark at the end of each answer. One more hunch. A faint recollection needed satisfaction. I had to get into the newspaper morgue just once more. Surely the woman at the city desk was most cordial, but had no access to the files. Nobody on the night shift could get them but Hugo, and Hugo was gone, ostensibly to locate Jenny. His cryptic message did nothing to make me any less nervous, but he may have had a reason, to prevent me from leaving the safety of the building. He knew I'd follow if I knew where he'd gone. I took it all to mean that the summit conference between Mercer and Farris was over, and war had been declared on Carl Brooks. I couldn't bring myself to sit it out. I was wearing out the linoleum in the city room when Shirley put down her magazine.
Would you like some coffee, Mr. Brooks?
No, thanks.
I could send out for a sandwich from the diner.
Look, I'm really not hungry.
Well, would you like to look at a magazine? Oh, I know. There's a stack of old newspapers behind Mr. Brownell's desk that you might enjoy reading.
What did you say?
I said there's a stack of old newspapers behind Mr. Brownell's...
But this is it. This is what I came for. That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure.
Did you find something, Mr. Brooks?
Shirley, I wonder if you'd do me a favor?
Certainly.
Lend me your car for just 1 hour. The guard was at his station by the glass doors downstairs. We exchanged bewildered looks as I left. If I was followed to the Delta Hotel, someone did a good job of keeping out of sight. I slipped through the crowded lobby into the elevator and rode up to the 5th floor. Down the corridor, to the door to my room, and beyond, until I got to the locked door outside what used to be room 515. If only I could get inside. Robert Henley's old room was filled with furniture. Desks piled atop one another, chairs, dressing tables, rolled carpets. I blinked furiously as the dust rose from the floor, and I tried to remember how it was, how it had been that fateful night 4 years ago. Where in this room, under all this, would someone hide $150,000? Again, I recreated that horrible night, but this time in slow motion. Whatever it was, I had missed it before. I closed the door to 515, walked down the hallway, and opened the door to the stairwell. 10 sets of switchback stairs, 2 sets per floor. Nothing but concrete. Then the turn towards the lobby, and here I am. What is it? Where is it? Of course. The desk clerk was most cooperative. $50 was a cheap price to pay for what I had found. A positive proof to set me free at last. But it didn't last long. I started the car, and the moment I pulled away from the curb, I had company again. I got a good look this time. It was a pickup truck with a single hatless man inside. From the angle of the headlights, I could tell this was my vanishing friend. Then, coming from the other direction, the big maroon touring car. I made a hard turn onto the frontage road leading to the residential tract homes. The pickup made the turn, but the big car missed it. I was nearing my destination when... No, I can't be out of gas.
Come on, Brooks. Get in. Hurry.
Owen Morse. Morse, what the hell are you doing out here?
I said you can count on me, remember?
Tonight? At the hospital?
At the first time you saw me?
You mean you've been following me?
Most of 2 days. Uh-oh, you better tell me where we're going. We're not the only ones on the road.
Barnsdale Lane. You know where it is?
Ought to. I paved the road. Hang on. Ellen Wilson's, right?
Right. That's it, the one with the tall grass.
This is going to be close.
Pull in. We've got to get to the house. It looks like the string's finally run out.
It follows a pattern. There's no avoiding it.
What?
It's only a matter of time. You can run away or try to escape inside yourself.
Morse, will you stay back? They won't shoot unless they're sure we're here.
You can't run forever, and if you turn it inside, you end up on the slide. Either way, it's the same thing, so the faster you get there, the better.
Get back.
I'm cold, Brooks. My teeth are chattering.
Here. Take my coat.
Thank you. Pretty good fit.
Please, keep still. I'm counting on you, Morse.
I know. That's why I've got to do this.
Morse, no! Wait, come back here!
Carl! It had to come to this.
I saw the whole thing. You'll never get away with it.
Who is this man?
Jenny, I was worried sick.
Carl!
That's Owen Morse. They thought... Well, it's obvious what they thought. They got the wrong man.
Does it? And this killer struck once too often.
Forgive me for lying to you, Carl. I had to speak to Ellen about us. I tried to reach you.
Sorry it took me so long to get here.
Yeah, where were you?
I got a flat tire. Came right off the rim. At least I got the story.
Yeah, well, don't put your pencil away just yet, Hugo.
I'll get coffee.
No, Ellen. I want you to hear this. I want you all to hear what really happened 4 years ago.
All right. Shoot.
Okay. Ferris found me in Henley's room just after I discovered the body. He accused me of murder and asked me where the money was.
That's typical to frame you.
No, he really believed it. I panicked and hit him and then ran down the stairs to the lobby. Henley's killer used those same stairs to escape.
So Ferris could have done it and come back up in time to find you in the room.
He could have.
It was Ferris, right?
Wrong, Hugo, and I'll tell you why. At that time, Ferris, Mercer, and 3 others knew there'd be money in that room.
Well, the other contributors? Morse, Lacey, and Irwin.
Not those 3. They knew about the money, but not where it was or who had it.
Oh, Mercer was at election headquarters that night.
I know. Mercer never saw the money. Someone else knew Henley was carrying $150,000. It was so obvious that no one even thought of suspecting him.
Who, Carl?
Henley.
Well, Henley didn't kill himself.
Mercer gave me the idea this morning when he threatened to prosecute me for conspiring with Barry to rob and kill Henley. Complicity. Henley didn't kill himself, and he couldn't rob himself either. He had to have told someone he knew.
Henley was from out of state. He was chosen for the job because he had no connections with anyone.
No visible connections with anyone. That's what made it so hard to figure out, even though it's obvious who it was.
Who was it?
Barry Wilson.
Are you saying Barry did kill Henley?
The killer was still in the building the whole time I was, on the same stairs I ran down on my way to the lobby.
You mean you went right by him?
No, the stairs go further. He was waiting below, by the boiler room, by an exit I didn't know existed until later.
But you saw him arrive when you were leaving.
When I left the hotel, I did see Barry, but I didn't see him arrive. He was running down the sidewalk along the west wing of the building, at about the spot where the door by the boiler room opens.
That's incredible.
That's ridiculous.
That's what happened, although it wasn't part of the original plan. Henley and Barry had it all set up. Barry was to go to the hotel room, tie up Henley, make it look like a robbery, and hide the money to be split later when things cooled off. Mercer almost blew the whole thing by sending me to pick up the documents. Barry listened in on the intercom, and that's when he decided to cross Henley. I'd be the perfect alibi, and the obvious suspect, not only for robbery, but first-degree murder.
And it would have worked if you hadn't run.
Not quite. What Barry didn't plan on was the fact that Henley crossed him, too.
Hey, you lost me.
Henley and Barry were acquaintances, but they never really trusted each other. There was too much at stake. Henley was well prepared for a double cross.
Obviously not well enough.
He never had a chance to use what he had, or rather, didn't have.
What are you talking about?
The money. There never was any money up in that room. The briefcase was empty when Barry broke it open.
You mean there was no money?
None. None that Barry ever saw. 5 people knew there was money, who had it, and where it was supposed to be. Ferris, Mercer, Henley, Barry, and one other person.
Yeah, but who else could have known?
The only person who knew both Barry and Henley. The only person who went back to the boiler room to look for the money where Barry was supposed to have hidden it. But it wasn't there. Was it, Ellen?
No, it wasn't. I never saw a penny of it. It was all for nothing. How did you find out?
Well, I needed help. I spoke to Dr. Irwin this evening. There was something else Barry didn't know.
Dr. Irwin told you.
Well, he didn't mean to give you away. He was only concerned about you and Katie.
Hey, I don't know what's going on here.
Ellen, you tell him. It's your story. The whole truth came out that evening. I had asked Dr. Irwin more about Katie's grandparents. If he didn't approve of Ellen's parents, surely Barry's folks were nice enough. That was when the doctor revealed to me what even Barry didn't know. Since Barry's death, Ellen had refused to allow Katie to visit the Wilsons. When I asked the doctor why, he told me there was no way Barry could have been Katie's father. He was sterile. That led me back to the newspaper accounts on the trial. While looking through the files with Hugo for the 4th contributor, I read something about Henley's hometown, a small hamlet in Indiana. It hadn't occurred to me that it was the same town where Ellen Upshur had come from years ago, and the very same town where Barry and Ellen used to go on vacations before Katie was born. It just took a little while to make the connection. Then, the final proof, the money. And that was the most obvious thing of all. Where would someone in a hotel keep $150,000 in cash? The $50 I'd laid on the desk clerk brought me access to the hotel safe, where I found a 4-year-old package and a notarized letter that was, in effect, a man's will. It read, "If this package is not claimed within 30 days, the contents shall be used to establish a fund to be dispersed on the 21st birthday of my daughter, Catherine Wilson. It was signed Robert L. Henley. Jenny and I caught the morning flight to the coast. Late that afternoon, we drove to the lake.
Carl, what's going to happen to Ellen Wilson now?
Well, Hugo didn't print the story. It wouldn't serve any purpose. Farris will be put away for the murder of Owen Morse.
What about Mercer?
As usual, Merce is in the clear. He judged Barry as guilty for all the wrong reasons, but he did convict the right man. So I guess they'll all live happily ever after. Bet you can't throw a pebble through the ring.
Bet I can. See?
Mm-hmm. Here. Try this ring.
Oh, Carl.
I've been holding on to it for months. Don't you think it's time we made it official?
Hello, this is Susan Strasberg. I'll be here next week on the Hollywood Radio Theater's new zero-hour mystery with Peter Marshall, Andrew Duggan, Mary Wicks, and Kent Smith.
He's been getting a series of poison pen letters ever since his wife left him last January.
Hate mail?
Uh-huh.
I heard Mrs. Wharton just disappeared. Nobody knows where she is.
Yeah, you want to read it?
You may think you can get away with your wife's murder, Rudolph Wharton, but you can't.
Remember to listen next week when the Zero Hour presents A Die in the Country. Thank you.
That concludes this week's production of the Zero Hour, Merwin Gerard's Dead Man's Tale. Next week we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to the Zero Hour.
You've been listening to the Hollywood Radio Theater's presentation of The Zero Hour, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Dead Man's Tale was written by Merwin Gerard and Kim Weisskopf. George Maharis was Carl, Craig Stevens was Mercer, and Charles McGraw was Ferris. Featured in the cast were Sandra Gould, Herbert Jefferson Jr., Harold Gould, Barbara Luddy, Olin Soleil, Ann Marshall, and Angela Cartwright. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Jack Myers is executive producer. Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. And Kim Weisskopf, story editor. Music conducted and composed by Stanley D. Hoffman. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. This has been a J.M. Colas Enterprises production. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's sound portrait of an unlikely hero. The Heir Hunters. Starring Ken Berry. Joanne Worley. And Edgar Bergen. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by Quaker State Motor Oil, State Farm Insurance, and the makers of V8 Juice.
This week, a story about the eternal optimist. Someone who always wakes up on the right side of the bed, even if the right side happens to be against a wall. It's the story of Dean Quinn, a young man born as a member of the human race, a species whose behavior patterns leave him in a state of bewilderment. It's a world perhaps gone mad that's best treated as a joke, one continuous stream of one-line gags. And the funny thing of it is, Dean Quinn gets along fine. Fine until he awakens one evening in a most peculiar waterbed, and awakens to the realization that he himself has been playing straight man in a bad joke. The punchline is murder. Our story this week, The Heir Hunters, begins after this word.
A man in business named Norm loudly blew up a giant storm from tax laws which hosed his business was closed. Regrettably, that's today's norm. Well, you can stop this drift to welfare and unemployment if you work to modernize and simplify the federal tax codes covering small business. With updated tax laws, small business can remain in business, expand, better serve your community, and create more jobs. There is no reason to continue under 35-year-old tax laws. Laws can be passed by Congress to equalize small business taxes. So let's do something about small business tax reform. Let's write the National Small Business Association, Jefferson Building, Washington, D.C. That's NSB, Jefferson Building, Washington, D.C.
Picture this. A clear, star-filled, windy desert night just outside of Palm Springs. A dirt road leading off the highway, meandering through sand and sage up toward the base of the towering San Jacinto Mountains. Nestled within an oasis of tall palms, a single house. A veritable hideaway. The inside lights are on, but the house deserted. A sliding glass door is open, leading to the swimming pool. In the shadow of the diving board, the shapely body of a beautiful woman, floating face down. In the shallow end, a second body, a young man bleeding from the head and, for the moment, alive.
Where am I? What am I doing here? Ow. Must have got zapped in the head. How did a nice young fella like me get into a spot like this? I mean, my God, she's dead. And I'm supposed to be. What happened? What started it? I was in New York, okay? And I got sick with pneumonia, right? And my friendly physician said, go west to the warmth, okay? So I leave the Big Apple and I stick out my thumb, and I head for the land of sunshine and movie stars. I arrive with a grand total of $3.68 to my name. My name, Dean Quinn. Yeah, it's all coming back. Boy, oh, think. You needed money. The superb printing company in Hollywood is a box-like brick building hiding beneath a coat of peeling pink plaster. There was a sign in the window. Bill passer wanted. I didn't know the first thing about passing bills, but I was willing to learn. I went in. It smelled exactly like a printing plant should. Ink, type cleaner, and hot metal. A fat guy was running around a small flatbed press, all hot and sweaty with ink smeared on his big horn-rimmed glasses. The press was churning out handbills printed on vivid green paper. The fat guy was looking over his Coke bottle lenses at me. Are you the boss?
Yeah. Malop.
Mr. Malop, my name's Dean Quinn.
Not Malop. Malap. Malcolm Lap.
Oh, sorry. It's sort of hard to hear in here. You need a guy to pass out handbills?
Ever stuffed them before?
Oh, I'm an old stuffer from way back. What's the pay?
$4 1,000. But if I find places been skipped, I don't pay.
Well, I don't blame you.
Hey, you got a bag?
Like a newspaper carrier? No.
Well, I'll rent you one. $1 deposit. Now just step over here. Right here. Hey, see this wall map?
Yeah.
Along here. You see? This is your area.
I was really hustling. Didn't even have a place to stay, and I already had a job. It takes a gross amount of walking to stuff a lousy 1,000 handbills. I just about finished the last of my supply when I came to a dingy little bungalow court called the El Cairo. Nothing Egyptian about it. It just might have been built about the same time as the pyramids. I padded right into the courtyard, surrounded on three sides by grimy white-frame bungalows. Cracked walls, brown walks, dead bushes, and a bird bath no self-respecting sparrow would use. I stuffed, crammed, and pushed a bill into every tiny mailbox on each of the little stoops. On the door of the last bungalow was a card which said, Manager. I had just left one of my green specials and started for the street when I heard her.
Wait a minute.
Well, who, me? Are you talking to me, lady?
Come here, I want to talk to you.
I just stood there for a minute with a big, stupid grin on my face, staring at this girl. And I mean a big girl. 6'1" in her stocking feet. And she was barefooted. I don't mean fat. I mean she's just big. Big all over, but in proportion. Nice features, just larger than life. And really neato kind of red hair she was wearing up, but it kept falling down. And very nice legs. Great gams. And displaying outstanding size up top. She was pretty. About my age, too, but I had the feeling she needed a man more like something off Mount Rushmore. Hello, girl.
You can't be making much passing these things out.
It's lowly, but honest. Better than selling violets or making charcoal.
Well, how'd you like to make a few extra dollars?
Dollars? I presume they're a form of currency unknown to me at the present time.
Got a minute? Come inside.
I walked fly-like into her parlor. The room was something straight out of a mail-order catalog, a dream of stained furniture, part wood and part plastic. I eased down on the edge of an imitation leather sofa and watched while she folded back the sleeves of her caftan.
I'm Miss Temple.
Formally, I'm Mr. Quinn.
I own El Cairo Court.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, my father left it to me when he died, nearly 3 years ago. You know, it's too much for a woman to handle alone, plumbing and patching up things, nailing stuff together, listening to the tenants complain.
You said something about me making money?
Oh, yes. Number 9 bungalow. It's been closed for 2 years, and it's filled with trash and junk. It has to be cleaned up and stuff thrown out. I don't have a rubbish disposal service.
And I don't have a car.
Could you borrow one?
I doubt it.
Well, do you have a driver's license?
From New York.
Oh. I have a car you could use. Oh, of course, I couldn't pay you very much.
How much is much?
$10. Well, I know it would cost $25 to hire a man with a truck.
Look, this job, passing bills, it's still good for a few more days. If it's okay to clean out the bungalow on my own time, when I get around to it, then, well, yeah, I'll do it.
Good.
On one condition.
Well, if there's anything worth selling, you can have it. No, sell it yourself and keep the money.
It sounds good, but I'll have to stay in number 9 until I get it cleaned out. It's too far between my hotel and the printing company and here to get around. You know.
Oh, the place is an awful mess.
Well, look, if I can't stay, I couldn't take the job.
Well, all right. If you can stand it, you can stay, Mr. Quinn.
It's Dean. What's your name besides Temple?
You can call me Beth.
You got yourself a deal, girl-o.
Morning, Mr. Thompson. Sure is cold this morning.
Cold? It must be 94 in the shade.
I mean, it's cold inside your car's engine.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask.
Well, just tell me how my engine can be cold on a sweltering day.
Glad you asked. When you start a car first thing in the morning, your engine is cold.
Well, that's true, but so what?
A cold engine does a bad job of burning gas. It can make soot, dirt, and acids form in your motor oil, and they can sure damage an engine.
What can I do about it?
Glad you asked. Instead of asking for my cheapest oil, you can start using a quality motor oil, Quaker State. Nothing finer than Quaker State. It's made scientific to neutralize acids and hold solids suspended, so they don't gouge out your engine.
Well, thanks for telling me, Caleb.
Down a quart, Mr. Thompson. Quaker State?
Well, yes. Why didn't you give me Quaker State before?
You didn't ask.
Quaker State your car. Keep it running young.
I finished delivering the handbills, then made it up to Griffith Park and got my knapsack out from under the water pipe where I'd left it. Back at El Cairo Court, Bungalow 9, the heavy work began. Man, you never flashed anything like it. A solid layer of dust over everything. Old cartons, dozens of them. And stacks all the way to the ceiling of newspapers and magazines and paper bags, all kinds of junk you wouldn't believe. All of it worthless.
I brought you some fresh sheets and pillowcases.
Oh, thanks. Who was living here? A tribe of Turkoman sheep herders?
An old man, Edgar Rhine. He died.
He sure didn't take it with him. Anyone ever go through this stuff before?
Oh, I guess so. Well, after Mr. Rhine passed away 2 years ago, some man came out from the tax assessor's office. He looked through it and then went away.
You didn't run away screaming?
I've prepared my repast for the evening. You're welcome to join me.
When I got over to her bungalow, supper was ready and waiting. The table was set for 2. Meat and potatoes, my kind of repast. I could tell she was taking a shine to me. I don't want to brag, but I just have a way with women. Up close, she was better looking than I thought. About a half-size model would have been perfect.
Did you have enough to eat?
Plenty. And it was plenty good, too, girl.
It's all right to call me Beth.
Yeah, I know.
Tell me about yourself, Dean.
What's to tell?
Where are you from?
As of last week, New York. The Big Apple.
Oh, New York. Once I hoped I could go to New York, try to get a job there. I dreamed of being a showgirl. You know, one of those big ones parading around in a gorgeous costume with feathers and sequins.
Why didn't you?
I didn't have the money. Besides, I didn't have any talent. I can't sing or dance.
Well, maybe not, but you're big enough.
What?
Oh, no, I mean, you've got the build for it.
You're right. That's the trouble. I'm just too damn big. Men don't like women as big as I am. Terrible thing is, I'm still a woman, but they think I'm a freak or something. Let's not talk about it.
Okay. Let's talk about old Edgar Rhine. If he's been dead for 2 years, how come you haven't cleaned out number 9 before?
Well, a couple of years before my father died, Dad needed money pretty bad, and Mr. Rhine offered to take a 5-year lease and pay the rent in advance at a 25% discount, so Dad took it. About a year after Dad, Mr. Rhine died, too. So I just locked up the place for the rest of the time.
Sounds like Mr. Rhine had a lot of money.
Not really. Oh, of course he was a miser and saved everything. But all the county found was less than $5,000 in a bank book he had in his pocket when they took him to the hospital.
How old was he?
75, maybe. He died from a stroke.
Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, yeah, all right already. I'm up. Oh, my back. What a mattress. No wonder. Look at that lump. Oh, that'd be great if there was money in there. Oh, hey, what's this? These. These are bank books. Look at those beautiful decimal points. $10,000. 10,000 and another. And boy, oh, your ship has come in.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
State Farm agent Bill Rich talks about car insurance value.
You know that if a consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. We only got there because we were as competitive as anyone and because we're there to serve. State Farm is there.
I sat on the bed in that miserable little room, laughing and having a great time thumbing through my latest find. Each book was credited with a deposit of $10,000, a total of $100,000. But not in the name of Edgar Rhine. They all had similar initials. Edward A. Rankin, Elmer B. Raymond, Elgin C. Reed, and so on. And there was only one savings book to a bank, 10 different banks. I looked inside the plastic envelope again, and I found a brittle yellow newspaper clipping. It said, Mrs. Etta Rhine Martin, 28, of 119 Turner Street, died yesterday after a long illness. She is survived by her husband, Charles K. Martin, and her daughter, Helen. Services will be held at 2 p.m. Thursday at the Willow Chapel Funeral Home. The clipping had no date and no town where it had been published. I turned it over, and on the back was the name of a store from a corner of an ad, Sabin's. Although I realized it was sort of a lousy thing to do, I decided not to tell Beth. I'm as honest as the next guy, but I figured this was a special case. Besides, she'd said anything I found cleaning out the bungalow I could keep. So at least for now, I'd keep the discovery to myself.
Like some breakfast?
True words were never spoken. I'll be right in.
Coffee's ready. Help yourself to orange juice and toast.
Oh, good grits, pretty lady. You know, Beth, you look great in the morning.
Oh, Dean, you're making me blush.
Can I borrow your car today?
Aren't you going to work?
Sure, later.
Then why do you need the car?
Oh, you know, I thought maybe I'd start the day right by unloading some more of that old man's trash.
But it isn't dark. You're liable to get in trouble.
I'll be careful.
All right, take it.
Thanks. Incidentally, do you know if Edgar Rhine left a will?
I don't think so. That's what the assessor was looking for and didn't find.
Did the old boy ever have any visitors or relatives?
I can't remember anyone.
After he died, didn't anyone ever come to ask for him, make any inquiries about him?
Not that I know of. Seems to me you're asking an awful lot of questions about him.
No, I'm just wondering. Thought maybe they wanted his clothes or stuff or something.
Even so, you've been awfully interested for somebody who didn't know him.
Just to make it look good in case Beth was watching, I tossed a few bundles of magazines into the car. Old Man Ryan's golden geese were tucked securely in my inside coat pocket. My heart was beating against them. Then I took off for the superb printing company and my separation pay. I dumped the magazines in a big green bin out behind the brick building and went in.
Get them all delivered, kid?
You bet. Here's my bag back. I won't need it anymore.
Too tough for you, huh?
It's my feet. I wear orthopedic shoes. Can I have my money?
Here. Don't spend it all in one place.
Wait, this is only $2. Where's the rest?
Well, first I have to see if you delivered them all. Come back in a few days and pick up your check.
Oh, forget it. I won't need it anyway. I converted the $2 to gasoline and drove Beth's old crate to Universal City. Besides the film studios and the tour, Universal City features a number of other businesses housed in a couple of office buildings. The one I wanted was Clarence J. Walden and Associates. Walden was famous for digging up missing heirs. He worked on a commission basis up to 40%. I figured since this was my first time, I'd work for less. It was a large office with half a dozen desks and secretaries. Walden himself had a private office. His personal secretary, a nice gal named Nora, showed me in. Walden was a nervous, fidgety, middle-aged man, slightly bald, and he wore glasses. There were rows of playing cards spread out on his desk. He played solitaire all through my introduction.
Let's see, Red King, if I could just free this pile. What can I do for you, Mr. Quinn?
Mr. Walden, these are my credentials. Photostats, of course. I don't want you to think I'm some nut off the street.
B.A., Pre-Law, University of Wisconsin. Honorable Discharge, U.S. Army, Fort Dix, New Jersey.
Yes, Judge Advocate General's Corps, because of my slight legal background. I spent my hitch doing just, ordinary investigations.
What's this student ID card?
Columbia University. 1 year to go in law school. I had to drop out this semester, but I'll be back next year to graduate. Now, why I'm here?
To make a claim of some kind.
To find an heir. I happen to know of an estate worth $100,000 in cash. No one else even knows it exists. Not even the state.
There are lots of rumors about lost estates. When we investigate, they don't pan out.
Oh, this one will. I have proof.
It's like I said, lots of rumors about estates.
Oh, this one's no rumor.
Well, it is until I see some proof.
You know, I'll need a small stipend for my services. Say, $150 a week plus expenses and 25% of whatever you get.
Let's see, one Red King.
Say, $100 a week?
$75 a week, drawing account plus expenses for 1 year against your finder's fee. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Smart nose, that's me. A wader inner where others more sensible would fear to tread. But not me. Not old Bean, no, sir. With me, it's just one death-defying idiocy after the other. And this time, I pushed to the limit.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Heir Hunters. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Farm, and V8. You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's sound portrait of an unlikely hero. The Heir Hunters. Starring Ken Berry, Joanne Worley, and Edgar Bergen. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
makers of Wrigley Gum, the Colgate-Palmolive Company, makers of Cold Power, and the Chevrolet division of General Motors. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Dean Quinn, a young man in his mid-20s, a third-year law student, charming, cheery, and suffering from chronic pneumonia. He looked for and found a silver lining in his cloudy health. He called it California and went there. He found a job passing handbills door to door at a rate of $4 per thousand. He found a girl, Beth Temple, tall, very, owner by inheritance of El Cairo Bungalow Court in Hollywood, and alone. Dean found a home, bungalow number 9, and he found upon waking a lump in his mattress. 10 hidden bank books belonging to Edgar Rhine, the late former tenant, and representing a lump sum of $100,000. 10 bank books, an old newspaper clipping, and an idea to find the rightful heir, and perhaps some spending money as well. Dean Quinn found a lot of things. He must have, because someone is trying to kill him for it. The Heir Hunters will continue in a moment.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. Homeowners can save 15 to 30% on their winter heating bills by installing weather stripping around doors and caulking around all windows. A 1/4-inch crack under a door leading to an attic or other unheated area may cost $4.50 per winter in lost heat. Incidentally, you can also increase the wintertime comfort and decrease the heating bills you'll have to pay by installing storm windows, which reduce loss through windows by 50%. Storm windows usually pay for themselves in 7 to 10 years, and thereafter return an annual dividend of 13 to 18% in fuel savings. Another way to reduce loss of heat in winter is to install proper insulation. In a cold to moderately cold climate, a homeowner can save enough on his fuel bill to recover the cost of the insulation within 8 to 12 years. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
that deep end, where there isn't a step to keep you from sinking, you'd be as dead as she is. But how? Walden. I remember going to see Clarence Walden. Now, why had I done that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Edgar Rhine's bank books. I had to find the missing heir. Clarence Walden's offer of a drawing account plus expenses was one I couldn't refuse. My lightning-quick mathematical mind calculated I stood to make $10,000 if Edgar Rhine's rightful heir could be located. I showed Walden what we had to go on for openers. Yeah. What do you make of that?
Helen Martin, Sabin Store, Willow Chapel Funeral Home. Any idea what year this was published or in what city?
Not yet, but I intend to find out.
Well, you did investigative work in the Army, so go ahead. I'll leave you pretty much on your own. But there are a couple of shortcuts in this business that are handy to know.
Yeah, like what?
Well, when you question anyone, forget the lost heir sort of thing. Best approach is to represent yourself from an insurance company. You got some money to pay out on a policy. Here, take these business cards.
Yeah. Clarence J. Walden and Associates, insurance representatives. Claims paid promptly.
Yeah. Well, I do have a small agency. The cards are legitimate. When do you want to start?
Right away.
All right. Pick up your first advance on Friday.
I headed back to El Cairo without the slightest intention of cluing Beth in on anything. It's not that I'm greedy, but I figured even to just tell her might complicate matters. I'm back.
I'm in here, taking a bath. Anything new?
I found a job. Not much, but it'll do till something better comes along. You got anything to eat?
You got a new job. That's wonderful. I'll be right out.
Yeah, selling insurance. A small company.
Selling insurance? That won't pay very much, will it?
With a drawing account, I'll get along.
Are you going to keep living here?
I may have to travel a lot, so I don't want to waste money on rent. I'll finish cleaning out number 9, and you can rent it again. With old Rhyme dead, there's no reason to continue his lease.
Well, there's no reason you couldn't stay with me here. You're not going to be making all that much money, and in your spare time, well, you can help out around here.
I'll tell you what. Go ahead, rent out number 9. I'll stay with you, but I'll pay half the rent. You'll be money ahead, right?
There's coffee in the kitchen. I'll put on my caftan.
I rapped with Beth over the coffee, bringing the conversation around to Edgar Rhine. The first time she'd ever met old Edgar was when she came down to Los Angeles for her dad's funeral. Naturally, she was more definite about her own family when I asked.
My folks were married in San Francisco and were living there when I was born. Dad wasn't a very good businessman. Finally, they just gave up. Dad moved down here and Mother stayed in San Francisco. I lived with her. Well, she worked until she died. By then, I was 18.
What was your mother's maiden name before she married your father?
Josephine. Oh, Tully. Everybody called her Josie. Why?
No reason. You got anything else to eat besides fruit?
Got a new deck here. The old one's seen better days.
Yeah. Like I was saying, it's logical to assume that Etta Rhine Martin was Edgar Rhine's daughter. Her daughter, Helen Martin, has got to be Rhine's granddaughter. If she's still alive, Helen's a grown woman by now. The Funeral Directors Association has no record beyond 10 years of a Willow Chapel funeral home. Our only lead left is Sabin's, the name of the store on the back of Etta's death notice. We have to locate the city it's in.
Well, I'll send out a letter to all the Manufacturers Association, retailers, organizations, and credit reporting companies. Maybe pull in something on Sabin's, you know. But it'll take a while, though.
Meanwhile, I'll talk to Alvin Hyatt. He's the administrator appointed by the court for Rhine's present estate.
Keep plugging away, boy. Hard work pays off.
Any chance on calling today, Friday?
Yeah, I will tomorrow.
I may need some scratch.
2 red 10s up already. Oh, this is hopeless. Let's see.
Alvin Hyatt was an attorney with offices in a bank building on Broadway, downtown Los Angeles. The tax assessor had turned over to him all of Ryan's possessions and papers to put through probate. Mr. Hyatt, my card.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Quinn? Please be seated. After you phoned, I dug up the file on Edgar Ryan in this folder.
Oh, thanks. ME's death certificate. Cause of death, stroke. Hey, a driver's license.
Expired 1960.
Yeah, but it gives his birthday. February 17th, 1897. He wasn't married.
Well, it doesn't mean he was never married. He might have been divorced or a widower.
Oh, sure, you're right. State of Washington license. Seattle address. Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Oh, Mr. Quinn?
Yes?
The folder?
Carry it with you. Bring your swimmers come. The big fresh flavor. Bring your swimmers come. Carry it with you. Bring your swimmers come. The big fresh flavor. Bring your swimmers. Carry the big fresh flavor wherever you go, whatever you do. It's the body spearmint's flavor. The great big taste, delicious to chew. Swimmers come. Carry it with you. Swimmers come. The big fresh flavor. Swimmers come. Carry it with you. Swimmers come. The big fresh flavor. Swimmers come. Carry it with you.
I dropped the car off at El Cairo. Beth wasn't around, so I left the keys in her mailbox. Then I took a cab to the airport. Walden got pretty hot over the telephone when the airlines called to see if my expense account covered a flight to Seattle, but he said okay. I had copied the address off Ryan's old driver's license and had to follow it up. I took a taxi from the Seattle airport. Ryan had lived in an old 1890 vintage big brown frame house. 3 stories. Each needed paint badly. Yellow and purple stained glass panel in the front door. Really grotesque. A tired-faced, harassed, middle-aged woman opened the door and stared at me with suspicion. I knew the place was or had been a boarding house. I gave her my insurance routine and my card. She gave me her name, Myrna Coyne, and invited me in.
I don't recall any Edgar Ryan, but maybe my mother does. She's real old, but she's smart as a jaybird. Reads her Bible all day and doesn't forget much of anything, even though she's 87. My mother, Mrs. Daly. Ma likes to make up riddles about the Holy Book. Ma, you got a visitor. Wants to know, baby, you remember a boarder from 15-20 years back?
Yes, Mrs. Daly. His name is Edgar Ryan.
There's nothing wrong with my hearing.
Oh, sorry.
Young man, who was the straightest man in the Bible?
Who was the straightest man in the Bible? Oh, you stumped me, Mrs. Daly.
Joseph, because Pharaoh made a ruler out of him.
Oh.
Genesis 41:42-3.
Oh, golly, that's a good one, Mrs. Daly. You're really a panic. Did you ever tell Edgar Ryan any of those?
Young man, I've talked about the good book to all our boarders.
Do you remember Edgar Ryan?
Well, I can't say as I do right off. So many boarders come and gone.
Well, he would have been in his 50s then. He moved to California.
Oh, the old sea captain. Sure, he lived here.
We've got a pretty nice insurance settlement for his next of kin.
Bill, he kept pretty much to himself. But I remember one thing for sure. His name wasn't Ryan. It was Rankin. Edward A. Rankin.
So Ryan might have been a merchant marine. Big deal. That's a lot of expense money you spent to find out nothing.
Well, what I didn't find out is important. Before I left Seattle, I stopped at the library, went through the city directories.
Don't tell me. No Turner Street Martins, no Willow Chapel, no Sabin.
Correct. Also another stop, Maritime Union Local. Edgar Rhine didn't belong to it either.
I need this aggravation.
Here, I brought you a present.
Oh, where'd you get these cards? These are dirty pictures.
Wait till you get a load of the Queen of Spades. I hitched back to El Cairo to rest up. This heir hunting was tiring business. A few days later, in the morning...
Hello? Yes, he's here. Just a minute, please. It's for you. Good thing I got this long cord.
Hello?
Quinn, Walden here. We got something on those letters I sent out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there used to be a Sabins, a small chain of sporting goods stores in Chicago.
Chicago?
Folded sometime in the 50s.
Who is it, Dean?
I made a plane reservation for you. Can you get to the airport by noon?
Oh, wait a minute. Beth, can you run me to the airport?
I guess so.
Oh, thanks, girl. I won't be gone long.
Quinn?
Yes, Mr. Walden, I've got a ride. What airlines?
Got a pencil and paper?
Okay, lay it on me.
Anaconda Airlines, flight number 2 to Salt Lake City.
Utah?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to Chicago.
Transfer there to Thrift Skies Midwest Airlines, flight 111 to O'Hare.
When do I arrive? Next week?
Very funny. I'm trying to keep expenses down. You land in Chicago at 9:18 their time. Let me know what you find out.
I'll be sure to call collect. Goodbye, Chief.
1, 2, 3. You will see. The Nova 6 makes sense today. 2, 3, 4. Count the doors of the Chevy Nova 6. 2.
The Chevy Nova 6 two-door coupe, the young happy one, with stripes if you order them, and that practical 6-cylinder engine.
3.
The Chevy Nova 6 hatchback, the door on the left, one on the right, and a big hatch in back. Flip the back seat down, and you've got a Nova 6 that thinks it's a station wagon.
4.
The Chevy Nova 6 four-door sedan, sincere from the start. The attractive arithmetic of four-door comfort and convenience, plus 6-cylinder economy.
Can you hear the numbers say? The Nova 6 makes sense today. Hey!
Chevrolet makes sense for America.
I made it to Chicago unscathed. No thanks to either airline. The only 2 times I unbuckled my safety belt were when we landed. I came out of it okay, but the cab driver who drove me into the city asked a lot of questions about why my nose was bleeding. I had a headache, too, but it was too cold to notice. The wind whipping off Lake Michigan reminded me how stupid I was to leave my heavy coat in California. The house at 119 Turner Street had 4 apartments, 2 up, 2 down. No name of Martin on the mailboxes, so I tried the first door. The little card in the door had just one word printed on it. Pazek. A big, tough, heavy-set guy somewhere in his late 60s opened the door. He hitched up his baggy trousers and gave me the evil eye. I handed him my card.
I don't want no insurance.
Oh, I'm not here to sell you any. But I'll give some money to Helen Martin if I find her.
No family named Martin live here.
Well, they did, years ago. Who owns this place?
Me. Ignace Pazek. They got money coming.
They sure do.
No trouble, no lawsuit.
Not for me, just money.
Come in. Sit down by table. Hey, Stella, 2 beers. How much ammonia you give Martins?
Enough. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, sport.
It's a very attractive girl.
Oh, Stella. She be all right. No got good sense. How you like beer?
Well, 30 above zero is hardly beer-drinking weather, but it's good.
Yeah, plenty good. My brother makes it. Charlie Martin owe me plenty money.
You pay me.
No, I can't. I'll pay Helen Martin. She can pay you.
Don't know where she lives. Martins move away.
When?
In war, Korea, 1952, 1953. You don't know where they go.
Well, that had to be after Mrs. Martin died.
Yeah.
And you don't know where they moved?
Yeah, don't know.
Well, thanks for the brew. May I use your phone to call a cab to take me to the Drake? On the way to the hotel, I asked the cab driver if he could run me by the Willow Chapel Funeral Home. There wasn't much to it. Nothing at all, to be precise. They had gone under, so to speak, in 1955. It was pretty late that night as I sat in my hotel room with a bottle of scotch and a glass of cracked ice, trying to forget the 10 grand commission that was apparently slipping from my grasp when... Who is it?
Hi there, Sport.
Stella?
Yeah, I'm colder than hell. Let me in. Here, take my coat. I didn't have a chance to get all dolled up. Grandpa would have suspected something.
Osek? Your grandfather?
Sure. How about offering me a drink, Sport?
How'd you know where to find me?
Heard you call the taxi. Thank you. I'd love a drink.
Don't stand out there in the hall. Come on in. Hey, what are you doing?
I'm lying on the bed. What does it look like?
It looks like you're lying on the bed. Why did you come here, anyway?
Pour me one?
How old are you, Stella?
Old enough.
What do I owe this visit? My personal charm, or what? Here's your drink.
You sure took long enough. Maybe I like you, Sport. Also, maybe we can help each other.
That's two maybes.
Today, Grandpa didn't tell you all he knew about Charlie.
Well, what do you mean?
Now, you're going back to Hollywood, right? You take me with you.
Boy, oh, you didn't hear that. Stella, let me put it to you this way. You're an attractive girl, but you don't stand a chance out there.
I don't want to be a movie star. I'll find a job, anything, just so I can get out of here, away from Grandpa. All I want is money for a bus ticket, and I'll tell you what you want to know.
Well, fair is fair.
And you let me stay here till I go.
That's not fair.
Okay. Try to find out for yourself about Etta Martin and Charlie and Helen Martin. Where's my coat?
No, wait a minute. Look, I can't let you stay. If your grandpa and your father find you here, they'll tear me apart. I'm very breakable.
I asked for my coat.
Oh, look, Stella. In California, you're going to be on your own. I'll get you there, but that's all.
A real gentleman doesn't keep a lady waiting for her coat.
All right. You can stay here till bus time in the morning. Now, about your grandpa and what he didn't say about Charlie Martin.
You understand, my grandpa didn't tell me this. But when my mama was alive, sometimes I'd hear her talking with my old man about Charlie Martin.
Yeah, go ahead.
When Grandpa Pasek was young, he was always chasing women. He liked pretty girls even after he was married. In those days, he had a good job on the railroad. So did Charlie Martin. The two of them were very, very good friends, so Grandpa rented Charlie and his wife an apartment upstairs. Charlie was younger and even bigger than Grandpa, and
Mrs. Martin was very pretty, and Ignace, the old lech, had his eye on her. Yeah, I get the picture.
Well, maybe Etta was a good woman and didn't give in. Maybe not. Who knows?
Yeah, keep going.
Well, the Martins had a baby, a little girl they called Helen. Then Mrs. Martin got sick and died. Everybody was quite surprised because she was such a young woman. There was a big funeral at
the Willow Chapel Funeral Home.
Are you going to keep on interrupting, or can I go on?
I'm sorry.
All right, so Charlie Martin came back to the apartment after the funeral and went out in the garage and beat the hell out of Grandpa. Nearly killed him. You remember that big scar?
I remember.
How about a refill?
Finish first.
So Grandpa had to go to the hospital. When he got out, he came looking for Charlie. He wanted to get even, have him arrested, sue him or something. But he couldn't find him. Charlie was gone.
Where did he go?
Joined the Army.
Where's Charlie Martin now?
Still in Korea, but he ain't coming back.
Why not?
Charlie Martin is dead.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
जी हाँ, ये खानदानी मंसूबा बंदी का मरकज है.
Mais oui, c'est le centre de planning familial.
Yes, this is the family planning center.
There are family planning centers in more than 100 countries today. The women who come to these centers can't afford to go to private doctors, but they want to plan their children, when they're going to have them, and how many they're going to have. The trouble is, there aren't enough centers. Just in the United States, there are nearly 5 million women who have no way of getting modern family planning help. And that's nothing compared with the world problem. Some countries don't have enough family planning centers. Some don't have any at all. This year, again, many women will have babies not because they want to, but because they have no choice. Sad for them. Sad for the world. With family planning help, these women too will have babies only when they choose, so that all the people of the world may have this freedom of choice. Support Planned Parenthood.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you're planning a vacation by air, you know it's a good money-saving idea to check with the airlines to see if you qualify for a special fare. You may be able to save yourself a sizable sum of money, but remember, you must comply exactly with the conditions, or you'll be asked to pay the regular rate. Now, most airlines, for example, offer 2 youth fare plans. The cheapest is Youth Fare Standby. In this, you'll be the last of the passengers called and may not get on the flight. And Youth Fare Reserve, however, guarantees you a seat on a reserved flight, but it'll cost you more. Discount fares are also offered on long-distance travel, but remember there are conditions. For example, you may have to make reservations 2 weeks in advance, and for some, 3 months in advance. You must travel midweek only and return after 7 to 9 days. And no holiday or peak period traveling on this plan. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Heir Hunters. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Wrigley Gum, Cold Power, and Chevrolet. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's sound portrait of an unlikely hero. The Heir Hunters. Starring Ken Berry, Joanne Worley, and Edgar Bergen. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Holiday Inns, Quaker State Motor Oil, and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Dean Quinn, young Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky, frolicking his way through life in search of the missing heir to a fortune. He enlists the financial assistance of Clarence J. Walden, a professional heir hunter, in return for his services. The search leads Dean Quinn first to Seattle and a dead end, then to Chicago to an address listed in the old newspaper clipping, to the apartment house owned by Ignaz Pasek, and face-to-face with Pasek's young granddaughter, Stella. They meet again at Dean's hotel under an odd set of circumstances. Stella wants something. Out. Bus fare to California and a place to hide overnight. Dean wants no part of it, but he does want to find the missing heir. And what he finds is that now he's looking for one last link, the end of the family line, Helen Martin. He also finds himself half drowned in a swimming pool in Palm Springs, with a dead body floating in the deep end. To put it in Dean Quinn's own words, why me? The Heir Hunters will continue after this word. The Marine Corps Reserves are looking for a few good men to help keep the peace. We're looking for men who understand that nobody likes to fight, but somebody has to know how. We want men who want to see their children grow up in an age of peace. Men who will do more than wish for it. Men who will work for it. Men who don't need the draft to know there's a job to be done. Men who ask themselves what they can do for their country and do it. We're looking for a few good men to stand with the Marine Corps Reserve. No shortcuts, no compromises, no promises except one. You'll be a Marine, and you'll be ready. That's the job of a peacekeeper.
Am I drunk? I must be drunk. What happened here? Did I fall in and hit my head on the side of the pool? Or did someone, whoever killed her, did they try to frame me? Come on, Dean boy, put it together or your ticket is forever punched. Chicago. Remember Chicago? Remember Stella? Stella was in my room at the Drake Hotel in Chicago when she told me about Charlie Martin.
Charlie Martin is dead. He got killed in Korea.
What about the little girl, Helen?
I don't know what happened to her. Can I have that drink now?
Yeah, help yourself.
Who are you calling?
Don't sweat, sweets. I'm not blowing the whistle on you.
This is the voice of Clarence J. Walden, president of Clarence J. Walden and Associates Insurance Representatives, where we pride ourselves in paying our claims promptly.
Boss, wait.
Our office is closed for the day, but we'll be back tomorrow morning when the big hand is on the 12 and the little one is at the 9.
Aren't you going to talk?
Yeah, if he ever shuts up.
If your call is urgent, please leave your name and number, and one of our representatives will get back to you as soon as possible. You will have exactly 10 seconds after you hear the little beep.
Boss, this is Dean. Charles Kermit Martin was killed in Korean War, Illinois Regiment. Call VA, check where allotment was sent for his daughter, Helen Martin. Also insurance. Call me at Drake Hotel. Wire money.
Sport, you sound like a disc jockey.
Hey, what are you doing? Put your clothes back on.
I'm getting into bed. I need my beauty rest.
Well, yeah, I think I'll sack out on the couch here. Sweet dreams. I slept lousy that night. I kept waking up, hearing buzzing in my ears like I used to when pneumonia was coming on. A couple of times I thought I felt something warm cuddling up to me, but I couldn't tell for sure. Might have been just a vivid hallucination. In the morning, I had a brute of a headache. My skin was crawling, and I had a pretty good case of cotton mouth. Worst of all, I was in the bed. Stella was up and dressed. Stella, how did I get here? I mean, in the bed.
I don't know.
Did I get up and... I mean, we didn't...
You kept kicking around saying you were cold.
Well, I was. What time is it?
5 o'clock. I'm bored.
5 o'clock?
You're going to fall out of bed if you keep jumping around. Oh, some guy called while you were sleeping. I wrote it down.
Walden called?
You don't have to yell. Lay down. He said the name you wanted was Mrs. Vivian Clay, Route 1, Towan, Illinois. He also said he wasn't underwriting no playing around with girls.
Oh, I'm going back to sleep. Maybe I'll get lucky and wake up dead.
Boy, you're no fun.
But I woke up alive the next morning. I just felt dead. I rented a car, and Stella drove me to see Vivian Clay in Towan, a tiny town about 60 miles outside of Chicago.
Hey, Deanie, nice farm.
Is this the place?
Mailbox says so.
Then turn in. Vivian Clay was a gray-haired, pleasant woman with firm, regular features. She served us hot tea, which helped me listen as she explained that Helen Martin was her niece, whom she raised when her brother, Charlie Martin, died in Korea. She knew very little about Etta Rhine Martin other than that she was Helen's mother.
This here is a picture of Helen taken when she graduated high school.
Very pretty girl.
That's a pretty old picture.
Mrs. Clay, how old is Helen now?
Well, 26. Helen travels a lot. After high school, she went to Northwestern. We saved her dad's army insurance. Then she went to study art in that Paris of Rome. Later, she came back to New York and worked as one of them models.
Where is she now?
California.
Pardon? My head's a little clogged. Did you say California?
Yes, near Los Angeles.
Is there any place I can write her?
Why, yes. She has a post office box in that North Hollywood.
I don't remember leaving Vivian Clay or her farm, or driving back to Chicago or anything. I don't even know where or when I lost Stella Pasek. I was coughing and sneezing, dizzy, totally spaced out. I just wanted to get back to Beth. Somehow I did. Beth called a doctor, and he came and did his thing for 4 days. On the 5th day, my lungs breathed air again, and I sat up in Beth's king-size bed, ready for action.
How are you feeling?
Like $10,000. Girl, oh, am I glad to see you.
I'll get it. Yes?
What bungalow does Mr. Dean Quinn live in?
This one. Is he expecting you?
Oh, sort of. I'm a very good friend of his, and he asked me to visit.
Beth!
Well, why don't you come in? Any friend of Dean's is a friend of mine.
Oh, why me? Beth, this is Stella Pasek, an acquaintance. Stella, Beth Temple.
You don't look so good, Deanie.
I've been sick, and I think I'm getting a relapse.
Lucky I didn't catch your cold when you insisted I stay with you in that crummy hotel.
What crummy hotel?
Beth, please.
Do you have a place to stay, dear?
Not yet.
I have a nice little bungalow, number 9, only $80 a month. It would make it awfully convenient for Deanie. And you don't have any other friends here, and, well, we could be friends, couldn't we?
Oh, yes.
I feel sick.
Yeah. Let's get you settled. Stella, is it?
time you're dining out, get together with Holiday Inn. Good food, good friends, together.
If you drive a new car, maybe you've noticed some changes in how that new engine performs. Today's emission controls are part of the reason. They do cut down pollution, but they also cause severe engine heat that may rob your motor oil of its full power to protect your engine. Today, it's imperative to use only a premium quality oil. For your peace of mind, specify Quaker State. It's refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
I can always tell when I'm not being appreciated, so I got up and left the El Cairo. I hitched over to Universal City to see Walden and to bring him up to date. He was delighted to see me.
Look at those expenses.
Oh, it's nothing to get uptight about, Mr. Walden. We got an address for Helen Martin. Post Office Box, North Hollywood.
Post Office won't give you her home address. They don't give out that information except to the FBI or the IRS. You aren't either of them.
I know that. I wrote her a letter and I mailed it to the box number. I just need a little more time until she picks it up.
All right, Quinn. You better find Helen Martin soon. I'm in business to find fortunes, not spend them.
That evening when I got back to the bungalow, things had nearly returned to normal. Beth mixed up vodka martinis and brought out an old shoebox full of photographs. There were a lot of her as a small girl and some of her mother, Josie, who really was a fox, like she said. There was only one of her father, a man you couldn't pick out in a small crowd if you'd seen him 100 times. But in the hodgepodge of snapshots was a picture of Edgar Rhine. He was in a photo with two other men, all of them grinning like idiots into the camera. From their clothes, I guessed it was taken around 1925.
That one, with the sailor's jacket and derby.
He's Edgar Rhine?
That's him. Of course, when I saw him, he didn't look much like that.
Yeah, 50 years in between can change a man. Who are the two guys with him?
I don't know.
On the back, somebody wrote Ed, Hack, and Tony. Well, Ed's obviously Edgar Rhine. Have you any idea who Hack and Tony are?
Not the slightest.
Where'd the picture come from?
Dad sings. I don't know how it got there, and Dad's name wasn't Hack or Tony. It was William Temple.
Yeah. You ready for another drink?
Don't rush. We're having a guest for dinner. Who? Stella.
It seemed that the sweet, shy little country girl from the Mecca of the corn country had done right well for herself. Stella was now a cigarette girl at the Yodel A Go-Go, a rock joint on the Sunset Strip. It was enough to make a man give up smoking.
Beth, hello.
Stella, darling.
Oh, hello, Dean. You here? Beth, isn't my job simply wonderful?
Just perfect. I'll get the drink so we can toast to your success.
Well, will it make me sicky? I never had a drink till I met Dean. Hope I can hold it.
I don't believe it.
Be back in a minute.
Dean, will you come over to my place later?
What do you hear from Chicago, kid?
You'll be sorry. Where are you going?
Just to the door for some air. I could have written a letter to dear Abby that would have given her a mental block. Anyway, a few days later, a tall, slender, beautiful blonde showed up at the post office and picked up my letter. I could tell it was the one I'd sent by the red envelope. She was driving away in a silver, chrome-plated monster as I arrived to start my daily stakeout. But I got her license number, which Walden could check out through the Department of Motor Vehicles. This new development encouraged him enough to write to Cook County, Illinois, for a copy of Helen Martin's birth certificate to prove she was the legitimate heir of Edgar Rhine. I also convinced him that it was worth a gamble for me to go to San Francisco and see what the Maritime Union's main office had on Edgar Rhine. Not enough of a gamble, however, to buy me plane fare. Beth was kind enough to allow me the use of her car. Good old girl-o. At the Maritime Union, a nice old lady named Miss Morrissey told me she'd been working there ever since she got out of business college, which I figured was about the time somebody invented the typewriter. She went through a lot of dusty old cardboard files.
Aha! Here it is. Is this what you want?
Name, Edgar A. Rhine. Citizen, USA, born March 13th, 1897. Place of birth, Morro Bay, California. Married? No. I'm guessing he was divorced.
No, it would say if he was a divorced man.
Oh, there must be some mistake. I know for a fact that Edgar Rhine was a family man.
Who knows better, him or you?
You got a solid car. The Ford Torino is a solid car.
To the mountains, to the sea, for transportation to exciting places. Look close. It's the solid Ford Torino for $74. This is the spirited mid-size car, restyled with a new front end, opera windows, and luxurious new interiors. So get in, slam the door, and go. This is the solid mid-size car that says excitement for $74.
Look close, you got a solid car. The Ford Torino is a solid car. Riding down the road in style, smooth and quiet by the mile. Look close, you got a solid car.
The solid mid-size Ford Torino for $74. The closer you look, the better we look.
Miss Morrissey's information, the bottom fell out again. If old Edgar Rhine had never married, he couldn't have any direct heirs. Now, this had come up before, so I brushed it off and kept looking for Helen Martin. There had to be a connection. There were just too many unexplained coincidences otherwise. After I left the union office, I went over to the Daily Tribune. I placed a classified ad under personals. It read, Edgar A. Rhine, reward. Anyone having known him, write to Mr. Dean Quinn, care of Clarence J. Walden and Associates, Universal City, California. I drove like crazy to get back to L.A., but I had to lay over in Santa Maria, thanks to a bad cheeseburger. When I finally cruised Walden, he had all the poop on the silver monster I'd seen at the post office. It was registered to Florengia Monti, Acacia Drive, Brentwood. I didn't waste any time getting there. A butler, sporting a bit of a belly and a broken nose, informed me that no Helen Martin was there, ever had been, or was ever expected to be. But after some diplomatic negotiation on my part, he agreed to escort me to see Miss Monty, who did indeed live there, and at that point in time was sunning herself out by the swimming pool. It was the same blonde, all right. She was stretched out on the diving board, wearing a sliver of a bikini, tanning herself, head cradled in her arms. I couldn't see her face. Without moving her head, she said,
What do you want?
Are you Helen Martin?
No.
You are Florengia Monti?
Via, please.
You know Helen Martin?
Yes. I know her, but I don't like to feel responsible for her. I keep a post office box in the valley for my own personal use. With a house full of servants, one has very little privacy.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Every letter that comes, all my own special little secrets. Anyway, I gave Helen permission to use my post office box.
Don't you forward her mail?
Yes, certainly, whenever she writes to tell me where she is. I haven't heard from her in over a year.
Last time, where from?
Hong Kong, I think, or some such place. She travels, buys, imports clothes.
How long have you known Helen Martin?
Oh, years. 6, perhaps, or 7. I met her when she was studying in Paris. My family keeps a place there, although they live in Rome.
And you met again here in California?
Something like that. We've kept in touch.
Do you have Helen's last forwarding address?
Someplace around. I'll have to look for it. If I find it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, do that. I'll leave my card. I'll write down another number where I can be reached.
Oh, you are an insurance man? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Claims paid promptly, it says right there. I hope I'll be hearing from you, Miss Monty.
Zia.
See ya, Zia. After meeting with Florentia Monti, I paid a visit to the bank where Walden did his business. I asked Tilford Jones, one of the vice presidents, to give me a Dun & Bradstreet report on Florentia Monti. He told me that she was AAA1, top credit rating, which came as no surprise after I'd peeped her palace. Jones also gave me the lowdown on her personal background when I asked for it. Zia Monti was a legal representative with power of attorney for Roma Fiducia, an Italian holding company under a Swiss charter. Jones explained that the company was primarily an investment house and did very little trading in stocks and bonds, all of which meant nothing to me. Zia was working here under the supervision of her home office, and she was very likely a blood relative of one of the company's high executives. A lot of the old European firms still did business in the old-fashioned way, keeping it in the family. I thanked Jones for the information, and while I still had use of Beth's car, drove back to Universal City to see if Walden had anything further for me.
So what's the skinny on the Mountie woman?
Well, she's above board, boss, but she's not Helen Martin.
Didn't expect she would be.
No, don't worry, Mr. Walden. Something has to break soon. I think Helen Martin is in China.
China? Why don't you take a break, Quinn? Go home. Go back to law school.
Oh, Rome wasn't built in a day, you know.
What's that got to do with Helen Martin?
Well, I don't know. She studied there.
Quinn, you're a nice kid. I like you. Let's leave it at that. Oh, by the way, a letter came for you. And in the future, you won't use this address.
It's from San Francisco. Dear Sir, read your ad in the San Francisco Tribune regarding Edgar Rhine. Used to know a man by that name once. Don't know if he's the same one you mean. Note your address is Los Angeles. My ship will make San Pedro on the 19th and sail early the morning of the 20th. You can look me up while I am there. Yours truly, Albert Kress, Second Officer, SS McAllister. The 19th? Well, that's today. Finally, your dumbness will kill you if you're not careful, because you'll go charging off one last time into someone with a cannon in his fist who's waiting just for you. Had I but known.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, the Heir Hunters. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Holiday Inn's, Quaker State Motor Oil, and Ford Motor Company. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's sound portrait of an unlikely hero. The Heir Hunters. Starring Ken Berry, Joanne Worley, and Edgar Bergen. in Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, the makers of Delco batteries and Bear aspirin. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Dean Quinn has been trying to locate Helen Martin, missing heiress to a hidden fortune. He's been fishing for clues, but to this point has caught only a good case of pneumonia. He meets Virginia Clay, Helen Martin's aunt, who sends him back to California into a post office box. Dean Quinn back in California, back to his girl, Beth Temple, and into the fire, brought upon by the arrival of the irrepressible Stella Pasek from Chicago. But it's the business of heir hunting that Dean Quinn has chosen, so he follows the trail north to San Francisco, then back to Los Angeles, to the mansion of the young and beautiful, mysterious Florenzia Monti, but still not a trace of Helen Martin. He has no idea where or even who she is, nor for that matter does he know exactly how he got to where he is, in a swimming pool, half drowned and bleeding, and not alone. His company is dead, murdered. Dean Quinn wants to know, in a word, why. The Heir Hunters resumes after this message.
Hi, this is Buddy Merrill from the Lawrence Welk Band, and I'd just like to say, if you're a veteran just returning to civilian life, the Veterans Administration urges you to take advantage of your rights under the GI Bill. If you need additional education, you may have as much as 36 months of schooling coming to you. If you haven't finished high school, you may do so and still have your full GI school time coming to you for college or other education. You get paid every month while you work toward your diploma. So, why not get on with that GI schooling? Don't let the opportunities that could be yours pass you by because you aren't prepared. Don't let the rights you earn while in uniform go unused. This is Buddy Merrill saying, get full information from VA. Get started in school under the GI Bill and follow the road to success that millions of veterans have taken.
I pulled myself out of the pool and staggered into the living room. It was a mess, a disaster area. It looked worse than my head felt. Whoever had bopped me and killed her. Come on, boyo. Remember it all, or they'll get you for sure. Water. The harbor. Water. What am I thinking of? The McAllister. I went to the pier to talk to Albert Kress about Edgar Rhine.
Sure, I knew Edgar Rhine. Often wondered what happened to him. Last saw him maybe 15 years ago. He was second engineer aboard the Sulu Seas, a tanker older than Noah's Ark. I was on her, too, as an A.B. Get more coffee?
No, thanks, Mr. Kress.
Well, we picked up a cargo of crude in the Persian Gulf, sailed up to the Red Sea to the Med, and played over in Istanbul a couple of days, and sailed back to the States. We got held up at customs when we berthed in Jersey. Ship was swarming with treasury men. They'd been tipped off that we'd picked up some junk in Turkey. Point I'm making, Ryan left a ship there in Jersey. Well, what was odd was he'd signed on from the West Coast.
You mean he deserted?
No, he just drew his pay and walked off. Didn't say goodbye or go to hell.
I drove back to face Walden again. I thought maybe what Kress had told me might perk him up a little.
So what?
Well, I don't think old Ryan was in on the smuggling from the start, but he knew that engine room and everything in it. He found where the stuff was hidden, quit the ship, and walked off with a couple of tobacco tins of pure morphine.
I won't condone that. $100,000 from dope, salted away in little bank accounts under different names. The government will attach those accounts when they're revealed in probate.
No, they won't. They'd only be guessing. There's absolutely no proof. Besides, there's the statute of limitations.
I'm not going to argue with you, Quinn. You got me into this, but I'm getting out now.
You can't. We've got a contract for a year.
Oh, have we? There's your contract. Want to sue me?
So I was canned. On my way out of Walden's office, I asked Nora, his secretary, to refer any telephone calls for me to El Cairo Court. Flat broke again and really down. I went back to Beth's.
Hello, honey. Stella and I have been out shopping. Well, how'd it go at the office today?
Oh, great, if you dig getting fired.
Oh, Dean. Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I guess I could go back to passing out handbills.
Hey, maybe I could fix you up with a job. One of the boys at the club quit last night.
A job doing what?
Parking cars.
How much? You know, I've been making pretty good bread.
You'll do it.
So I took it. That night, Beth drove Stella and me to work at the Yodel-A-Go-Go. It had no parking lot of its own. Steep hills above and steep hills below. I could tell right off it was going to be tough sledding. Stella introduced me to a young dude in a red T-shirt and tight white stretch pants.
Kilroy, this here's my very own first cousin, Dean.
Stella, I don't think that's...
He needs a job real bad, and right away I thought of you, Kilroy.
You thought about me?
Yeah, he's an awful good driver, and I think you were just so sweet. You know what I mean?
How could Kilroy say no? He couldn't say anything at all with his eyes popping out watching Stella slink into the club. Then the suckers began arriving, and we, the real suckers, started parking cars. We stashed them all up and down the side streets on both sides of Sunset, anywhere within 5 blocks. Then we had to whip back to the club on a dead run for the next one. By the time the club closed, I was a basket case. This wasn't a job for someone with chronic pneumonia. Back in El Cairo, I found Beth asleep on the couch. She left me a note explaining why. Dear Chaser, a girl named Nora called to leave a message for you that another girl named Zia wants you to call her in the morning. I think you should know that this is not an answering service, and you might think about looking for new pastures to graze in. Let sleeping giants lie. Beth. I met Zia for lunch at the Barrier Reef, a little restaurant on the beach near Malibu. Seems she was interested in buying a paid-up insurance annuity.
Could you sell me one?
Sure, I guess so. How large an annuity?
Oh, 250,000.
250,000?
I want one that will pay me, say, $10,000 a year for the rest of my life.
Yes. Sure, of course. Well, I'll work out the details.
Sunshine, things are growing, things are going well with you and me. Future planned together, a rich good life together, and things look bright as they can be. We're helping 40 million people, 140 million people, who know the future is life. And that's the power of your life. We help to plan the future, because the future is life.
Metropolitan Life knows how important the future is to you and your family. We've been preparing hard for the future so that your Metropolitan representative is qualified to help you prepare for it better. Because the better prepared you are, the better your future will be.
And that's the power of your life. We help to plan the future, because the future is life.
I didn't tell Zia I wasn't working for Walden any longer because, knowing Walden, I knew he wouldn't turn down the kind of business I had in my pocket. My commission would be somewhere around $7,500, exclusive of what Walden made for overriding it. I swaggered into his office and we drew up another contract. 3 days later, I called Zia at home.
I must talk to you about the project again.
What, you haven't changed your mind?
I don't want to discuss it over the phone. If you could meet me this afternoon, why not drive with me to Palm Springs? We can talk on the way.
Boy, oh, this is the way to do business. I've never been out this way before.
About that annuity, Dean, I want it in the name of Constance Niles.
I thought it was for you.
Of course it's for me. I simply want it in another name. Is it so wicked to want to save taxes?
No, but I doubt the insurance company will issue to a false name. And Internal Revenue has laws, too.
All right. But I think I can convince you. If not, perhaps I'll have to cancel the policy.
Just checking out the way Zia was built, I didn't need much coaxing. The hideaway was several miles outside of Palm Springs. A sprawling desert adobe, the same color as the sand surrounding it. The place was closed up. No servants were there or anybody. The small cottage, as she called it, was actually a vast ranch house, complete with air conditioning. Zia opened a bottle of champagne and another of brandy and mixed French 75s. We sat on the patio beside the swimming pool, watching the mysterious blue desert night come down. The moon was a huge incandescent globe that pulverized the heavens with powdered light. The whole scene was totally surreal. I couldn't believe what was happening. Boy, oh, she was really some tomato. By the time we left Palm Springs for Los Angeles the next day, Zia had me convinced. Convinced that if I didn't change the name on the annuity to Constance Niles, I'd lose the sale and never see her again. And I didn't intend to do either. Hi, I'm back.
And just in time. Kilroy says you're fired if you don't show up tonight. And after all the humiliation I had to go through to get you the job.
I know, dear.
Hey, since when have you ladies decided to run my life for me? From now on, I am running my own. I'll pack my stuff and get out.
Where are you going? The Century Plaza? And how much money you got?
He doesn't have $10.
And he'll spend that out chasing girls. It's a good thing he's got you, Beth, to keep an eye on him.
Dean, why don't you move back into number 9? Stella can move in with me.
Oh, please. Knock it off. So I moved into number 9, and Stella started camping with Beth. Until my insurance commission came through, I still needed the tips from the parking lot. There was a lousy band playing that night, and business was slow, so I didn't make much money, but at least I kept most of my sweat inside my body. Stella got a ride from that same guy as last time, but in a different car. A shiny new domestic model, about a half a block long, and Kilroy was plenty teed off.
Hey, Dean, looky here. I guess I fixed that creep. Took it right out of his glove compartment.
Kilroy, that's a gun.
Yeah, real pretty, ain't it? Yaffee Kush don't go into those cheap stuff.
Yaffee Kush?
Yeah, the jerk driving Stella home big time, big shot, syndicate. This has got to be worth at least $50.
Are you out of your mind? You stole a gun from him? He'll come back looking for it.
Nah, he's got plenty more. Hey, Dean, be on time tomorrow now, will you?
Hey, Kilroy, look at that broad.
Where?
Over there, across the street.
I don't see no broad.
Oh, you missed her. She's gone now. Well, see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I couldn't let Kilroy keep that gun. He was an all right guy, and I didn't want to see him getting snuffed for something so dumb. So while he was looking across the street, I lifted the gun from his saddlebag. After he was gone, I put it in a paper bag, and I hid it in the bushes by the club. Let's see, that was Friday night. I called in sick on Saturday, and Sunday the club's closed. I was in Bungalow 9 about 10:30 Sunday night, washing out my drip-dry shirt when... Yeah?
Hi, Sport.
Stella? Out. Out!
Gee, it's nice to be alone at last. Beth's gone to a movie.
Stella, go back to Beth's place. You know what she'd think if she found you here.
Oh, Pooh, I wouldn't want to hurt Beth. We're dear friends. But you did break up with her, didn't you?
Do you have anything cooking on the stove?
No. Why?
Well, in that case, Beth's bungalow is on fire.
Maybe all you know about batteries is that they're necessary to start your car. And you want one that will start and start and start your car. That's just what the Delco Energizer was designed to do. It supplies a super burst of power instantaneously to start a car in almost any weather. Get a Delco battery for your car. Look for the red, white, and blue Delco sign.
Well, the more you know, the more you want Delco. The more you know, the more you want Delco.
There was a time when people thought there really was a fountain of youth, and that it was possible to turn iron into gold, the thing some people used to believe. Even today, there are people who still think all aspirin is alike, but the fact is all aspirin is not alike. Bayer tested its aspirin against every leading brand. The test showed for quality, Bayer is superior. Remember, as with all medicines, read and follow label directions carefully. When you get a headache, get Bayer, the better quality aspirin.
I guess it was the most excitement they'd had in the neighborhood for some time. All those sirens and flashing red lights brought people together who hadn't seen each other in years. Actually, the fire wasn't that bad. The cops seemed to think the blaze was a cover-up for something else, maybe robbery. They noted that the furniture was smashed and the drawers emptied out. As far as Stella and I could see, nothing was missing, so they wrote it up as a stock case of teenage vandalism. After they'd gone, does Yaffe Kush know you live here?
Of course not.
Then how have you been getting home? On a magic carpet?
For your information, Mr. Cush is a gentleman, which is more than I can say for you. He calls me a cab whenever I want to come home.
It never occurred to you he might own the cab company?
Mr. Cush is in the machine business, Mr. Smarty.
Sure he is. Slot machines, vending machines, political machines.
Oh, I hate you.
Oh, hate me later. Help me clean up this mess before Beth gets home. I didn't come right out and say to Stella that I thought Yaffe Kush had been there looking for his missing gun and tried to burn the place down when he couldn't find it. The next day, I went to see Walden about any late developments in the Florenzia Monte, Constance Niles deal.
Ah, Quinn, yeah, come in.
Back to the old drawing board, I see.
I just can't seem to give it up or beat the damn thing.
You ever consider cheating?
Oh, there's a letter for you. It's from Chicago.
It's a photostat of Etta Rhines and Charlie Martin's marriage license.
Still plugging away, eh, Quinn?
Another bummer. Etta Rhines' father was Henry Rhine. So and I don't even know if I can find out, if Henry Rhine and Edgar Rhine were brothers, that would make Helen Martin, wherever she is, Edgar's grandniece, not his granddaughter.
So what? We're off the Rhine case anyway.
Yeah. Well, there's still my insurance commission.
Hello?
Zia, it's Mia. Clean Dean. It's all set.
Wonderful. I'll be out by Palm Springs tomorrow. What do you say we meet at the Hideaway? 8 o'clock? We'll have a private little party in honor of the event.
Boy, that sounds terrific. I'll bring the papers.
I'll bring the money. $250,000 in cash.
Cash?
This box in the trunk of the car. Besides, a cashier's check would involve a bank, and I don't see where it's any of their business. Do you?
Well, no, I guess you're right. See you at 8.
Bye now.
The next morning, I rented a car and drove all over town to make sure everything was in perfect running condition. At 6 o'clock, I couldn't sit any longer. I made sure I had the papers, and... Oh, no. No, why now? Why me?
Want me to start?
No.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I can't kill myself without fumes.
You can use my car. I won't need it tonight.
Oh, girl, you do that for me? I was almost to the freeway when I thought of something. Bringing all that cash back with me could be dangerous. So I turned up Wilcox and headed towards Sunset and the Strip. Kilroy wasn't there yet, so nobody recognized me when I went looking in the bushes. I found the paper bag with Yoppie's gun, then headed out for Palm Springs. A bit late, but on my way. I thought I could make up some lost time out on the open road, but I made a wrong turn, and I was halfway to Indio before a gas station attendant straightened me out. It was almost 9:30 when I made the turn onto the long dirt road. I threaded my set of wheels into the 5-car garage attached to the house. The garage was empty except for the stodgy, square, conservative coupe she had driven down in. I parked beside it and got out. As I walked past the car, I remembered the cosmetics case locked in the trunk. Pretty baby. $250,000. I'll take real good care of you. Hello? Zia, it's Mia! I walked from the garage around the house to the main entrance. The wind was up. I dodged a tumbleweed that blew across the lawn. The desert cools off fast at night. I hoped it hadn't cooled her off towards me. The lights were on in the living room, so she was here like she'd promised. I punched the doorbell. I stood there quite a while, but no one answered. I was getting impatient, both for Zia and my commission. 33% of nothing is nothing. I knocked on the door, just one little rap, and it swung open. Anyone here? At ease, dry your tears. Dean's here. Hello, anyone home? The living room was empty. Also the dining room, the library, sunrooms, kitchen, and the game room. The whole joint was deserted. I opened the sliding glass door and stepped outside to the patio and pool. The outdoor lights were off, and it was plenty dark. Almost concealed in the darkness by the side of the pool nearest to me, something was bobbing in the water. I stepped to the edge of the pool to take a better look. Oh, boy, Zia stared up at me from the water. Her eyes and her mouth were wide open, and her hair was matted to the side of her head. Except for the features of her face and the curled fingers of one outstretched hand, her body was suspended a few inches beneath the surface. I didn't have a chance to see any more because, without warning, my arms were pinned behind me and some ape had his hands around my throat. There were two of them, but I couldn't see who they were. Then I got zapped upside my head. Oh! Like I told you, if you're not careful, you can get killed.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, the Heir Hunters. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Metropolitan Life Insurance, Delco Batteries, and Bear Aspirin. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's sound portrait of an unlikely hero. The Heir Hunters. Starring Ken Berry, Joanne Worley, and Edgar Bergen. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
State Farm Insurance, Holiday Inns, and the makers of V8 Juice. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Dean Quinn first left New York for California for his health. He hadn't any. But once out west, he found other reasons to stay. One, Beth Temple, Gurlo to Dean. Two, his discovery of a hidden fortune salted away, waiting to be claimed. And three, the search to find Helen Martin, the rightful heir to the money. If it were only as simple as 1, 2, 3 for Dean Quinn. He's found the source of the money to have been smuggled drugs. He alone knows the location of a gun stolen from Yafi Kush, a well-known underworld figure. And he made a deal to sell an insurance policy to a wealthy, beautiful foreign woman named Lorenzia Monte. They would have meet at her desert retreat in Palm Springs. What Dean Quinn didn't plan on was the fact that when he got there, she'd be dead. Nor did he expect someone would knock him unconscious and throw him in the swimming pool to drown. Whatever happened to Helen Martin? What's going to happen to Dean Quinn? The conclusion of the Heir Hunters follows after this word.
There was a time when the rivers, the earth, and the sky of America were pure. A time when the only American was the Indian. Today, America is suffering from pollution, but the problem isn't hopeless. We can protect the natural beauty of America if you get involved. Something as simple as using the fuel rated most efficient for the engine of your car, or planting trees to help purify the air and prevent soil erosion, or starting a compost heap instead of burning leaves or trash. People start pollution. People can stop it. This message has been brought to you on behalf of Keep America Beautiful and this station.
Zia, honey, speak to me. Oh, what am I doing? She's dead. I gotta get out of here. Somebody tried to kill me. Why me? Why try to murder good old Dean Quinn? Oh, boy, if the cops find me here with a place looking like this and Zia deep sixed in the pool, it'll look like I did it. They'd say I killed her. Why, of course, that's the frame. I'm supposed to have robbed her, killed her, and then fallen in and drowned. Why me? Wait a minute. Am I leaving anything behind? What did I bring with me? Papers, insurance. Yeah, I got them. A little wet, but Boy, I'll catch pneumonia for sure. There must be a rag or something in the car I can dry my hair with. Oh, no. Yappy Cush's gun. I gotta get rid of it. There. That takes care of that. I gotta get out of here. On the highway, heading back to L.A., I was swerving from side to side. I could barely see the road. But somehow I made it back to the El Cairo. I must have, because I came to, stretched out on the overstuffed sofa, covered with warm blankets and supporting an ice bag on my aching skull. Beth was watching me anxiously. She tried to smile, but wasn't very successful.
Dean?
Oh, Gerlo, what time is it?
Not quite 3. In the morning.
How did I get here? Where's your car?
Lie back. Now, I thought you'd had an accident. The car's fine.
I've got to hide it.
Hide it? What for? What happened? Did you run someone over with the car?
Deanie! What happened to your head? You look awful.
Thanks. I thought I'd change my hairstyle. Widen the part. Stella, did you see Yafi Kush at the club tonight? Was he around?
No. Did he beat you up?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Dean, tell me what happened with the car.
I'll tell you after I move it.
No, you stay put. You're in no condition to drive.
I'll move it. Where do you want it?
Well, see if there's a space in the bushes.
Well, that's dumb.
Go on, move it.
Do as he says, Stella, dear.
Well, all right.
Did the killers take the money?
I don't know. I really don't. I was too scared to even think about it. I didn't even look in her car.
Are you going to the police?
I guess. Tell them what I know. Oh, but first I ought to see Walden. They might go looking for him.
Where'll you find him at this time of night?
Yeah. Guess I'll wait till morning. You got any aspirin? Walden was pretty upset when I told him. Upset, angry, evasive, and frightened.
I wash my hands of the whole thing, understand? But, Dean, try to make it as easy on me in the office, will you?
I won't promise. It's my neck. Now, if the police think I'm broke, a bum, they'll give me a hard time. But if you back me up and say that I work for you, legitimately, well, I'll be careful what I say.
I'll do it.
Outside Walden's office was one of those little coin boxes that sell newspapers. The late morning edition carried the headline, "Foreign Beauty Slain in Pool." Not much about Zia. The medical examiner hadn't determined as yet if she died by strangulation or drowning, but he set the time of death at approximately 8 p.m. There were signs of a fight, and an unidentified gun had been found outside the house. Nothing stolen from the house, and nothing about finding $250,000 in the car. I decided to go back to Beth's and have a drink.
Hold it. He just walked in. Dean, you're wanted on the phone.
Oh, great timing. Hello, this is Quinn. Who is this?
Ain't important to know, but what I got to say is, you listening?
Well, I'm listening.
You've been lucky, but don't push it too far.
Oh, who, me? I just blew into town.
Oh, I know. I've been reading the papers. I see where maybe you ain't talked to anyone yet, which is a very smart thing to do, not to talk to anybody about your swimming partner.
But the cops will be looking for me. My fingerprints are all over the place.
I don't want to have to do nothing drastic if I can help it. Too much of a coincidence, you know?
Yes, I know.
So here's what you do. You tell the cops you arrived at the house at 4 in the afternoon. You were there just long enough to get her to sign a floater insurance policy. They already found an airplane ticket in her purse for Hawaii and points west good for next week. She needed a policy to protect her stuff on the trip. A guy named Herman Spender drove you down.
I don't know any Herman Spender.
You do now. Besides, another guy driving an Ace laundry truck saw you. You're out of the jam, Quinn. There's no sweat.
Maybe I ought to just leave town. I don't like it here much anyway.
Oh, you're stupid. You're stupid, Quinn. If the cops don't find you, I do. And you wouldn't want anything to happen to that big, gorgeous redhead, would you?
You wouldn't.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
Agent Bill Rich of Logan, Utah, explains why State Farm Mutual is the world's largest car insurer.
This is what the consumer feels, and you know that if a consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. And if you're not competitive in both of these areas and do the job, the customer is not going to rate them where they have. We're number one. We only got there because we were most competitive, or as competitive as anyone, and because we're there to serve.
Service and price. That's what car insurance value is all about. And there are two good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is
I had a strong hunch the phone call was from Yafi Kush. He could have gotten Beth's number when he came by and set the fire. Some Boy Scout he'd make. Well, if it was Kush, he could rip off Beth and me whenever he wanted. We were sitting ducks. Unless there was some way I could convince him that he needed us around. After some of her usual hemming and hawing, Stella gave me Cush's home address, an apartment on Wilshire. A houseboy let me into the Wilshire apartment. A very plush pad indeed. Yafi Kush and two men were playing gin.
Well, look who's here. Mark Spitz.
Mr. Kush, sir, did you phone me this morning?
Me? Phone you?
I think you should know that I've written out a complete report. Everything I know about Zia Monte's murder. A person you don't know will turn it over to the sheriff if anything happens to me or Beth Temple.
Why, you telling me it's none of my business. Hey, you know, I got a hunch, though. You keep your nose clean, nothing's going to happen to you or your girlfriend. Say, do you play bridge?
Sometimes. I'm not very good.
Hey, you guys, we got a fourth for bridge. Quinn, meet Herman Spende. He's the one with the red face. The other one is Frankie Amador. He owns Ace Laundry Company. Sit down.
I'd really like to stay, but I shouldn't be here after 8 o'clock. Someone who knows where I am might start wondering.
Are you bluffing? Yeah, maybe not. All right, Quinn. Beat it. I don't want to see your mug in here again.
Dean, the news is on TV.
Okay, coming.
This is Ken Jones with the Late Night News. With us is Riverside County Sheriff Richard Durham, who will give us the latest developments concerning the murder of Florenzia Monte in Palm Springs. Sheriff, has the gun found at the scene of the murder been identified yet?
Not yet, Ken, but we've had several other important news breaks. We located a safety deposit box in Palm Springs under Miss Monte's name and got a court order to open it. Inside it, we found 3 United States passports in the names of Ramona Randa, Constance Niles, and Helen Martin.
Helen Martin? I knew it.
But none for Florenzia Monte?
No. We have determined that 2 of them were forgeries. The Helen Martin passport is authentic.
Is it your theory, Sheriff, that Florenzia was using these other names as an alias?
You better believe she was.
Well, we can't prove it yet. However, we also found 2 paid-up annuities, each for $250,000. One is made out to Helen Martin, the other to Ramona Randa.
And none for Constance Niles?
I've got that one, and you're not getting it.
No.
Please, Dean, I can't hear.
We haven't found an annuity for Constance Niles yet. But we want to know more about Miss Monte. She was in this country on an Italian passport, supposedly on business. We intend to find out more about both her personal and business affairs.
Sheriff, you mentioned another development just before we went on.
Yes. Miss Monte also maintained a house in Los Angeles. All the phones in the house were bugged.
That does it.
Does what?
Zia Monte was Helen Martin. Helen's was the only authentic passport in the bunch. If Zia had been able to buy that annuity for Constance Niles from me, she'd have had an income of about $30,000 a year for life, including the annuities made out to Helen Martin and Ramona Randa. But where did Zia, or Helen, get the bread to live like she did and still stash away $750,000 to buy the annuities?
Dean, Do you think there might be a bug on my phone?
No, don't be silly. Who'd bug your phone?
That man who called and threatened you.
The next afternoon, the phone company sent a man out to check Beth's phone. No taps, of course. It was clean. I watched the repairman dial the automatic ringback number to show the line was working again. Then, that night, I went to work, but Kilroy didn't show up at the club. The manager said Kilroy had quit that day and wasn't coming back. I started jockeying the cars by myself, but as the evening wore on and Stella didn't appear, I began to worry. Finally, I parked the car by a fire plug, jumped in a taxi, and went back to El Cairo. I looked around, trying to spot Yaffe's car on the street. I didn't see it. Beth's bungalow was dark, except for one lamp in the living room. I made like a scout and peeped through the window. Beth and Stella were seated in front of the television set. I heaved a sigh of relief and went in. I knocked off early. Well, say something.
I'll say it for them, Quinn. Welcome home.
You're dining out. Get together with Holiday Inn. Good food, good friends, together.
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow, it sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. Mm-hmm. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
I knew it wouldn't be long before Yaffe and one of his gorillas came by. Spender, the guy with the red face, had to be the ugliest guy of all time, but I wasn't about to inform him of that fact. Yaffe Kush was no beauty himself, but at least you wouldn't expect to see him swinging through trees on a vine.
Good to see you, Quinn.
It's good to see you too, Mr. Kush. Well, it looks like you've got your 4 for bridge. I guess I'll be moving along.
Spender.
Oh, wow.
Darling, you're hurt. Let me help you up.
That's all right. I needed some dental work anyway.
Oh, Quinn, that wasn't smart to plant my rod for the fuss to find. It was clean, never used on a job. I even had a permit for it.
Gun?
The one I keep in the glove compartment of my car. You and that other grease jockey were the only ones who could get to it. I seen him this afternoon. He sang a whole opera. Why did you try to frame me for that Monty broad?
Who, me?
It was a mistake, Quinn, a big mistake. Spender? Oh. You and that Monty floozy, both a couple of double-crossing thieves. You had it coming. Right, Spender?
Stop that! Let me go!
Oh, relax, lady. Why are you looking at your watch, Quinn? You ain't going no place ever again.
Well, in that case, I better call Sheriff Durham and tell him not to bother to call me at midnight like I told him to.
Hey, put that phone down. Spender!
Stop it this instant!
Lady, you gotta learn to relax. Hang up the phone, Spender. Quinn. Oh, Quinn, I'm afraid that was your last mistake.
Sheriff, Yaffe Kush is here. Got a gun.
Oh, forget it, Spender. It's sour. The sheriff knows we're here. Let's get out of here.
Well, it's not funny.
Durham never called. I dialed a 4-number code. When I hung up, the phone automatically rings back. See? I saw the repairman do it this morning. As soon as I was in condition to get up off the floor, which was early morning, I lost no time getting down to Palm Springs to see Sheriff Durham. I told him all I knew, really leveled.
Well, we just got confirmation on your alibi from the gas station attendant in Indio.
And don't forget, I drove out to the club to get Cush's gun, which took me about another half hour. It was nearly 9:30 when I got to Zia's place.
What you've told me, Quinn, should clear you, and it fits in with what we've already pieced together. Helen Martin, a.k.a. Zia Monte. She was a courier for the mob.
Really? A sweet little girl like that?
Right. She met those syndicate characters in Europe when she was going to school there. They set her up as a front to invest black money. Illegal funds. Got her papers in Rome as Florenzia Monte to represent their investment coming over here. All supposedly legit. So the government couldn't trace the money, where it came from.
They bugged her phones because they didn't trust her?
They don't trust anyone. Florenzia Monte got the idea to do some skimming, disappear with her own annuities. When the big bosses found out, Yaffe Kush got his orders to stop her. And he did. But don't worry about him. That's been taken care of.
Boy, oh, that's the best news I've heard in a long time. On my way back from Palm Springs, I stopped in at Walden's office to let him know everything worked out, and he was off the hook. So you see, Mr. Walden, Florenzia Monte was Helen Martin. She blew the whole thing because she was the missing heiress all along. She just got hung up in her own greed. Mr. Walden, are you listening?
Jack of diamonds, 10 of clubs, jack of clubs. Do you see this, Quinn? Do you see? I've done it.
Well, congratulations.
I win. And I owe it all to you. Look what deck I used. Get a load of that queen of spades.
Is this letter for me?
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. It's been sitting here for a few days.
Well, keep plugging away, Mr. Walden. If I had the time, I'd stay and teach you how to play cribbage. Goodbye. When I got back to El Cairo Court, the girls were waiting for me. Beth nearly fractured my bruised ribs hugging me. And then I told them what Sheriff Durham had already figured out.
But what about Yaffe Kush? Will he talk? Confess?
Well, Durham thinks so, because Yaffe did find the $250,000 in the trunk of the car and held out. Didn't tell his bosses. That's why he didn't want me to talk. Let the news out. He figures he's got a better chance to survive with Sheriff Durham than he does with the mob.
He seemed like such a nice guy. And such a gorgeous car.
Well, I suppose you'll be going back to New York.
Yeah, me too. I'm tired of selling cigarettes. I'm going to be a social worker.
Oh, and wreck what's left of the Big Apple? Well, Stella, you can have it. I don't really want to be a lawyer anyway.
What will you do?
Oh, I don't know, girl. I thought maybe I'd go into apartment management.
Oh, Dean, how romantic.
We can scratch out a living some way. Beth, you're the only girl for me. Ow, you're hurting me.
What's this? This envelope in your pocket. It was sticking me.
This? Oh, I completely forgot about it. Yeah, it's postmarked Morro Bay. Stats of birth certificates. Beth, get that old photograph. Edgar Rhine and the two guys with him.
Oh, you mean the one with Ed Hack and Tony on the back?
Right.
It's right here.
Well, what did you say your mother's maiden name was?
Tully. Josephine Tully. Why?
Girl, you have just answered the $100,000 question. Do you know who this Tony is? The one with Edgar and Henry Rhine?
No, who?
He's Anthony Tully, your grandfather. Half-brother to Edgar Rhine. That makes you Edgar Rhine's half-grandniece. His only surviving heir. Oh, you're worth a fortune. And just when I was going to make you a poor but honest woman. Oh, girl,
oh, boy-o.
Now, be careful.
Hey, anyone here know where I can borrow the money for bus fare to New York?
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
That concludes this week's production of the Zero Hour. Bill S. Ballinger's The Heir Hunters. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to the Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by State Farm Insurance, Holiday Inns, and V8 Juice. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tobias Wells' neo-Gothic tale of small-town terror. A Die in the Country. Starring Peter Marshall, Susan Strasberg, and Andrew Duggan. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Big Red Chewing Tobacco and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
We all know that city living has become increasingly troublesome. Our cities are crowded, high-pitched, and in many instances dangerous. No one knows that better than the cop. This week, a story of a handsome young couple in search of rural peace and quiet. Newt Severson, detective first grade, Boston Police. Married 1 year. Wife Brenda, 7 months pregnant. They've heard so much about the beauty of life in the quaint New England countryside. The picturesque 3-story Victorian house in the placid little college town of Wellesley seems the answer to their dream until they meet their neighbors, until they hear the town gossip and find themselves in the middle of a nightmare. Their story, A Die in the Country, begins after this word.
VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America.
I started out as a business major in college. I graduated as a business major. I got into VISTA because I wanted to really do something. I chose this as my line, and when I'm getting into it, it changed my whole life. I went through cultural shock. I found out what types of people really need the help and what's really happening in our country in the back areas. There is so much to be done. But I could say that if a person anywhere has an interest in doing something, there are programs for them. VISTA is one viable means, but there's so many ways of really getting involved with people. VISTA gave me my first start to work with the problems happening in this country and to really get down to earth and work with the people that need it.
Volunteer for VISTA. VISTA is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Picture this. A small New England town. green rolling hills. Tidy houses along quiet tree-lined streets. Respectable facades covering what manner of guilty secrets. A Cadillac glides solemnly around the corner, purrs to a stop in front of an empty 3-story Victorian house with silent shuttered windows.
Well, there it is, just as I described it.
It's kind of odd looking, isn't it? I mean, it seems off balance. It's so tall and narrow with that high peaked roof.
3 stories, Victorian architecture. It's most picturesque, but thoroughly modernized. The most up-to-date plumbing and wiring throughout. And as you can see, freshly painted, and the new porch was just finished. Come along. I'll show you everything.
Brenda was right. The house looked odd. Like the kind of house a child might draw. An oblong box set on end with a pointed roof on top. There was a big window in the front with small panes, and a cement and cinder block porch around 2 sides with a wrought iron railing. The shutters were dark green, and there was a post lantern at the end of the driveway, a pair of coach lanterns flanking the front door. A spacious yard and lots of trees and shrubbery. Mynheer, our cat, would find it a whole new lease on life after his cloister days in a Boston apartment.
It's a great deal of house and ground for the money.
I agree. What's wrong with it?
As I said, the owner has a sudden transfer out of town and must sacrifice. The reduced price bears no reflection on the condition of the property.
It's really quite rustic.
Oh, yes. Why, you even have a little patch of real woods on one side.
This yard would be the devil to mow.
It's nice and private. You can barely see the house next door through all that shrubbery.
That place looks a little neglected. What kind of neighbors come with the house?
Oh, that's Mercy Bird's place.
Mercy Bird?
She's a writer, mystery stories.
Really?
Yes, lives alone there since her mother died, and keeps pretty much to herself. She'll not be any bother to you, I'm sure.
Sounds like fun living next door to a mystery writer.
And you have a very distinguished neighbor across the street. Rudolph Wharton lives there.
Sorry, but who's Rudolph Wharton?
Oh, of course. You wouldn't know being from out of town. He's one of our selectmen. And I imagine he owns nearly half of Wellesley's most valuable real estate.
I stand impressed.
Come along. I'll show you inside the house. Truthfully, Mr. Severson, there aren't too many houses in Wellesley in your price range.
I was ready to say we'd try someplace else in that case. I could feel my hackles rising. You see, I have very sensitive hackles. But Brenda tugged at my sleeve as Mrs. Maynard turned the key in the lock and opened the door.
A creaking door, just the right Victorian touch.
Our spring rain. A little oil will take care of that.
As Mrs. Maynard led us around like sheep to the slaughter, Brenda exclaimed over all the pluses while I ticked off all the minuses.
A winding staircase. Oh, it's just what I've always wanted.
The woodwork needs repainting.
3 big bedrooms, imagine.
2 of them are going to have to be repapered.
And a bathroom off each one.
There isn't any John on the first floor. But as we followed in the wake of Mrs. Maynard's grand tour, treading on bright blue wool all the way, we came together on the view from the 3rd floor studio bedroom. It was strictly as advertised.
You see, I wasn't exaggerating a bit, was I?
Oh, it's just lovely.
Yeah, the view's great. I have to admit that.
And the bathroom has just been retiled. It's well heated.
I just love it, honey. What do you think?
Well, it needs a lot of work. I mean, I don't know when I'd have the time. Maybe we'd better keep looking. 1 week later, we signed the purchase and sales agreement. And 1 month later, we moved in. When you're in love with your wife and she's 7 months pregnant, if she asks for the moon, you'd see what you could do.
Don't worry, darling. We'll take our time. And it'll be fun making it really ours.
Mynheer seems to have made it his with no problem. The second I let him out, he streaked off into the woods.
Oh, this is going to be a beautiful place for the baby. All this grass and trees and lovely peace and quiet.
It's downright bucolic.
Well, Newt, you do like it, too, don't you?
Honey, it's going to be just what the doctor ordered for a tired city detective after slaving all day over a hot murder.
Here you can leave murder to our next-door neighbor.
What? Oh, Mercy Bird, the mystery writer.
I wonder what she's like.
So far, we've yet to get a look at any of our neighbors.
They're being thoughtful, I imagine, giving us time to get settled.
I still don't think it was too wise taking on a big move like this just before the babies do.
Oh, it's just the thing. It'll keep me busy. No time to mope.
Mope? About what?
About looking like an old sack of lumpy potatoes, that's what.
Oh. Hey, honey, let's let all these boxes go hang for the rest of the night. What do you say we try out our new fireplace? Take a little of the evening chill out of our new house. Right now, I feel like cuddling up in front of a cozy fire with an old sack of lumpy potatoes in my lap.
You've been reading up on the care and handling of lumpy pregnant wives. What was that?
What was what?
I heard something at the door. I think someone's out there.
Oh, for Pete's sake, it's probably just the cat. I forgot he was out. Relax, darling. I'll let him in. I thought so. Come on in, Mynheer. Hey, wait a minute. What have you got there? Hey, what's he got in his mouth?
Oh, Newt, it's a squirrel.
You mean what's left of a squirrel? Well, I guess we'll have to expect things like that. I mean, living out in the country.
Oh, Newt, get it away. I think I'm going to be sick.
Here's your favorite country music group, the Osmond Brothers, singing for your favorite chewing tobacco, Big Red. How sweet it is.
Working on the big machines, building that road. How sweet it is with Big Red. Running down the highway, hauling that load. How sweet it is with Big Red. Cane poles, fishing holes, boys out shagging flies. Swings, check your game, standing, dropping lies. Anything you care to do, Big Red goes along. How sweet it is with Big Red. Life around here, how sweet it is, and this is the chewing tobacco that goes along with it. Sweet chewing Big Red. Big Red has a taste of its own that keeps on tasting smooth and satisfying the whole chew through. Try Big Red chewing tobacco. How sweet it is with Big Red.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Don't you know that only you can do it? Make it happen. Don't you know that only you can do it? We've made such a wonderful start at controlling the ills of the heart. But we've got to finish the things we begin, and that's where you come in.
Supporting the work of your heart association, that's where you come in. We haven't conquered heart disease yet. It's still the country's #1 killer. But we are making progress. It takes time. It takes money. The researchers and doctors are putting in the time. The money? That must come from you. After all.
Don't you know that only you can do it? Make it happen. Only you can help to see us through it. So won't you give to your heart from generously?
I found it took me longer to commute from Boston to Wellesley than I'd figured. I'd landed smack in the middle of outgoing commuter traffic at 6 p.m., and while the pike moved well, the arteries on and off it were going slow. By the time I finally got home, I was on the irritated side, and finding a strange car parked in the middle of the driveway blocking my way did not improve my disposition. What the devil?
Newt, we're in the kitchen.
Who was we, I wondered. At the moment, I wasn't in the mood for anybody. I made my way through the boxes of books and bric-a-brac in the living room into the kitchen where Brenda and a middle-aged woman with bleached blonde hair sat over coffee in the middle of boxes of pots and pans and dishes.
Darling, this is Mrs. Parsons.
You will have to forgive my coming before you've had a chance to settle, Mr. Severson. But it's rather my job. I'm the official town greeter.
Mrs. Parsons has brought us all kinds of lovely little gifts.
Goodies from all our local shops. It's our way of welcoming you to our little community. I'm sure you're going to find it a lovely place to live.
Thank you. I think we'll enjoy it fine if we ever get some of this confusion cleared away.
Well, this is a beautiful old house. And like most old houses in New England do, it has its share of history.
Really?
Well, you know, of course, that Catherine Lee Bates once lived here.
Catherine Lee Bates?
She wrote America the Beautiful.
Oh, no, isn't that exciting?
And Monsignor Davis actually died in one of the bedrooms upstairs.
Died?
Oh, don't worry. It was of perfectly natural causes. He was 88.
Well, that explains it.
But then I imagine you're far more interested in hearing about the living people of Wellesley, particularly your immediate neighbors.
I imagine we'll be meeting them in time.
The Farleys, at least. In the house caddy corner across the street. They're quite congenial. But their children are something of a problem. Teenagers. Boy is a college dropout, shiftless, long hair and a beard. And their girl is only in high school and already runs around with a very fast crowd. Heading for trouble, both of them, I'm afraid.
Well, let's hope not.
Your other two neighbors are inclined to keep their distance. Mercy Bird, next door, is a writer. I don't think a soul in town has ever been inside her house. And I'm sure you've heard of Mr. Wharton across the street.
Yes, we have.
He keeps quite to himself since his wife disappeared.
Disappeared?
Well, I don't mean in that sense exactly. Still, she did leave very suddenly, and no one seems to know where she went.
Mrs. Parsons, are you implying that we have a town mystery on our hands? Perhaps a body buried in the cellar?
Oh, good heavens, no, nothing like that. Why, Rudolph Wharton is Wellesley's most prominent citizen.
My husband didn't mean that seriously, Mrs. Parsons.
Oh, of course. You are a detective in the city, aren't you, Mr. Severson? I suppose detectives have their little jokes like all of us.
I suppose so, Mrs. Parsons, but right now I'm afraid I'm just a tired city detective, so if you'll excuse me,
Oh, as a matter of fact, I must be running along. I'm afraid I sometimes overextend these little welcoming calls of mine.
Oh, not at all. It's been just lovely meeting you.
I'll see you to your car. Mine's in your way. I was sure Mrs. Parsons had elected herself Wellesley's official greeter. It was the ideal job for the town gossip.
Now, don't be too hard on her. It was nice to have someone to talk to. She didn't really say anything harmful. She wasn't catty.
Speaking of cats, have you seen ours?
He made a beeline for the woods again. I just hope he doesn't bring home any more surprises.
Honey, cats are hunters. It's their nature. Now, Minehair just never had a chance to do his thing before.
He's always been such a gentle house cat. I never thought of him as a predatory animal.
Well, he is. He just can't help it, that's all.
Yes, he can. That's like saying that killers have to kill.
They're two different things entirely.
That's Minehair. It sounds like he's in trouble.
Maybe this time he got hold of something too big for him. Now, you close your eyes until I see what it is.
Whatever it is, don't let him bring it in.
Well, hello there. It's all right, honey. It's only a dog, I think.
I'm afraid my Algernon scared off your cat. He didn't mean to. Algernon loves cats. He's very affectionate, but he just doesn't realize how big he is.
And I imagine our cat will learn to stay out of his way.
I just wanted you to know that Algernon won't hurt him in any event. Algie wouldn't hurt a fly.
I'm afraid that's more than can be said for our cat.
I'm Newt Severson, and this is my wife, Brenda.
Oh, delighted. I'm Mercy Bird, your next-door neighbor.
Oh, we're very happy to meet you.
You're a detective, I hear.
You're a mystery writer, I understand.
One thing sure about this town, it's a grapevine. I may have some questions to ask you sometime, Mr. Severson. Do you mind?
Questions?
Research for my stories?
Oh, sure, if it's something I know.
Well, it's going to come in handy having a detective right next door.
Look, isn't that another of our neighbors, Mr. Wharton, the select man?
That's him, all right.
The grapevine slipped up this time. Distinguished isn't the word. Handsome would be better.
Well, he's a looker, all right. I'll give you that.
You sound as though you don't like Mr. Wharton very much, Miss Bird.
Call me Mercy. I never stand on ceremony. And as for Mr. Wharton, you're right. I don't like the man very much, not at all, in fact. Now, come on, Algernon, come on. Let's finish our walk. Let our neighbor's cat get home in peace.
Come by again, won't you?
Oh, I will. Algernon insists on his walks. Ta-ta.
Goodbye, Miss Bird. Mercy. Quite a character.
Oh, I like her.
So do I. But I wonder why she doesn't like the handsome, distinguished Mr. Wharton. When my first 2 days off came up, I had already managed to deal with most of the boxes. Confusion was gradually changing into order, and Brenda was busy at the sewing machine making new curtains for the big picture window. So I decided on a few hours busman's holiday and went downtown to look in on Wellesley's police station. There was an officer there named Dennehy that I once worked a case with.
Great to see you again, Severson. What brings you out to Wellesley? Official business?
No, we moved here, my wife and I. An old remodeled house on House Street.
Yes, I think I know the one. It's right across the street from...
Ralph Wharton, right.
Right.
He's really Mr. Big in this town, isn't he?
Oh, he owns half of it. A block of stores, a medical building, a rest home, you name it. Say, it may turn out to be a handy thing for us. You're living right across the street from Wharton.
How's that?
Well, you can keep your eyes open. Somebody's got a big hate-on for that guy. He's been getting a series of poison pen letters ever since his wife left him last January.
Hate mail?
Uh-huh.
I heard Mrs. Wharton just disappeared. Nobody knows where she is.
The rumor factory. The truth is she went to California to live with her sister. We have a letter from her confirming this.
Confirming it? Why was that necessary?
Those letters Wharton's been getting. Wait a minute. I'll show you a photostat of one of them. You see? They're always pasted up words, cut from newspapers and postmarked from the next town over. Natick. Here, you want to read it?
You may think you can get away with your wife's murder, Rudolph Wharton, but you can't. I won't let you. Signed, The Great I. The Great I? Sounds like somebody's playing a joke.
You're new to Wellesley, my friend. Nobody, but I mean nobody, plays a joke on Rudolph Wharton.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but, that's a high-performance automobile, and you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him, but I'm maybe going to save this guy $1, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor,
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Even if someone served them a slice of beef, they couldn't bite into it. Their teeth are too weak. I'm not talking about some people over in Africa or Asia. I'm talking about Americans. American children. It's tragic how many thousands of them are in this country whose teeth will literally rot in their mouths because they'll never receive basic dental care. They may not even own a toothbrush. What hurts is that it takes so very little for any one of us to help them. The same dollar, for instance, that buys you 2 packs of cigarettes can buy 3 American children the first toothbrushes they've ever owned. I'm Cliff Robertson. Won't you give up some cigarettes so some American children can have their first toothbrush? Send your dollar to Americans for Children's Relief, Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. $1. And, of course, if you can afford more, give more.
He asked me to keep my trained professional eye on the Wharton house for any sign of a suspicious character hanging about. It seemed that somewhere in Wellesley, a nut was running loose.
Why would anyone make an accusation that could be so easily disproved? It doesn't make any sense.
Crank letters don't have to make sense. They're a nuisance, to say the least, and any nut who writes them may be capable of of almost anything.
Well, it's probably just someone who resents Rudolph Wharton's position and power. If he were receiving a lot of anonymous love letters, I could understand it.
What about our friend Miss Bird? She apparently doesn't think of him as any paragon.
But you don't think she'd be writing him poison pen letters, do you?
It would seem more her style to just go over and tell him off. But a cop learns quickly enough not to rule out anything.
Oh, dear.
What's that for?
We moved to this lovely, peaceful little town to get away. Now you're going to be a detective even when you get home. Going to start looking at everyone with that suspicious cop nature of yours.
Now, honey.
Well, it's true.
Only when there's a reason.
Oh, there's always a reason. If you start looking for one, people aren't perfect. You can't start putting them under a microscope without seeing things that you shouldn't see.
I didn't know you felt this way about my work.
Oh, Newt, I don't mind your being a detective. I'm proud of you. But please, just try to remember that this is where we live now. It's not a police precinct. It's our home.
I know that, but I mean...
Oh, these people are our friends and neighbors, not suspects.
All right, honey. I'll remember that. Go ahead. Whoever it is, you can let them in. I promise I won't turn a light in their face and demand that they confess all.
Mercy. How nice. Come on in.
Without Algernon this time. Thought I'd spare your cat. When's the baby?
2 more months.
Got a good doctor, I hope.
Mm-hmm. A very good Boston gynecologist, Dr. Abrams.
Never heard of him. But then I never had any use for a gynecologist.
Miss Bird, Mercy, what is it about Mr. Wharton that you don't like?
Oh, Newt.
There's nothing I do like about Mr. Wharton. Nothing at all.
Why?
Because he thinks he's God Almighty. That's why.
Somehow, despite the obvious evidence of her disdain for Rudolph Wharton, and now the added fact that she visited the next town of Natick regularly, I couldn't settle on Mercy Bird as the perpetrator of the poisoned pen letters. My cop's suspicious nature notwithstanding. Mercy Bird was a character, I thought, but not a nut. There was a big difference. There was something about the atmosphere in Wellesley, however, that made me glad to get back to the routine of my police job in Boston at the end of my 2-day holiday. Captain Granger made sure my relief didn't last that long.
3, continue patrol. See the woman and family. 2337 McKinley.
How's the new place out in Wellesley, Newt?
Oh, fine, Captain, fine. We're getting slowly but surely straightened out there.
I just had a call from Chief Torrance out there.
About that poison pen letter business?
Poison pen letters? Wellesley has that going on, too?
Why? What else is up?
Obscene telephone calls. A whole epidemic of them.
What?
Yeah. That's some quiet little town you picked out for yourself, Severson.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Sir, we're asking people what they know about various organizations.
Oh, you couldn't have asked a better person. I'm a member of 8 clubs, 3 associations, 4 societies, a fraternal order, and a permanent floating crap game.
Well, then you could probably answer this. What's the Amalgamated Society for the Betterment of Society?
Oh, the ASBS. Never heard of them. But I guess it's an amalgamation of societies who've merged to help make society a better place to socialize in for everyone's betterment and so forth.
Exactly right, sir.
It was?
Now, what's the ACS?
Easy, the American Cancer Society.
And what does it do?
Well, they're involved in cancer research.
True. What else?
Public education. Like they convinced me to give up smoking and taught me the warning signals of cancer.
That and lots more. And how do they do all this?
Through contributions.
And what a spot to remind the public to send a generous check to their American Cancer Society. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime. Sir, you've been a great sport.
Oh, thanks. And could I interest you in joining the society for the prevention of double parking?
I'll join that.
Here's your whistle and your badge, and I would like to make a citizen's arrest.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. With more and more people eating poultry these days, it might be a good idea to review some basic facts on how to buy and serve poultry. First of all, remember to look for the grade shield. The highest quality is U.S. Grade A. Grade A birds are fully fleshed, meaty, and attractive in appearance. But when you bring it home, remember that all poultry is perishable. Care and cleanliness should be used in the preparation, cooking, and serving of all poultry products. Keep frozen poultry hard frozen until time to thaw, and cook it promptly after thawing. Use fresh chilled poultry within 1 to 2 days. Completely cook poultry at one time. Never partially cook, then store, and finish cooking at a later date. Leftover cooked poultry, broth, stuffing, and gravy should be separated, covered, and refrigerated. Then you'd better use it within 1 or 2 days. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, A Die in the Country. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Big Red and State Farm. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The 0 Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. 0 Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The 0 Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tobias Wells' neo-Gothic tale of small-town terror. A Die in the Country. Starring Peter Marshall, Susan Strasberg, and Andrew Duggan. In Elliott Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
It's never easy to pick up and move to a new community. There's always a necessary period of adjustment. Young Boston detective Newt Severson and his wife Brenda are now in the process of adapting to their new surroundings. They've just moved to the quiet suburban town of Wellesley to await the birth of their first child. They've settled into a recently remodeled 3-story Victorian house with a small patch of New England woods on one side and Miss Mercy Bird, mystery writer and the town recluse, on the other. Directly across the street lives Wellesley's most prominent citizen, town selectman Rudolph Wharton, subject of current gossip concerning the recent desertion of his wife. As Detective Severson soon learns, Wharton is being harassed by a series of anonymous poison pen letters accusing him of his wife's murder. Back at his desk at the Boston police station, Newt Severson finds that Precinct Captain Granger has a further crime report from Wellesley. Newt Severson is beginning to question the advisability of his move to the country, and he has yet to meet the rest of his neighbors. A Die in the Country will continue in a moment.
VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America.
I started out as a business major in college. I graduated as a business major. I got into VISTA because I wanted to really do something. I chose this as my line, and when getting into it, it changed my whole life. I went through cultural shock. I found out what types of people really need the help and what's really happening in our country in the back areas. There is so much to be done. But I could say that if a person anywhere has an interest in doing something, there are programs for them. Vista is one viable means, but there's so many ways of really getting involved with people. Vista gave me my first start to work with the problems happening in this country and to really get down to earth and work with the people that need it.
Volunteer for Vista. Vista is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
As if the threatening letters sent to Rudolph Wharton weren't enough, now we had even more to worry about.
Obscene phone calls, a whole rash of them. Seems that some kook got hold of a Wellesley phone book. The calls are occurring systematically to nearly every house in your town.
Every house?
And the caller seems to be working right through the book. Sometimes from the front of it, sometimes from the back.
What ploy does he use?
Well, he claims he's a doctor doing a survey. His research, he says, calls for answers to a number of questions. And he starts off nice enough. Pretty soon he's into the interviewee's sex life. Now, you know how it goes from there. Some of the ladies in your town are pretty upset.
I can imagine. But why did Torrance call you? What's the Boston connection?
Well, they've been tracing the calls when they could, but the caller he's been jumping all over the place. Once they thought they had him. Months ago, when the calls first started, a series of them were traced to one Wellesley number. Turned out to be a family on an extended vacation. And the nut, whoever he is, had made an entry through a cellar window. Never stole anything. He just used the phone.
Did they stake out the place?
Yeah, sure. But, of course, by then, the guy had found himself another Amici. After that, he used pay booze mostly. Once, even the telephone in the high school principal's office. And you don't know how he managed that.
Don't tell me he's operating all the way out of Boston.
Well, the latest calls have been traced to, of all places, a phone booth at the aquarium here.
This one sounds like a real weirdo.
Aren't they all? Torrance wants us to stake it out, and since you have a personal interest in the town, I thought you'd be the man to do it.
Has he established any time pattern?
Well, the caller never phones at night or on the weekend. Only those hours when most women are home alone.
That figures. Any voice description?
Nobody seems to agree. So maybe there's more than one nut at work. Anyway, he could be young, he could be old.
Any chance, do you think, that he might really be a doctor?
There can be a twisted mind in any profession. You know as well as I do, anything's possible.
Yeah. It's what my wife calls a cop's suspicious nature. She's already accused me of looking at everybody in Wellesley as a suspect.
Poison pen letters, obscene phone calls. Sounds to me you have reason to.
So I waited out the day at the Boston Aquarium. But Wellesley's elusive sex nut continued to be the one that got away. At Captain Granger's suggestion, I stopped by on my way home to report to Police Chief Torrance of the Wellesley force.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that you got sent on a wild goose chase, Everson. Today he called from a pay booth in Dedham.
You got a quick trace on him?
No, he's aware we're putting traces on him. This time he simply announced to his victim where he was calling from. Then he told me he alerted you to the crank letters being received by Rudolph Wharton.
Yeah, he asked me to keep an eye out since Wharton lives right across the street from us.
All right, we'd appreciate that.
There isn't any doubt about that letter you received from Mrs. Wharton confirming her whereabouts, is there? I mean, no suspicion of forgery or anything.
Good God, man, Wharton is one of our selectmen, remember? Oh, all right, I'm a cop. I know better, so I placed a person-to-person call to her that I paid for myself. Didn't want it to show up on the department phone bills. Our selectmen have to approve all monthly vouchers.
So you actually talked to her then?
Well, she talked to me is more like it. Told me off for wasting my time tracking her down when I should be tracking down the people sending the letters.
I'd like to have a copy of whatever record you have of the calls, and also photostats of the Wharton letters.
Oh, you can get both of those from the clerk on your way out.
Hey, now, I guess I'd better be getting home to my wife.
Well, let's hope our women don't get the idea that there's some kind of fiend loose in our streets. But in point of fact, there is.
It's me, honey.
In the living room, Newt. Come on in and meet Mrs. Farley.
The Farleys in the house, catty-corner across the street. I remembered Mrs. Parsons' rundown on them. Congenial couple with the two potential teenage delinquents. I walked in and saw a faded blonde in a red pantsuit sitting across the coffee table from Brenda.
Gloria Farley, my husband, Newt.
Pleased to meet you.
I was just apologizing to your wife for not having come over sooner. I keep rather busy running a house with 2 children and holding down a job as well.
I can understand that.
I can't imagine it. Just the thought of a house with 1 baby and it scares me.
In particular, I came to invite you and your wife to a party this Saturday evening. Our house. You'll meet my husband and a few friends.
Oh, that sounds nice. It'll be our first evening out in Wellesley.
Oh, then I'm glad I thought of it. Late but sincere, that's me.
Thanks for asking us. It's just what we need, really.
Good. It's nice to have new neighbors, especially compatible ones.
After Gloria Farley had left while Brenda put the finishing touches on a meatloaf dinner, I was going to get busy on that homework I'd asked Chief Torrance for. But instead it seemed Mine Hair was late for his dinner, and Brenda asked me to go make sure he wasn't out squirrel hunting again. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on, Mine Hair. Hey, where are you, cat?
If you're looking for your cat, I think I may have him. Is this one yours?
He is. I didn't think he'd cross the street. My name's Severson. You're Mr. Wharton.
Yes. And it's my fault. I like cats, and he's a beautiful animal. I lured him over.
He's not used to all this freedom. We've been apartment dwellers in Boston.
You're a detective, I understand.
That's right.
Well, our crime here is of the minor variety as a rule, and not much of it at that.
That suits me. I get enough of it on the job.
Care to come in for a drink?
Oh, thanks, but I think my dinner's on the table. I'll have to take a rain check, if I may.
Of course.
Wharton gave Mine Hair one final stroke and handed him to me. And as he did, I was struck by a curious resemblance. There was a look about their eyes that seemed the same, his and the cat's. I said goodnight and walked back across the street, running my hand thoughtfully across Mine Hair's glossy fur. I found myself wondering which look it had been, that of our formerly docile house cat or the killer it had become.
We're gonna take a lot of trips this season to places that you may have seen before.
To stores.
To school.
Out to the swimming pool.
To the dentist, to the market. We will take our car and park it.
We're still taking a lot of car trips these days, but these days most of them are short trips. Unfortunately, short trips are tough on your car because it never gets the chance to really warm up enough to eliminate harmful deposits, things like rust, grit, and acid. They build up, and before you know it, they start doing lasting damage to your engine. Short trips call for the high-quality protection of Quaker State Motor Oil. Quaker State is refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil, the world's choicest. Then it's fortified to protect your engine against deposits and keep your car running young. Now that you're taking more short trips than ever, it's nice to know you can find Quaker State more places than ever.
Quaker State, your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Even if someone served them a slice of beef, they couldn't bite into it. Their teeth are too weak. I'm not talking about some people off in Africa or Asia. I'm talking about Americans. American children. It's tragic how many thousands of them are in this country whose teeth will literally rot in their mouths because they'll never receive basic dental care. They may not even own a toothbrush. What hurts is that it takes so very little for any one of us to help them. The same dollar, for instance, that buys you 2 packs of cigarettes can buy 3 American children the first toothbrushes they've ever owned. I'm Cliff Robertson. Won't you give up some cigarettes so some American children can have their first toothbrush? Send your dollar to Americans for Children's Relief, Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. $1. And, of course, if you can afford more, give more.
Chief Torrance was right about the obscene phone call list. It was hard to find a handle. I charted the calls on a calendar and didn't come up with anything beyond my own frustration. I thought I had a thread, 4 calls on consecutive Mondays from a pay booth outside the Wellesley Railroad Station between the hours of 8:30 and 9:30. Could be a commuter. But then the pay booth number dropped from the list and was never used again. Sometimes he called 4 or 5 days in a row, and another time a week went by without a complaint. Of course, maybe that was only a time when those women he called hadn't bothered to report it. That was too often our problem. On the one hand, there were the cranks who bothered us about nothing, and on the other, there were always those who came up against real crime and kept it a big, dark secret, even from the police. By the time Saturday night came, I was ready for that party at the Farleys and curious about who was going to be there.
Hello, Jefferson. Come in and name your poison.
Gloria Farley beckoned us into the high-ceiling living room and gestured us toward the bar set up on top of a baby grand piano. Obviously, the Farleys were more drinkers than music lovers, and as it turned out, drama buffs. All of the people invited were members of the local little theater group, a kind of unisex couple appropriately named Chris and Christine, a second couple, the Kletts, Harvey and Angel, and Dolly Celine, a buxom redhead who instantly established her status as a widow in a plainly seductive tone of voice. Then we briefly met the Farley children, Delilah and Greg. I say briefly because they were both obviously eager to get out of the house. Perfectly normal for two teenagers when their parents are throwing a party. However, Gloria Farley was perturbed with them for rushing off in front of company.
Delilah, I want you home at a decent hour, do you hear? And Greg, don't be in such a hurry. Please drive slowly. Do you have your house keys? Oh, shit. They never want to stay home anymore. Oh, here's Arlen, my husband.
There was a sudden whir of a motor, and we followed Gloria Farley's gaze to the top of the stairs. At that moment, a chair device came gliding down the staircase bearing Arlen Farley, a big-chested man with a full head of wavy white hair and a wide smile that revealed a mouthful of sparkling white teeth. At the foot of the stairs, he rose from the chair and walked toward us.
I had a coronary last year, and the doctor recommended this chariot. It's kind of fun, and it makes a great entrance.
Very impressive.
These are our new neighbors, Arlen, Brenda and Newt Severson. I'll fix your ginger ale.
Ah, thanks, honey. Yeah, to get off the hard stuff. Cigarettes, too, the penalty for a misspent youth. Gloria tells me you're a cop.
Detective. Boston Police. What's your business?
Prosthetics, false teeth. If you ever need a pair of choppers, I'm your man.
For goodness sake, I'm sure we have more interesting things to talk about than false teeth.
I do. I bet no one can guess what happened to me the other day. All right, then. I'll tell you. Got one of those dirty phone calls.
Oh, Dolly, how awful.
Oh, maybe it wasn't so awful. Maybe Dolly enjoyed it.
Arlen!
Oh, don't pretend to be so shocked, Gloria. I did enjoy it for a while until... Well, he did go a little too far.
You mean you just hung on and let him keep talking to you?
At first I thought he was legitimate. He said he was a doctor. Dr. Venable, he said.
Mrs. Celine.
Dolly. Please, Mr. Severson.
Did you report the call to the police?
Why, no. Should I have?
When did you say this happened? Exactly. I mean, can you remember?
I guess it must have been the day before yesterday, sometime in the afternoon. I certainly don't remember the time exactly. It wasn't that important.
What did he say to you? I mean, why did you think it was legitimate?
Well, first he asked for Robert, my late husband, you know. His name's still in the directory. And then he explained he was interviewing married women or women who've been married for survey.
What kind of questions did he ask?
Yeah, doll, what kind of questions did he ask?
Arlen, this isn't funny.
To start with, just ordinary questions, like how long I'd been married and how long we'd dated beforehand, just things like that.
And then what?
Then he began asking some very personal things. I mean, he wanted to know every little detail.
I'll bet.
So finally I asked him, is this necessary? And he said, oh, yes, it's a very important part of the survey.
And you bought that?
I explained that all the information I was giving him would be fed into a computer and be strictly anonymous. And then he told me if I'd answer all the rest of his questions, he'd put me on his paid subject list. He said persons who are particularly helpful to him get paid.
I'll bet.
Arlen, will you stop saying that?
So then you answered all the rest of his questions, huh?
Yes, some.
Good God, Dolly, how could you? Perfectly strange man over the telephone. Or not.
And they finally got so to him, look, what are you? A dirty old man.
And, what did he say to that?
There was a long silence. I thought I'd made him angry, and then suddenly he laughed. He had quite a pleasant laugh, and he said, Mrs. Celine, to meet you.
Dolly, you didn't.
No, of course not. I told him that I wasn't going to answer any more questions either, not even for money.
Then did you hang up on him?
Finally.
No. He thanked me and hung up himself.
He thanked you? That was nice.
He did have a pleasant laugh. He did. Maybe he was legitimate.
What kind of speaking voice did he have? Can you describe it?
Deep. kind of silky. Well, to put it plainly, he had a sexy voice. It's the only way to describe it. Dolly.
I think, Mrs. Celine, you'd better tell all of this to the police.
Mr. Stevenson. Newt. You're a policeman, aren't you? And I've just told it all to you.
Oh, what a dreadful woman.
You mean Mrs. Celine?
Just call me Dolly, you big, handsome policeman.
Hey, you weren't jealous, were you?
Oh, jealous of her? Imagine going on and on with that kind of telephone conversation.
Honey, she's a widow without a man. She must be very lonely.
Oh, she wasn't lonely tonight. You spent practically the entire evening with her.
I wanted to find out all I could about the phone conversation.
I'll bet.
Come on, Brenda. What's gotten into you? You never act like this.
Well, I've never had reason to before. Of course, I suppose I really shouldn't blame you. It can't be very exciting going to bed every night with an old sack of potatoes.
Aha! So that's it. Oh, darling, I don't care how pregnant you get. You'll always look better to me than any voluptuous redhead.
Oh, Newt.
And you don't have to worry about Dolly Celine. She isn't my type, first of all, and I promise you I won't ever see or talk to her again. Hello? Oh. Yes, what is it, Mrs. Celine? Dolly?
You know a man's world is small and getting smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. You still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, the man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. You treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
This is John Bartholomew Tucker. Your body does a lot of talking. It tells you you're hungry. It lets you know you need water. It may warn you a stroke is on the way. These are some of stroke's warning signs. Sudden temporary weakness or numbness of the face, arm, or leg. Temporary difficulty or loss of speech. Sudden temporary dimness or loss of vision, particularly in one eye. An episode of double vision. Unexplained headaches. Temporary dizziness or unsteadiness. If you notice one or more of these signs, see your doctor. This year, over 200,000 Americans will die of stroke. Don't let one of them be you. Ask your heart association for further information about stroke and how to prevent it. Helping you to feel better and live better longer is just one of the services of your heart association. Give to your heart fund.
It turned out all Dolly Celine wanted was more attention. The woman was lonely. Perfect prey for a telephone nut. She was also more frightened about the call than she acted at the party. She knew she had done a foolish thing, so again I referred her to the Wellesley Police Department, said a polite goodnight, and hung up. My attention at the moment was in full demand upstairs in my own bedroom. The next week or so passed more or less serenely at home, while my job provided all the excitement I wanted, and sometimes more than I asked for. When I got home tonight, I was really ready to put my feet up with a beer. But I didn't mind at all when I found company in the kitchen. It was Mercy Bird, and we hadn't seen much of her lately.
Busy on a book, that's why. Nobody sees me when I'm writing. How's your cat, by the way? I've had to let Algernon shift for himself lately, so I hope he hasn't been giving Mine Hair a problem.
Mine Hair's taken to spending a lot of time across the street. It seems Rudolph Wharton is a cat lover. You still look like the man, I take it.
How can you not like a man who looks like Cary Grant on The Late Show?
Well, like they say, you can't judge a book. The man's no good. My mother died in his rest home, you know.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
The place is okay, isn't it? I mean, good doctors, good care.
And bloody expensive. But I'm not saying anything against the doctors. It's Rudolph Wharton I blame.
That doesn't seem fair.
Well, you don't know the man like I do. You don't know what he did to his wife.
What do you mean? What did he do to his wife?
Well, she was a Mayhew, you know. There was Ernestine and her sister Eulalie, and their father, Clarence Mayhew, owned half this town in his day.
You mean that's how Wharton acquired all his property?
Exactly. By marrying Ernestine Mayhew.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
It's what happened to Ernestine Mayhew that I'm talking about. She was a gay, lively thing until she married that one. Then she changed.
Changed? How?
Well, she changed completely. She became quiet and somber. Quiet and somber as a grave.
Newt, this is Dolly Celine.
Dolly, what?
I'm frightened. I'm all alone here, and there's something wrong. Somebody's outside the house. I just know it.
Well, why don't you call the police?
They won't believe me. I'm afraid they think I'm something of a pest. Please, Newt, you're only a few blocks away. I wouldn't call in the middle of the night if I weren't scared stiff. Will you come over?
All right.
Oh, thank you, Newt. I feel safer already.
Whatever you do, if there's someone there, don't let him in.
I won't unless he's you. Please, Newt, hurry.
The house looked completely dark. I thought maybe Dolly Celine had given up and gone to bed. But then I spied the shades of a color TV, ghosts moving in a box through the living room window. I got out of my car and moved slowly up the walk, keeping a careful eye on the surrounding shrubbery. It was so dark I couldn't see where the doorbell was, so I knocked. Mrs. Celine? Mrs. Celine?
No, please.
Mrs. Celine?
No. No. Please.
Dolly, I can't see you. Something moved on the floor. A sifting of shadows. I felt along the wall, found a switch, and flicked it. The hall light came on, and I saw her. Dolly Celine lying on the floor, dark splotches on her face and arms, bruises and blood. Blood redder than her hair.
He came, Newt. The telephoner. He came.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you're planning a vacation by air, you know it's a good money-saving idea to check with the airlines to see if you qualify for a special fare. You may be able to save yourself a sizable sum of money, but remember, you must comply exactly with the conditions or you'll be asked to pay the regular rate. Now, most airlines, for example, offer 2 youth fare plans. The cheapest is Youth Fare Standby. In this, you'll be the last of the passengers called and may not get on the flight. And Youth Fare Reserve, however, guarantees you a seat on a reserved flight, but it'll cost you more. Discount fares are also offered on long-distance travel, but remember there are conditions. For example, you may have to make reservations 2 weeks in advance, and for some, 3 months in advance. You must travel midweek only and return after 7 to 9 days. And no holiday or peak period traveling on this plan. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
I'm a man, just turned 18, and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me, get ready for life, be free as the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy?
You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. If you think you've got what it takes to make it in the new Navy, call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
All over the world, there's so much to do. All of the sea, don't you even
At this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, A Die in the Country. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tobias Wells' neo-Gothic tale of small-town terror. A Die in the Country. Starring Peter Marshall, Susan Strasberg, and Andrew Duggan. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
It's never easy to pick up and move to a new community. There's always a necessary period of adjustment. Young Boston detective Newt Severson and his wife Brenda are now in the process of adapting to their new surroundings. They've just moved to the quiet suburban town of Wellesley to await the birth of their first child. They've settled into a recently remodeled 3-story Victorian house with a small patch of New England woods on one side and Miss Mercy Bird, mystery writer and the town recluse, on the other. Directly across the street lives Wellesley's most prominent citizen, Town Selectman Rudolph Wharton, subject of current gossip concerning the recent desertion of his wife. As Detective Severson soon learns, Wharton is being harassed by a series of anonymous poisoned pen letters accusing him of his wife's murder. Back at his desk at the Boston police station, Newt Severson finds that Precinct Captain Granger has a further crime report from Wellesley. Newt Severson is beginning to question the advisability of his move to the country, and he is yet to meet the rest of his neighbors. A Die in the Country will continue in a moment.
VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America.
I started out as a business major in college. I graduated as a business major. I got into VISTA because I wanted to really do something. I chose this as my line, and when getting into it, it changed my whole life. I went through cultural shock. I found out what types of people really need the help, and what's really happening in our country in the back areas. There is so much to be done. But I could say that if a person anywhere has an interest in doing something, there are programs for them. Vista is one viable means, but there's so many ways of really getting involved with people. Vista gave me my first start to work with the problems happening in this country and to really get down to earth and work with the people that need it.
Volunteer for Vista. Vista is one part of Action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
As if the threatening letters sent to Rudolph Wharton weren't enough, now we had even more to worry about.
Obscene phone calls, a whole rash of them. Seems that some kook got hold of a Wellesley phone book. The calls are occurring systematically to nearly every house in your town.
Every house?
And the caller seems to be working right through the book. Sometime from the front of it, sometime from the back.
What ploy does he use?
Well, he claims he's a doctor doing a survey. His research, he says, calls for answers to a number of questions. And he starts off nice enough. Pretty soon he's into the interviewee's sex life. And you know how it goes from there. Some of the ladies in your town are pretty upset.
I can imagine. But why did Torrance call you? What's the Boston connection?
Well, they've been tracing the calls when they could, but the caller he's been jumping all over the place. Once they thought they had him. Months ago, when the calls first started, a series of them were traced to one Wellesley number. Turned out to be a family on an extended vacation. And the nut, whoever he is, had made an entry through a cellar window. Never stole anything, he just used the phone.
They stake out the place?
Yeah, sure. But of course, by then, the guy had found himself another Michi. After that, he used pay booze mostly. Once, even the telephone in the high school principal's office. And you don't know how he managed that.
Don't tell me he's operating all the way out of Boston.
Well, the latest calls have been traced to, of all places, a phone booth at the aquarium here.
This one sounds like a real weirdo.
Aren't they all? Torrance wants us to stake it out, and since you have a personal interest in the town, I thought you'd be the man to do it.
Has he established any time pattern?
The caller never phones at night or on the weekend. Only those hours when most women are home alone.
That figures. Any voice description?
Nobody seems to agree. So maybe there's more than one nut at work. Anyway, he could be young, he could be old.
Any chance, do you think, that he might really be a doctor?
There can be a twisted mind in any profession. You know as well as I do, anything's possible.
Yeah. It's what my wife calls a cop's suspicious nature. She's already accused me of looking at everybody in Wellesley as a suspect.
Poison pen letters, obscene phone calls. Sounds to me you have reason to.
So I waited out the day at the Boston Aquarium. But Wellesley's elusive sex nut continued to be the one that got away. At Captain Granger's suggestion, I stopped by on my way home to report to Police Chief Torrance of the Wellesley force.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that you got sent on a wild goose chase, Everson. Today he called from a pay booth in Dedham.
You got a quick trace on him?
No, he's aware we're putting traces on him. This time he simply announced to his victim where he was calling from. Then he told me he alerted you to the crank letters being received by Rudolph Wharton.
Yeah, he asked me to keep an eye out since Wharton lives right across the street from us.
All right, we'd appreciate that.
There isn't any doubt about that letter you received from Mrs. Wharton confirming her whereabouts, is there? I mean, no suspicion of forgery or anything.
Good God, man, Wharton is one of our selectmen, remember? Oh, all right, I'm a cop. I know better, so I placed a person-to-person call to her that I paid for myself. Didn't want it to show up on the department phone bills. Our selectmen have to approve all monthly vouchers.
So you actually talked to her then?
No, she talked to me is more like it. Told me off for wasting my time tracking her down when I should be tracking down the people sending the letters.
I'd like to have a copy of whatever record you have of the calls, and also photostats of the Wharton letters.
Oh, you can get both of those from the clerk on your way out.
Hey, now, I guess I'd better be getting home to my wife.
Well, let's hope our women don't get the idea that there's some kind of fiend loose on our streets. But in point of fact, there is.
It's me, honey.
In the living room, Newt. Come on in and meet Mrs. Farley.
The Farleys in the house, catty corner across the street. I remembered Mrs. Parsons' rundown on them. Congenial couple with the two potential teenage delinquents. I walked in and saw a faded blonde in a red pantsuit sitting across the coffee table from Brenda.
Gloria Farley, my husband, Newt.
Pleased to meet you.
I was just apologizing to your wife for not having come over sooner.
I keep rather busy running a house with 2 children and holding down a job as well.
I can understand that.
I can't imagine it. Just the thought of a house with 1 baby in it scares me.
In particular, I came to invite you and your wife to a party this Saturday evening. Our house. You'll meet my husband and a few friends.
Oh, that sounds nice. It'll be our first evening out in Wellesley.
Oh, then I'm glad I thought of it. Late but sincere, that's me.
Thanks for asking us. It's just what we need, really.
Good. Well, it's nice to have new neighbors, especially compatible ones.
After Gloria Farley had left while Brenda put the finishing touches on a meatloaf dinner, I was going to get busy on that homework I'd asked Chief Torrance for. But instead it seemed Mine Hair was late for his dinner, and Brenda asked me to go make sure he wasn't out squirrel hunting again. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on, Mine Hair. Hey, where are you, cat?
If you're looking for your cat, I think I may have him. Is this one yours?
He is. I didn't think he'd cross the street. My name's Severson. You're Mr. Wharton.
Yes. And it's my fault. I like cats, and he's a beautiful animal. I lured him over.
He's not used to all this freedom. We've been apartment dwellers in Boston.
You're a detective, I understand.
That's right.
Well, our crime here is of the minor variety as a rule, and not much of it at that.
That suits me. I get enough of it on the job.
Care to come in for a drink?
Oh, thanks, but I think my dinner's on the table. I'll have to take a rain check, if I may.
Of course.
Wharton gave Mine Hair one final stroke and handed him to me. And as he did, I was struck by a curious resemblance. There was a look about their eyes that seemed the same, his and the cat's. I said goodnight and walked back across the street, running my hand thoughtfully across Mine Hair's glossy fur. I found myself wondering which look it had been, that of our formerly docile house cat or the killer it had become.
We're gonna take a lot of trips this season to places that you may have seen before. To stores, to school, out to the swimming pool, to the dentist, to the market. We will take our car and park it.
We're still taking a lot of car trips these days, but these days most of them are short trips. Unfortunately, short trips are tough on your car because it never gets the chance to really warm up enough to eliminate harmful deposits, things like rust, grit, and acid. They build up, and before you know it, they start doing lasting damage to your engine. Short trips call for the high-quality protection of Quaker State Motor Oil. Quaker State is refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil, the world's choicest. Then it's fortified to protect your engine against deposits and keep your car running young. Now that you're taking more short trips than ever, it's nice to know you can find Quaker State more places than ever.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Even if someone served them a slice of beef, they couldn't bite into it. Their teeth are too weak. I'm not talking about some people over in Africa or Asia. I'm talking about Americans. American children. It's tragic how many thousands of them are in this country whose teeth will literally rot in their mouths because they'll never receive basic dental care. They may not even own a toothbrush. What hurts is that it takes so very little for any one of us to help them. The same dollar, for instance, that buys you 2 packs of cigarettes can buy 3 American children the first toothbrushes they've ever owned. I'm Cliff Robertson. Won't you give up some cigarettes so some American children can have their first toothbrush? Send your dollar to Americans for Children's Relief, Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. $1. And, of course, if you can afford more, give more.
Chief Torrance was right about the obscene phone call list. It was hard to find a handle. I charted the calls on a calendar and didn't come up with anything beyond my own frustration. I thought I had a thread, 4 calls on consecutive Mondays from a pay booth outside the Wellesley Railroad Station between the hours of 8:30 and 9:30. Could be a commuter. But then the pay booth number dropped from the list and was never used again. Sometimes he called 4 or 5 days in a row, and another time a week went by without a complaint. Of course, maybe that was only a time when those women he called hadn't bothered to report it. That was too often our problem. On the one hand, there were the cranks who bothered us about nothing, and on the other, there were always those who came up against real crime and kept it a big, dark secret, even from the police. By the time Saturday night came, I was ready for that party at the Farleys and curious about who was going to be there.
Hello, Severson. Come in and name your poison.
Gloria Farley beckoned us into the high-ceiling living room and gestured us toward the bar set up on top of a baby grand piano. Obviously, the Farleys were more drinkers than music lovers, and, as it turned out, drama buffs. All of the people invited were members of the local little theater group, a kind of unisex couple appropriately named Chris and Christine, a second couple, the Kletz, Harvey and Angel, and Dolly Celine, a buxom redhead who instantly established her status as a widow in a plainly seductive tone of voice. Then we briefly met the Farley children, Delilah and Greg. I say briefly because they were both obviously eager to get out of the house. Perfectly normal for two teenagers when their parents are throwing a party. However, Gloria Farley was perturbed with them for rushing off in front of company.
Delilah, I want you home at a decent hour, do you hear? And Greg, don't be in such a hurry. Please drive slowly. Do you have your house key? Oh, shit. They never want to stay home anymore. Oh, here's Arlen, my husband.
There was a sudden whir of a motor, and we followed Gloria Farley's gaze to the top of the stairs. At that moment, a chair device came gliding down the staircase bearing Arlen Farley, a big-chested man with a full head of wavy white hair and a wide smile that revealed a mouthful of sparkling white teeth. At the foot of the stairs, he rose from the chair and walked toward us.
I had a coronary last year, and the doctor recommended this chariot. It's kind of fun, and it makes a great entrance.
Very impressive.
These are our new neighbors, Arlen, Brenda and Newt Severson. I'll fix your ginger ale.
Ah, thanks, honey. Yeah, to get off the hard stuff. Cigarettes, too, the penalty for a misspent youth. Gloria tells me you're a cop.
Detective. Boston Police. What's your business?
Prosthetics, false teeth. If you ever need a pair of choppers, I'm your man.
For goodness sake, I'm sure we have more interesting things to talk about than false teeth.
I do. I bet no one can guess what happened to me the other day. All right, then. I'll tell you. Got one of those dirty phone calls. Oh, Dolly, how awful.
Oh, maybe it wasn't so awful. Maybe Dolly enjoyed it.
Arlen! Oh, don't pretend to be so shocked, Gloria. I did enjoy it for a while until... Well, he did go a little too far.
You mean you just hung on and let him keep talking?
Well, at first I thought he was legitimate. He said he was a doctor. Dr. Venable, he said.
Mrs. Celine.
Dolly. Please, Mr. Severson.
Did you report the call to the police?
Why, no. Should I have?
When did you say this happened? Exactly. I mean, can you remember?
I guess it must have been the day before yesterday, sometime in the afternoon. I certainly don't remember the time exactly. It wasn't that important.
What did he say to you? I mean, why did you think it was legitimate?
Well, Christy asked for Robert, my late husband, you know. His name's still in the directory. And then he explained he was interviewing married women or women who've been married for a survey.
What kind of questions did he ask?
Yeah, doll, what kind of questions did he ask?
Arlen, this isn't funny.
To start with, just ordinary questions, like how long I'd been married and how long we'd dated beforehand, just things like that.
And then what?
Then he began asking some very personal things. I mean, he wanted to know every little detail.
I'll bet.
So finally I asked him, is this necessary? And he said, oh, yes, it's a very important part of the survey.
And you bought that?
I explained that all the information I was giving him would be fed into a computer and be strictly anonymous. And then he told me if I'd answer all the rest of his questions, he'd put me on his paid subject list. He said persons who are particularly helpful to him get paid.
I'll bet.
Arlen, will you stop saying that?
So then you answered all the rest of his questions, huh?
Yeah, some.
Good God, Dolly, how could you? Perfectly strange man over the telephone, doctor or not.
I admit, they finally got so bad I said to him, look, what are you? A dirty old man.
And, what did he say to that?
There was a long silence. I thought I'd made him angry, and then suddenly he laughed. He had quite a pleasant laugh, and he said, Mrs. Celine, I'd like to meet you.
Dolly, you didn't.
No, of course not. I told him that I wasn't going to answer any more questions either, not even for money.
Then did you hang up on him?
Finally.
No. He thanked me and hung up himself.
He thanked you? That was nice.
He did have a pleasant laugh. He really did. Maybe he was legitimate.
What kind of speaking voice did he have? Can you describe it?
Deep. Kind of silky. Well, to put it plainly, he had a sexy voice. That's the only way to describe it. Dolly.
I think, Mrs. Celine, you'd better tell all of this to the police.
Mr. Stevenson. Newt. You're a policeman, aren't you? And I've just told it all to you.
Oh, what a dreadful woman.
You mean Mrs. Celine?
Just call me Dolly, you big, handsome policeman.
Hey, you weren't jealous, were you?
Oh, jealous of her? Imagine going on and on with that kind of telephone conversation.
Honey, she's a widow without a man. She must be very lonely.
Oh, she wasn't lonely tonight. You spent practically the entire evening with her.
I wanted to find out all I could about the phone conversation.
I'll bet.
Come on, Brenda. What's gotten into you? You never act like this.
Well, I've never had reason to before. Of course, I suppose I really shouldn't blame you. It can't be very exciting going to bed every night with an old sack of potatoes.
Aha! So that's it. Oh, darling, I don't care how pregnant you get. You'll always look better to me than any voluptuous redhead.
Newt.
And you don't have to worry about Dolly Celine. She isn't my type, first of all, and I promise you I won't ever see or talk to her again. Hello? Oh. Yes, what is it, Mrs. Celine? Dolly?
You know, a man's world is small and getting smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, a man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. You treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nut's the tobacco you chew.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
This is John Bartholomew Tucker. Your body does a lot of talking. It tells you you're hungry. It lets you know you need water. It may warn you a stroke is on the way. These are some of stroke's warning signs. Sudden temporary weakness or numbness of the face, arm, or leg. Temporary difficulty or loss of speech. Sudden temporary dimness or loss of vision, particularly in one eye. An episode of double vision. Unexplained headaches. Temporary dizziness or unsteadiness. If you notice one or more of these signs, see your doctor. This year, over 200,000 Americans will die of stroke. Don't let one of them be you. Ask your heart association for further information about stroke and how to prevent it. Helping you to feel better and live better longer is just one of the services of your heart association. Give to your heart fund.
It turned out all Dolly Celine wanted was more attention. The woman was lonely. Perfect prey for a telephone nut. She was also more frightened about the call than she acted at the party. She knew she had done a foolish thing, so again I referred her to the Wellesley Police Department, said a polite goodnight, and hung up. My attention at the moment was in full demand upstairs in my own bedroom. The next week or so passed more or less serenely at home, while my job provided all the excitement I wanted, and sometimes more than I asked for. When I got home tonight, I was really ready to put my feet up with a beer. But I didn't mind at all when I found company in the kitchen. It was Mercy Bird, and we hadn't seen much of her lately.
Busy on a book, that's why. Nobody sees me when I'm writing. How's your cat, by the way? I've had to let Algernon shift for himself lately, so I hope he hasn't been giving Mine Hair a problem.
Mine Hair? Mine Hair's taken to spending a lot of time across the street. It seems Rudolph Wharton is a cat lover. You still don't like the man, I take it.
How can you not like a man who looks like Cary Grant on The Late Show?
Like they say, you can't judge a book. The man's no good. My mother died in his rest home, you know.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
The place is okay, isn't it? I mean, good doctors, good care.
And bloody expensive. But I'm not saying anything against the doctors. It's Rudolph Wharton I blame.
That doesn't seem fair.
Well, you don't know the man like I do. You don't know what he did to his wife.
What do you mean? What did he do to his wife?
Well, she was a Mayhew, you know. There was Ernestine and her sister Eulalie, and their father, Clarence Mayhew, owned half this town in his day.
You mean that's how Wharton acquired all his property?
Exactly. By marrying Ernestine Mayhew.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
It's what happened to Ernestine Mayhew that I'm talking about. She was a gay, lively thing until she married that one. Then she changed.
Changed? How?
Well, she changed completely. She became quiet and somber. Quiet and somber as a grave.
Newt, this is Dolly Celine.
Dolly, what?
I'm frightened. I'm all alone here, and there's something wrong. Somebody's outside the house. I just know it.
Well, why don't you call the police?
They won't believe me. I'm afraid they think I'm something of a pest. Please, Newt, you're only a few blocks away. I wouldn't call in the middle of the night if I weren't scared stiff. Will you come over?
All right.
Oh, thank you, Newt. I feel safer already.
Whatever you do, if there's someone there, don't let him in.
I won't unless he's you. Please, Newt, hurry.
The house looked completely dark. I thought maybe Dolly Celine had given up and gone to bed. But then I spied the shades of a colored TV, ghosts moving in a box through the living room window. I got out of my car and moved slowly up the walk, keeping a careful eye on the surrounding shrubbery. It was so dark I couldn't see where the doorbell was, so I knocked. Mrs. Celine? Mrs. Celine?
No, please.
Mrs. Celine?
No. No. Please.
Dolly, I can't see you. Something moved on the floor. A sifting of shadows. I felt along the wall, found a switch and flicked it. The hall light came on and I saw her. Dolly Celine lying on the floor, dark splotches on her face and arms, bruises and blood. Blood redder than her hair.
He came, Newt. The telephoner. He came.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you're planning a vacation by air, you know it's a good money-saving idea to check with the airlines to see if you qualify for a special fare. You may be able to save yourself a sizable sum of money, but remember, you must comply exactly with the conditions or you'll be asked to pay the regular rate. Now, most airlines, for example, offer 2 youth fare plans. The cheapest is Youth Fare Standby. In this, you'll be the last of the passengers called and may not get on the flight. And Youth Fare Reserve, however, guarantees you a seat on a reserved flight, but it'll cost you more. Discount fares are also offered on long-distance travel, but remember there are conditions. For example, you may have to make reservations 2 weeks in advance, and for some, 3 months in advance. You must travel midweek only and return after 7 to 9 days. And no holiday or peak period traveling on this plan. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
You don't got me beat, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life, be free as the sea.
your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. If you think you've got what it takes to make it in the new Navy, call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
All over the world, there's so much to do. Home of the sea, don't you even
at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, A Die in the Country. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You've been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tobias Wells' neo-Gothic tale of small-town terror. A Die in the Country. Starring Peter Marshall, Susan Strasberg, and Andrew Duggan. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil, Campho-Phenique, and Bayer Aspirin. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
In this, our mobile society, the act of physically moving one's family from one town to another is a relatively simple matter. The problem is leaving old friends behind and making new ones. Detective Newt Severson and his wife Brenda, having recently moved from Boston to the small suburban town of Wellesley, have begun making those new friends. However, they find themselves becoming more deeply involved in a web of intrigue and violence among their neighbors. While on an innocent errand to return a lost dog to their next-door neighbor, Mercybird, Newt has come upon startling evidence which tends to incriminate still another of their new Wellesley friends. City living was never quite like this. A Die in the Country resumes after this word.
200 million people live in America today. Within 30 years, our population is expected to increase by 50% to 300 million. President Nixon, in his recent congressional message, expressed concern over the impact of population growth on the quality of life in America. Specifically, the burdens it will place on education, health, transportation, employment, housing, and our natural resources. At our present rate of growth, we would have to build a city the size of Tulsa, Dayton, or Jersey City every 30 days for the next 30 years to accommodate these additional 100 million Americans. A Planned Parenthood study shows that our population growth can be slowed if voluntary family planning help is made available to every family that wants it. Planned Parenthood provides family planning help all over America right now. Overpopulation. It's everybody's problem. Support Planned Parenthood.
All I had meant to do was let the dog in. But I found scissors, glue, and 3 words cut from old newspapers to make a bitter accusation. It was murder. So, Mercy Bird was the sender of the poison pen letters being received by Rudolph Wharton.
Newt. What are you doing in here?
I found Algernon.
It looks as if that's not all you found.
Why, Mercy? Why have you been sending these letters to Rudolph Wharton?
Because it's true. The man murdered his wife.
What makes you even think that?
I don't think it. I know it. Don't ask me how. I just do.
Then you've no evidence, no proof.
Not the kind you mean. But I know the kind of man Rudolph Wharton is, and I know the kind of person Ernestine Mayhew was. She wouldn't just go away like that. He killed her, I tell you.
Mercy, making such a terrible accusation against the man with no proof is going to land you in serious trouble.
Why doesn't somebody look for proof? If a man like Wharton wanted to get rid of a body, he'd find a way. Has anybody dug up his cellar, unlocked his trunks, examined his flower bed?
Mercy, you've been writing too many mystery stories.
You're a detective, aren't you? You know damn well murders are committed and bodies are hidden all the time. The only difference is nobody's looking for this one.
Nobody is looking for Ernestine Mayhew's body because the woman is alive and well, living with her sister in California. Chief Torrance has a letter from her, and he also talked to her on the telephone.
Oh, then the police do suspect something.
No. They acted on those letters, of course, to prove they were a hoax.
A hoax? That's exactly what Rudolph Wharton is pulling off. Don't you see?
See what?
Oh, of course. You don't know about Ernestine and her sister.
What about them?
That they look and sound so much alike. Could almost be twins, those two. How better was Eulalie that the chief got the letter from and talked to on the telephone?
That might work for one of your books, but how could Rudolph Wharton persuade Eulalie Mayhew to masquerade as her sister? Then she'd know that he had killed her.
Perhaps she does know.
And is just going along with it?
There's something else you don't know about the Mayhew sisters. They were both in love with Rudolph Wharton.
Oh, Newt, you're not going to the police about Mercy, are you?
Honey, I have to do something. This kind of thing just can't be ignored.
You don't suppose that there's a chance she's right about Rudolph Wharton?
That he's a murderer? Huh. Now who's looking at our neighbors like a cop?
But why would Mercy do this?
Well, we know she's a little eccentric, and I suppose as a mystery writer she may be inclined to let her imagination run amok.
Living all alone in that creepy house.
You know, there's hardly any furniture inside. I mean, from what I could see.
Keeping her mother in that rest home must have been very expensive.
Yeah. And a rest home owned by the rich Rudolph Wharton, no less.
But she shouldn't be put in jail just for harboring a grudge.
Sending threatening letters is more than just harboring a grudge. It's all going to depend on Wharton. I mean, what he wants to do about it after he finds out it's Mercy. Maybe he'll be charitable and not press charges.
Are you going to talk to him or the police?
I don't know. There's some sniffing around I want to do first.
Oh, darling, if anybody can help Mercy, you can. I think I'm glad I'm married to a bulldog after all.
My first stop was the town clerk's office in Town Hall, a red stone castle on top of a hill. I didn't think it wise to chance Rudolph Wharton's finding out that I'd been checking for information on his wife. So I made up a story to tell the clerk that wangled me a look at the alphabetical file under M. It took only a quick flip of the cards for me to get what I'd come for. Eulalie Mayhew's present address in California, where ostensibly both sisters could be found. My next stop was the public library. With luck in a small town like this, I'd find copies of the Wellesley High School annuals there. I did. Should be the 40s, I figured. And I was right. The summer class of 1941 for Ernestine, 42 for Eulalie. I placed the pictures of the two sisters side by side. Heart-shaped faces, light eyes, identical blonde hairdos of the pompadour and page boy style of the time. Even looking closely at them as I was doing, it was hard to see the difference between them. But did they sound alike as well, I wondered. I got a telephone number for Eulalie Mayhew from the long-distance operator. Riverside, California. Information.
Hello?
Hello, Miss Mayhew?
Yes.
Is this Miss Eulalie Mayhew?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
Hi, Lester Martin, Wellesley High, class of 41. Do you remember me?
I don't believe I knew you. I didn't graduate until a year after that.
Oh, I know. Your sister Ernestine was in my class. I understand she's staying there with you right now. Is that right?
Yes, she is.
Well, it's Ernestine I really called to talk to. It's quite important. Is she there?
Yes, she's here. Just a moment. Hello?
Eulalie?
No, this is Ernestine.
Ernestine Mayhew. How are you? This is Lester Martin. Long time no see.
Yes, my sister told me you were on the phone. I'm afraid it's been longer than I'd care to admit.
I'll bet you're wondering why I called.
To be honest, I don't have the faintest notion.
Well, we're planning a class reunion. Thanksgiving Day, the old football rivalry, you know. It'll be a real homecoming. Can you make it?
Well, I don't know. I've been thinking of perhaps making a trip abroad soon.
Oh?
Who else is going to be at the reunion?
Oh, Clarence Masters, Nella Mawhinney. I was given only the M's to call, so I don't know about the others.
Then you wouldn't know if Patsy Oliver is coming?
Patsy? No, she's not on my list.
I'll have to think about it.
I'll send you a letter with all the details, just as soon as they're worked out, of course.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Ernestine. Nice talking to you. And you know something?
What?
You and your sister sure sound exactly alike.
Well, you must have forgotten, Lester. We always did.
We're gonna take a lot of trips this season to places that you may have seen before. To stores. To school. And out to the swimming pool. To the dentist, to the market. We will take our car and park it.
We're still taking a lot of car trips these days, but these days, most of them are short trips. Unfortunately, short trips are tough on your car because it never gets the chance to really warm up enough to eliminate harmful deposits, things like rust, grit, and acid. They build up, and before you know it, they start doing lasting damage to your engine. Short trips call for the high-quality protection of Quaker State Motor Oil. Quaker State is refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil, the world's choicest. Then it's fortified to protect your engine against deposits and keep your car running young. Now that you're taking more short trips than ever, it's nice to know you can find Quaker State more places than ever.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Did you say God? Well, I know him by everything you say and do. Did you say God? Well, I've seen him every time I look at you. He's touched you with his love and with his truth. Don't look any further. You are his proof. This hand in your hand in my hand. Can you hear the music play? Brother to brother, helping each other. You know we're gonna find a way. This hand in your hand in my hand. Can you hear the music say? Sisters and brothers loving each other. We're gonna make a better day.
This message is brought to you by Religion in American Life.
My phone call to California gave me nothing to go on. But for some reason, I suddenly thought of an old friend in Los Angeles. A private gumshoe named Jess Dyer, who I knew would do me a favor. A little stakeout at the Mayhew house, and maybe some discreet checking with the neighbors. Meanwhile, I decided to drop in for another little off-the-cuff chat with Chief Torrance down at the Wellesley police station. I was wondering, When you talked to Mrs. Wharton, what did you ask her? Did you find out when exactly she left Wellesley and how she got to California? Anything like that?
Well, I didn't interrogate her, if that's what you mean. No reason to. All I needed to know was that she was alive.
I suppose so. Only...
What are you getting at, Severson? I hope you don't have the idea that I didn't check thoroughly just because it was Wharton.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
There have been people in this town from time to time who've tried to buy me, but they've learned quick enough that I'm not their boy.
I can tell that.
Okay, I just wanted to set things straight, in case. Because I'm getting the notion that you've got an itch.
An itch?
That's what I call it when it happens to me. An itch I can't scratch keeps me up nights sometimes. A feeling that something's out of kilter, off the mark.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's what I got.
And I gather you're thinking maybe it's a place I can reach that you can't.
Maybe it is. What can you tell me about the Mayhew sisters, for instance? I hear they look and sound a lot alike.
Well, that's true enough, especially in their younger days when they dressed alike, wore their hair the same way and everything. Later on, they didn't do that anymore, of course.
I also hear that at one time, at least, they were both in love with Rudolph Wharton.
Yeah, I suppose they were. That'd be back in their younger days, too, before Wharton settled on Ernestine. I remember when my wife and I used to go to the steakhouse in those days. We'd see the three of them, young Wharton, as handsome then as he is now, with the Mayhew girls, one on each arm. Both of them looking up at him like he was God.
Is there anybody in town, anybody you can think of that Ernestine Mayhew would be likely to keep in touch with, no matter where she is?
Yep, one person, Constance Giordi. Taught both the Mayhew girls, but Ernestine apparently always felt something special for her. She's the first person I tried to check when Wharton started getting those letters.
And?
You notice I said tried. I asked her if she heard from Ernestine, and all she said was, wherever Ernestine was Ernestine's own business, and I should mind my own.
Where does she live?
Over in Back Bay on Oak Street in a little house Ernestine gave her, scot-free. She's the one to talk to about Ernestine, all right. But I don't envy you trying.
I caught a faint movement of the lace curtain across the glass panel door, and I rang again.
Go away, whoever you are.
I'm not going to, Miss Giordi. I need to see you.
Who are you, anyway? I never saw you before.
I know. I haven't lived here in Wellesley long. I'm a detective from Boston, and I want to speak to you about Ernestine. Ernestine Mayhew?
I just want to know one thing from you, whoever you are. Is Ernestine in any kind of trouble?
I don't know. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Well, then come in. Whatever it isn't any business of the neighbors.
I stepped inside into a room that smelled of oriental rugs and furniture polish. Constance Giordi peered into my face with eyes like a pair of shiny black marbles.
In the first place, you haven't even told me your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Severson. Newt Severson. My wife and I moved here recently. Our house is directly across the street from Rudolph Wharton. Miss Giordi, do you have any way of knowing that Ernestine Mayhew is all right?
All right? What do you mean by that?
If you could tell me that you've heard from her, then...
But I can't tell you that, Mr. Severson, because I haven't. Not a word.
Isn't that unusual? I'm told you're the one she's most likely to be in touch with.
If she chose to, but there's no reason she should.
But doesn't it seem strange to you that she apparently left town without telling anyone that she was leaving?
Oh, but she didn't do that, Mr. Severson. She told me.
She did?
Of course. She telephoned and told me she was leaving Rudolph Wharton at last. Well, I told her, good riddance. I hoped she'd leave him the way she found him, without a penny.
Then Ernestine knew of your dislike for her husband.
Oh, naturally. I spoke against the man from the first moment she and Eulalie took up with him.
Eulalie was in love with him, too?
And I told Ernestine she should let Eulalie have him. Eulalie would have been a better match for him. She wouldn't have let the man walk all over her the way Ernestine allowed him to.
Then Ernestine and Eulalie were not as alike as they appear to be in the photographs?
Oh, they only looked alike.
And sounded alike?
Well, yes, that was strange. One might swear that their voices were identical.
Then someone might talk to one of them on the telephone and not be certain whether it was Ernestine or her sister.
Yes, that's true.
In that case, Miss Giordi, the only evidence we have that Ernestine Mayhew is safely in California is this letter. Chief Torrance received it in answer to his inquiry.
Mr. Severson, this letter was not written by Ernestine Mayhew.
It wasn't? Are you sure?
I'm positive. Now, even I couldn't always tell them apart by their appearance. Often I'd have to look to see which one of them was speaking. But as their school teacher, I learned to distinguish their handwriting. I am positive. This letter was written by Eulalie Mayhew.
No pain's a little one when it happens to your child. Campho-Phenique instantly stops pain of minor cuts, scrapes, or burns.
What about infection?
Campho-Phenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs that can cause infection, so injuries can heal nature's way.
Janie, feel better now?
It stopped hurting, Mommy.
For minor cuts, scrapes, burns, Campho-Phenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly, helps prevent infection. Campho-Phenique.
College only puts foolish ideas into a girl's head. Some men also thought women should never get the vote. The thing some people used to believe. Even today, some people think all aspirin is alike. But the fact is, all aspirin is not alike. Bayer tested its aspirin against every leading brand. The test showed for quality, Bayer is superior. Remember, as with all medicines, read and follow label directions carefully. When you get a headache, get Bayer, the better quality aspirin.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
USO? Gee, I guess there must be one around here someplace. Yeah, let me think. Hold on. I'll go over here and ask, okay? For longer than we care to remember, people have been taking the USO for granted. Sure, it's a place for servicemen and women, a place they can feel at home. Read, rest up, write letters home. A nice, clean place where the hamburgers are great, and so are the people serving them. Tickets to shows, ball games, sure. Everybody knows that about the USO. But what people don't know is that it takes money to keep the USO going for our 2 million men and women still in uniform. It takes a little money spread out among a lot of people. Because USO gets no government funds. It depends entirely on your gifts to the United Fund, Community Chest, or local USO campaign.
So please give. Our work isn't done. I felt a chill when the old woman told me with such certainty that the letter had not been written by Ernestine, but by her sister. Maybe Mercy Bird, with all her talk of murder, wasn't so far off base after all. But I knew about handwriting evidence in court. One expert verified a forgery, a second expert repudiated the testimony of the first. Although I wondered who would dare to repudiate Constance Giordi. I was in the mood now to have that chat with Rudolph Wharton regarding Mercy's imprudent, threatening notes. I had a feeling I was going to find Wharton inclined to be lenient. I found him in his office in a building that housed a bank, a pharmacy, and a department store, all belonging to Wharton, I presumed. He sounded even more tolerant than I'd expected.
Poor Mercy. She never quite got over her mother's death. They were very close.
Yes, I gather that.
She blames me for it, as perhaps she's told you. You know, I've always thought that strange. It's natural enough to blame someone, the doctor of the fates, but just because I happen to own the nursing home?
Yes, that must be the reason for her sending you those letters, but why do you suppose she would accuse you of killing your wife?
Well, she's always been fond of Ernestine, I think. Ernestine tolerated her. I suppose somehow she associated my wife's departure with the death of her mother. Two people she was fond of.
Yes. I guess that's possible.
She's inclined to be, eccentric, as I'm sure you've noticed. Eccentric is putting it kindly.
She's something of a character, all right.
But harmless enough, I imagine.
Then, are you going to press charges against her?
No, I don't think that'll be necessary.
That's very generous of you, considering the harassment she's caused you.
Well, perhaps it might be well for her to see a psychiatrist. There's a good man at the hospital I could refer her to.
I doubt that she has the money for that kind of treatment.
Well, something could be worked out, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Wharton. You're being most considerate. I'm glad. As a matter of fact, my wife and I have become quite fond of Mercy Bird, and I wouldn't want to see her in any real trouble.
By the way, Mr. Severson, I've had a call from my wife.
You have?
Yes. She was puzzling over a phone call she received. The caller identified himself as someone who'd been in high school with her, and he invited her to a class reunion.
What's puzzling about that? Someone's always trying to get up a high school class reunion.
Of course. But then she asked the man if Patsy Oliver was coming, and he answered that he didn't know because she wasn't on the list.
What's wrong with that?
Well, Patsy Oliver was a very popular figure at Wellesley High in those years. I remember him well. Patsy was a nickname for Patrick.
Oh. Well, I tell your wife not to worry. Memory plays tricks on people. We all know that. Don't we, Mr. Wharton? I wasn't worried about that little blunder I'd made. I was only wondering what kind of call Rudolph Wharton had really received. Leaving Wharton's office, I threw caution out of the window by walking into the bank and making an inquiry about Ernestine Mayhew Wharton's account. I showed my Boston ID card, and after a long moment's hesitation, the bank official obliged.
Well, yes, Mrs. Wharton has an account with us.
A separate account of her own?
That's right.
I need to know what withdrawals Mrs. Wharton has made since January of this year.
Oh, well, just a moment. That I'll have to check.
You understand, of course, sir, this inquiry must be kept entirely confidential?
Yes. Yes, of course. Just a moment.
He picked up a telephone, and I wondered if he was checking with a bookkeeper or with Wharton.
Mr. Severson.
Yes.
I must say it does seem rather odd, but Mrs. Wharton has made no withdrawals at all from her account since January.
Chief Torrance wasn't going to like it, but I figured it was time for us to have another little talk. I was right. He didn't like it.
Damn it, Severson. I don't need this can of worms. I don't need it at all.
I can understand your position.
And it seems to me everything you've dug up is still pure speculation.
Even Constance Giordi's statement? She told me she'd swear on her family Bible that your letter, ostensibly from Ernestine, was actually written by Eulalie.
That's the one thing I can't ignore. I'll give you that.
Then the reasonable doubt is now on the side of Mercy Bird, don't you think?
I suppose once you allow yourself to even consider the possibility of murder, town selectmen notwithstanding, you'll... Very well, Severson. Let's assume that we have a case and get on it.
Yes, sir.
Here's something to start with. After you brought up the subject, I checked out the passenger list on the flights out of Boston at the time of Ernestine Wharton's assumed departure.
And?
And Eve Wharton flew out of Boston bound for Los Angeles on January 10th. If it wasn't Ernestine, it was somebody else.
Eulalie.
Yeah. Well, considering we're going along with this whole assumption, I suppose it could have been, although you'd think somebody around Wellesley would have seen her while she was here.
They might have and thought it was Ernestine. If Eulalie were deliberately assuming her sister's identity.
All right. And what we want to find out is, if there was a flight into Boston from L.A. sometime just before the 10th, it shows an E. Mayhew on the passenger list.
Exactly.
Yes. I'll put it through. Call for you, Severson.
My wife, I told her I'd be here. You see, our baby's due any time now.
Then get on this phone, man, for heaven's sake.
Hello? Hi, Brenda. Are you all right? When? I'll be right home. It wasn't our baby, it was yours.
Mine.
You can forget Greg Farley. Your obscene caller's still on the loose. He just called my wife.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
When they change a plane flight, I check to see if another is just as good or better.
Fred Underwood, Kansas City postal worker, probably knows as much about airline schedules as the airlines.
I want to give that extra service that goes with airmail. So I move it just as fast as I can to get it out of here.
And airmail is moving. Now you can almost always get next-day delivery to cities up to 600 miles away. And two-day delivery anywhere in the country. Just mail by 4 p.m., use zip code, and mail from a specially marked airmail box.
When I started here, it was all propeller planes and trains. And back in the post office, mail was handled the same way it had been for years. Now there's jet planes and zip codes, and airmail's really going places.
Airmail and zip codes. They speed everybody's letters. If you don't know a zip code, check your phone book or call the post office. Help us help you. Use zip code.
young I may be, but still I'm a man, just turned 18, and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life and be free as the sea. Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I finished school, but what lies ahead? Don't want to get trapped, want to feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000. That's 800-841-8000. Or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, A Die in the Country. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil, Campho-Phenique, and Bayer Aspirin. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tobias Wells' neo-Gothic tale of small-town terror. A Die in the Country. Starring Peter Marshall, Susan Strasberg, and Andrew Duggan. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
State Farm Insurance, the makers of Wrigley Gum, and the makers of Delco Batteries. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
All that the Seversons wanted was to move away from Boston to a quiet little house in the country. And that's precisely what they did. However, there were a great many unexpected bonuses thrown into the bargain. Threatening letters, obscene phone calls, wife-swapping neighbors, a strange disappearance, and an accusation of murder. As Detective Newt Severson, with the reluctant cooperation of Wellesley Police Chief Torrance, presses for an investigation into the affairs of Town Selectman Rudolph Wharton, Wellesley's elusive, obscene telephone caller strikes again. This time with a call to Severson's young wife, Brenda, while she's home alone, awaiting the impending birth of their first child. For Newt Severson, life in the country is about to explode and reverberate down to the very foundation of his existence. In a moment, the conclusion of A Die in the Country. But first, this word.
Hey, cowboy, you got a minute for range fire reader? Might save some mighty fine grazing land, expensive land, from going up in smoke. Hundreds of thousands of acres did just that last year, you know, including valuable watershed. So along with spring feeding came the mud and the silt that polluted streams and eroded more soil. And all because a couple of waddies got careless. Preventing range fires ain't tough work. It's a whole lot easier than fighting them or cleaning up after them. So first off, do some snooping. Check the spark arresters on all your equipment, tractors, trucks, jeeps, bikes. If you see that they're rusted out or burnt out, get them replaced. And start using a shovel to put out your campfires, like old Smokey Bear does. And last, remember range fire reader when you're fixing to burn off some brush. Check first with your local fire folks. Range fires are wildfires. Don't start something you can't finish, cowboy.
I was furious with myself for not being home with Brenda at this crucial stage of her pregnancy. I was just caught up in this Wharton business, so when Brenda got that crank phone call, it just set me off. Never mind Rudolph Wharton and whether or not he did or didn't murder his wife. Let's get this damn phone freak out of circulation.
Calm down, Severson. Just get on home to your wife. We're working on this telephone business.
There's one thing, Chief. This puts young Farley in the clear about everything except that car theft charge.
And he can probably be released to the custody of his parents pending his arraignment. If they want it that way.
I think maybe they will. I'll get back to you on the Wharton case as soon as I'm satisfied my wife feels okay.
And I'll get on the airlines angle meanwhile. Oh, but will you do me a favor, Severson? Play this close until if and when we really have something.
Yeah, I know. Wait a minute. This call to Brenda gives us something new on the phone nut.
What's that?
He didn't work from the Wellesley directory this time. We're not in it.
He must have gotten it from information then.
No, he couldn't have. We have an unlisted number.
That's what I've been wondering too, Newt. How did he get our number?
Did he address you by name?
Yes, right away. He said, "Hello, Mrs. Severson."
But you didn't recognize the voice at all?
No, it was deep and, sort of suave sounding.
Yeah, Dolly Celine called it sexy.
Oh, well, I'm not Dolly Celine. I would have hung up on him right away, but I knew you'd want me to find out everything I could.
Thanks, but I hope you didn't stick with that nut too long.
I couldn't. It was just, it was too much. I had to hang up.
What time was this? Just before you called me?
Yes, about 4:30.
Later than usual for him.
I just wish I knew how he got our number.
So do I. If we knew that, it might tell us who he is. The thing to do is make a list of everybody who knows our number or anybody who's been inside the house where they could have seen it on the phone.
That could have been, even any of the workmen who've been here.
Exactly.
Even that sweet little old man who hung our new wallpaper?
Darling, I'm a suspicious cop, remember? That sweet little old man could very well have a sexy telephone voice. What a hornet's nest we'd found ourselves in with this innocent little move out into the country. Maybe Brenda was right. Other people seem to live out their lives without coming up against murder, robbery, assault, and heaven knows what. I was beginning to wonder myself, did the crime attract the cop, or did the cop attract the crime? It didn't matter. At the moment, I considered myself on a possible murder case, and I figured by now my contact in California had had time enough to check out that house and its neighbors in Riverside. Yes, it's Newt. Find out anything for me?
I don't know, but for what it's worth, here's the rundown. The neighbors don't seem to know anything about his sister, but then they say Eulalie Mayhew isn't much of the neighborly type.
You mean her sister could be there, and they wouldn't know it, huh?
That was the impression they gave me.
But none of them could say that they'd seen both sisters together?
No, I didn't get that from anybody, but for your information, at the moment there's nobody living in the house.
What do you mean, nobody?
Whether there was one sister or two, they're not there now.
The next morning at headquarters, I passed Dyer's information on to Chief Torrance.
So, what do you think it means?
I'd like to find out from Wharton what it means, but I don't want to flush him out at this point.
Maybe Eulalie Mayhew has already flown the coop.
No, it wouldn't make sense. I mean, Wharton still needs her around, right? Oh, by the way, does Eulalie have any of her father's holdings?
No, Ernestine was the old man's favorite. Eulalie was left just with an annuity. More than adequate, I understand, but it was a definite slight.
That gives Eulalie a bit of a motive, too, doesn't it?
Oh, not for murder, I shouldn't think. But I suppose it could weaken her resistance against aiding and abetting.
Any luck on that check of the airlines?
Not yet. There's a chance she wouldn't have used her own name, of course. Yes? Oh, yes, of course. Tell him to come in. Wharton's on his way in. Mr. Wharton, how are you?
Hello, Chief. Sevison, they told me you were in here, and I was hoping to talk to both of you.
Oh, what's up, Mr. Wharton?
Well, for one thing, I just learned that my wife has left the country.
Oh?
She's gone on an extended trip. I don't know for how long. Hawaii, the Orient, perhaps?
Around the world?
I don't know, Mr. Sevison. My sister-in-law tells me she wasn't certain. In fact, Eulalie is quite concerned about Ernestine.
In what way?
Well, it seems our separation has been weighing heavily on her. She's been very depressed. And now, suddenly, she's just packed up and gone. Eulalie's quite distraught.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Wharton. Any way we can be of help?
No, there's nothing even I can do. We're just hoping Ernestine will be in touch with one of us, soon.
It wouldn't be too difficult to locate her, I imagine, if we get on it quickly enough.
No, I wouldn't want her to think I was keeping tabs on her. She wanted her freedom. I think maybe a trip is a good idea for her at this time.
Yeah, it probably is.
Frankly, at the moment, it's Eulalie I'm concerned about. I didn't think she should be alone out there worrying about her sister, so I suggested that she come here, back to Wellesley for a while.
Well, now, it'll be nice to see Eulalie Mayhew again. You're going to enjoy meeting her, Severson. She's quite a woman.
Yes, I'd like very much to meet her.
You'll have the opportunity. That's why I'm here. You'll both come, won't you?
Come where?
To my house, Saturday night. I'm throwing a little party for Eulalie to welcome her home.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
Agent Bill Rich of Logan, Utah, explains why State Farm Mutual is the world's largest car insurer.
This is what the consumer feels, and you know that if a consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. And if you're not competitive in both of these areas and do the job, the customer is not going to rate them where they have. We're number one. We only got there because we were most competitive, or as competitive as anyone, and because we're there to serve.
Service and price. That's what car insurance value is all about. And there are two good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. Homeowners can save 15 to 30% on their winter heating bills by installing weather stripping around doors and caulking around all windows. A quarter-inch crack under a door leading to an attic or other unheated area may cost $4.50 per winter in lost heat. Incidentally, you can also increase the wintertime comfort and decrease the heating bills you'll have to pay by installing storm windows, which reduce loss through windows by 50%. Storm windows usually pay for themselves in 7 to 10 years, and thereafter return an annual dividend of 13 to 18% in fuel savings. Another way to reduce loss of heat in winter is to install proper insulation. In a cold to moderately cold climate, a homeowner can save enough on his fuel bill to recover the cost of the insulation within 8 to 12 years. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Brenda's only concern when I told her about Wharton's party was which of her maternity dresses looked the least like a maternity dress. My concern was that I had Dr. Abrams' number in my pocket. It would be just like our stubborn son and heir to put in his belated appearance just as I was closing in on a murder.
I wonder if he's invited any of the other neighbors.
Mercy Bird wouldn't come if they asked her.
Mercy's only come out of her house long enough to give Algernon a quick walk lately. She must be busy writing a new book.
As long as she's not writing any more letters.
What about the Farleys? Do you think they'll be there?
I doubt it. I gather the only neighborliness between the Whartons and the Farleys was Ernestine Wharton's friendship with young Greg.
It's a shame she isn't around to help him now.
Maybe not. Maybe his own parents will come through for him this time.
Is Greg still in jail?
No. His mother brought him home this afternoon.
Oh, Newt, doesn't it scare you? Pretty soon we're going to be parents.
I don't know. Junior is sure taking his time about getting here.
I don't blame him, considering all that's been going on.
Well, tell him to hold off at least a few more hours. I don't think Rudolph Wharton's cocktail party is going to be any place to have a baby. Saturday couldn't come fast enough for me. Call it my suspicious cop nature, but I was certain the party would be a showdown. I spent any free time I had at home nursing along the ivy I'd planted around the railing of our porch. I was hoping to catch a glimpse, a sneak preview of Eulalie Mayhew, but I never saw a sign of her, or Wharton for that matter. Finally...
Hello, Severson.
You know my wife?
Yes, of course. Good of you to join us, Mrs. Severson. Come in. I want you to meet Eulalie.
Before he had led us halfway across the room, I saw her. Shining silver gold hair, a flawless skin, glowing under a golden California suntan. Eyes the color of pansies, a young girl's body in a sleek gold cocktail dress. So, that was Eulalie Mayhew. I found myself wondering if Ernestine, wherever she was, still looked like her sister.
Rudy tells me you're a detective.
That's right.
Mr. Severson is with the Boston police, but it appears he's intrigued by our little transgressions in Wellesley as well. Which reminds me, I believe Chief Torrance has some news for you, Severson. He's right over there.
A detective? A police chief? Well, it appears Rudy has himself surrounded by the law. What a lovely outfit you have on, Mrs. Severson.
Thank you.
Will this be your first?
I left Brenda gazing enviously at Eulalie Mayhew's sylph-like figure and made my way across the room to see what Torrance had come up with. If it were the information we'd been after from the airlines, Wharton unwittingly may have just directed me toward his own undoing.
Oh, Severson, you'll want to hear this. Dennehy called in a little while ago with quite a piece of news.
Concerning our genial host?
No, not this time. It's the telephone nut. We've got him.
Hallelujah. Are you sure? I mean, how did you find him?
It was that list you had your wife make up that did it. You know, all the workmen who had been in your house since you moved in.
Now, don't tell me it was the sweet little old man who hung the wallpaper.
Ah, but you're close. Try the nice, clean-cut all-American type who installed your telephone.
A guy from the telephone company? Why is it we never think of the obvious?
Seems he just kind of blends into the woodwork. Nobody pays any attention to him.
And once he's done his job, you forget he was there.
But when we went back and checked, we found him everywhere. When Dennehy moved in on him in a cruddy little apartment over in Needham, there it was. A little yellow Wellesley directory. And a raft of porno junk all over the place.
Did he own up?
To everything but the Dolly Saline attack, claims he never done any real harm to anyone. Just a talker, not a doer, according to him.
Do you buy that?
Dennehy does. He thinks the guy called her all right, but he never went near her.
But then, how do you explain...
I don't know. We're going to have another talk with Mrs. Saline.
Chief, here comes Dennehy now. What's he doing here?
I don't know, but he sure is in a hurry. I hope he doesn't knock anybody over. What is it, Dennehy?
That piece of information you've been waiting for just came in, Chief.
From the airline?
You really hit the nail on the head, Newt. On January 9th, just the day before an E. Wharton flew out of Boston, and E. Mayhew flew in from L.A.
Well, now... Isn't that interesting? I think maybe our host will find it much more stimulating than the usual cocktail party conversation. I took pity on the chief and went to look for Wharton myself. I found him more or less where I expected, on the terrace in the shadows with a glint of gold lame beside him. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Wharton, but something's come up about your wife.
Rudy.
What about my wife, Mrs. Severson?
The chief will explain. He and Dennehy are in the study. You can come too, Miss Mayhew, if you wish.
Yes, of course. Has anything happened to her?
I have the feeling we'll all have an answer to that very soon.
Wrigley Spearmint gum, gum, gum. Wrigley Spearmint gum. Carry the big fresh flavor. Wherever you go, whatever you do, it's the finest pack of flavor.
Flavor this big shouldn't be left behind. So wherever you go, carry a pack of Wrigley Spearmint gum. Wrigley Spearmint.
Get the finest spearmint flavor. The great Wrigley taste. Delicious to chew. Wrigley Spearmint gum. Carry it with you. Wrigley Spearmint.
Maybe all you know about batteries is that they're necessary to start your car. And you want one that will start and start and start your car. That's just what the Delco Energizer was designed to do. It supplies a super burst of power instantaneously to start a car in almost any weather. Get a Delco battery for your car. Look for the red, white, and blue Delco sign.
Well, the more you know, the more you want Delco. The more you know, the more you want Delco.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Men who want to learn good jobs. And today, a qualified man can choose the direction he wants to go in the Marine Corps. Choose the kind of skills he wants to learn, like computers, aircraft maintenance, or electronics, radio communications, food services, aviation technology. You name it, Marines do it. If you want to learn it, the Marines will teach you skills, responsibility, and leadership in any field you can handle. Remember, qualified men can choose their own directions in the Marine Corps. Skills to learn, careers to build in many directions. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to choose their own directions, want to learn good jobs, want to be Marines.
Despite Eulalie Mayhew's involuntary gasp and her alarmed look of a cornered doe, Wharton remained as unruffled as ever. I went on ahead alone to the study. A few moments later, they followed me in. Dennehy looked nervous in his uniform. I felt like our cat Mine Hare out stalking prey. Chief Torrance was less ferocious, so I let him begin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wharton, but several things have come up that we need to have explained.
Well, that's all right, Chief. I can understand your position. Well, what sort of things?
Well, for one, that letter we received from your wife confirming her whereabouts in California.
Well, what about it?
Well, we have it on good authority, very good authority, that it was not written by your wife at all.
Really?
That instead it was written by you, Eulalie.
By me? But
Never mind, Eulalie. You don't have to deny it. I'll explain.
Please do, Mr. Wharton.
As a matter of fact, Eulalie did write the letter at my request.
Why was that?
Because Ernestine refused to. As far as I was concerned, she didn't care if I rotted in hell.
You never indicated before that there was that much animosity between you and your wife, Wharton?
Because I wanted to spare Eulalie. You see, the truth is, my wife was insanely jealous of her sister.
Oh, that's something I never knew. Ernestine didn't seem the type.
Oh, well, it was only where I was concerned. She constantly made the accusation that it was Eulalie I really loved. Eulalie I should have married.
I see.
Mr. Wharton, there's something else. We know that on January 10th, someone under your wife's name boarded a plane out of Boston for Los Angeles.
That was my wife, Sevison. Who else would it be?
Eulalie?
But Eulalie was in California at her house in Riverside.
No, she wasn't. We have the evidence that Eulalie came here to Wellesley on January 9th.
Rudy?
If she did, Detective Sevison, I know nothing about it.
Rudy?
Were you here, Eulalie? You should have taken me into your confidence. I might have been able to help you out of this.
Rudy, what are you saying?
I knew, of course, how much resentment toward my wife Eulalie has always felt since their father died, leaving a will that favored Ernestine. But I never thought Eulalie could be capable of taking any kind of cold revenge on her sister.
That's not what happened.
Wharton, what are you trying to pull? You know very well Eulalie was here at the time of your wife's disappearance. It was at your request that she came.
But that's impossible. I had nothing to do with it. I wasn't even here in Wellesley myself at that time.
You weren't?
I was out of town, in Virginia, attending a golf tournament. And I can account for every moment of my
Look out,
time.
she's got my gun.
Haley, put that down. No.
Oh, Rudy. Why? I'm sorry.
It's all my fault, Chief. Get the door, Dennehy. Keep everybody out. I better call an ambulance, Newt.
No reason to. Wharton's dead. It was all in the Wellesley newspaper. It was on the front page for weeks. The gradual piecing together of the facts. Ernestine Wharton had told her husband she was divorcing him, reclaiming the titles to all of her properties and leaving him penniless. In a rage, Wharton had killed her. Killed her on the 7th of January. Greg Farley testified that he had spent most of January 6th in Ernestine Wharton's company. And January 8th was the day it was proven that Rudolph Wharton left Wellesley to attend the golf tournament in Virginia. Eulalie Mayhew arrived in Wellesley on the 9th, not knowing that her sister was dead. She maintained this stance at the trial. She swore she hadn't known and never saw the body.
Oh, come now, Miss Mayhew. It certainly would be to your advantage to cooperate at this point and tell this court where the body of your sister, Ernestine Mayhew Wharton, lies buried.
I don't know, I tell you.
Remember, she was the victim of a cold, calculating murderer, Rudolph Wharton. Where is your poor sister now, Miss Mayhew?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
The trial went on, and the prosecution hammered away at Eulalie Mayhew about the location of her sister's body. The only thing in the next few weeks that was resolved was Brenda's condition. It was a 7-pound, 8-ounce boy.
Do you think Eulalie Mayhew's telling the truth, Newt?
Well, then he does. And he's become something of an authority on hysterical women, ever since he broke down that story of Dolly Celine's.
Imagine. Deliberately hurtling herself down the stairs to fake an attack just for attention.
Gradually, Wellesley finally became the quiet little suburban town we thought it would be when we first moved in, before Minehair came scampering into the house that first night with a dead squirrel in his mouth. But, of course, as Mercy Bird reminded us daily, no one had yet discovered where Rudolph Wharton had hidden his wife's body. Then one day, Brenda had just coaxed the baby into taking his afternoon nap. I was out on the porch trimming the ivy that was threatening to take over the house when...
I got it! I got it!
Honey, here comes Mercy, and she's got it. Whatever it is.
I figured it out. I knew if I just kept working on it, I'd come up with the answer.
You mean you think you know where the body's buried?
I don't think I know. I know. Now listen to this. Wharton committed the murder on January 7th. On January 8th, I had the flu. It was a Friday. I remember it well. I just sat up in bed all day looking out the window and watching the workmen.
Workmen?
Yeah, they had to delay digging earlier because the ground was frozen. But then there was an early thaw that first week in January, and they came and poured the cement that day, and I was watching them. January 8th. Now, Rudolph Wharton carried his wife's body away during the night of January 7th, put it in the hole, covered it with dirt and stones. And the next morning, the workmen came and supplied a handy cement tomb.
What workmen?
Yeah, Mercy. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your house. Well, it's being remodeled before you moved in. You can take my word for it. I know where the body is. We're standing on it. Ernestine Mayhew is buried right here under your front porch.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
The sounds you hear are happening at girls' clubs throughout our country. They are happy sounds. Girls swimming, sewing,
Take the needle and you thread
cooking, having fun, and learning to develop their potential for leadership. Today's girls want and need these programs. This is Mrs. Harold Kazanjian, President of Girls Clubs of America, asking you to help in your own community. Lend a hand at your local girls club or write to Girls Clubs of America, Box 35, Grand Central Station, New York, 10017. Find out how you or your organization can start a girls' club. People working with girls' clubs can make a difference.
In this life, one thing counts. In the bank, large amounts. I'm afraid these don't grow on trees. You gotta pick a pocket or two. You gotta pick a pocket or two.
Hello, my dears. This is Fagin calling, otherwise known as Ron Moody.
You gotta pick a pocket or two.
The music you're hearing is from the score of our show, Oliver. Great things happened in those years, and great things are still happening today in many fields. One of these is the field of art research. New methods are being found to prevent and treat the art diseases, and that means longer, healthier lives for all of us. Please support this life-saving work with a gift to the Art Fund this month. It takes all of us working together. Remember, you got to pick a pocket or two now and again if you want to help.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Tobias Wells, A Die in the Country. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by State Farm Insurance, Wrigley Gum, and Delco Batteries. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Charles Larson's inside story of television murder. Someone's death. Starring George Kennedy, Joyce Bulifant, and Robert Reed. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week, our story revolves around the make-believe world of television. We'll meet Nils Frederick Blixen, a middle-aged man married to his craft, producing television shows. He's preparing a new detective series called Stag at Bay, in which his star will have exactly 1/2 hour each week to solve a fictional crime. Nils Frederick Blixen, a veteran of the industry, is breaking in a new casting director, Joanna Redfern. Young, bright, aggressive. A woman more prideful of her liberated status than of her shocking red hair. Their problem is to cast the role of co-star in the upcoming series, strictly a matter of choice. It would have been easy if it hadn't been for one unexpected, intangible fact. Someone's death. The fact is, it was murder. Our story, Someone's Death, begins after this word.
I was in South Korea with the Peace Corps. We were the first rural health program in Korea. What a lot of us did was to go around and check to see if there was a TB patient in the house. A lot of these people had never, ever had any kind of medical attention at all. I remember one case. She was in pain. She was in real pain, and the doctor examined her and became very concerned. And he told us later that had she not come in, she would have died. I was very, very proud. But you've probably heard this, and you'll hear it again and again from volunteers. The volunteer himself gets more out of it than he actually gives to the people who's supposed to be helping.
Volunteer for the Peace Corps. The Peace Corps is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
He lay on his stomach under the oak like a spy, with his hand shading his eyes and a reversed blue baseball cap spread over the back of his neck. He was black, tall, 6'5" in his stocking feet, a former basketball player. Several woodworms had been caught in the blood that matted the base of his skull. He'd been shot at close range, the bullet burrowing upward through the back of his head. He was quite thoroughly, vengefully murdered. At the precise early morning hour that a young boy and girl in the hills along Mulholland Drive above Hollywood stumbled onto the body, I was in a projection room at the studio. I was still at the studio in my office, chairing an unofficial production meeting as the sun dipped into the smog and below the Los Angeles horizon. It was the 22nd of May. On June the 4th, come hell, high water, death, panic, or war, we had to be in production on the first of 22-hour episodes of a new TV series which I had originated and would produce called Stag at Bay, a detective series which is supposed to make me some kind of authority on murder. The meeting was a replay of 1,000, just like it.
We've got to find a gimmick to hang the PR campaign on.
Right now, that's less important than finding the right girl.
Across the desk from me was Leonard Ellis, a born conciliator. In his youth, he'd wanted to be a baseball umpire, but failed due to his slight deafness, though he often said it was merely compensation for 20/20 vision. He claimed to hear better after a nip, so at 61, he had become an alert quasi-alcoholic. Nevertheless, Leonard Ellis was the best unit publicist any series could have. Joanna Redfern, the casting director, sat near him, upright in straight chair. Tall, 23, a recent graduate of Bennington, she wore her red hair short because everybody else wore it long. She was uptight, tapping the arms of her chair, uncrossing her trousered legs. When she finally got to her feet, it was in sections, like a deck chair unfolding.
Well, someday some terribly courageous TV producer is going to thumb his nose at the computer, cast the best actor or actress in his series instead of the safest, and make $100 million. And how in the name of reason are those pious, rude New York network research freaks going to squeeze out of that one?
Well, I'm sure every producer wants to cast the best actor or actress in every role. Isn't that so, Niels Frederick?
I'm producing this series, and I'll make the decisions. I couldn't care less about what they want upstairs. And so you'll get it straight, Miss Redfern. I'm not going to fill an important running lead with a bad Mexican-American actress just because Justicia or Nosotros or the rest of the pressure groups think I ought to.
The part calls for a Mexican-American girl. It would be absurd not to get...
Fine. You bring me one who can cut the mustard, and I'll sign her.
I have brought you several, but all you're after is a pretty face.
They weren't right, any of them.
You know what I think I better do is tell the front office that this isn't working out, that it isn't fair to the studio to saddle you with a casting director you don't know and you don't have confidence in.
Sit down.
No, I'd rather not.
Who's for coffee? Are you, Niels Frederick?
All the same, Mr. Blixen, I wish you luck. I hope Stag at Bay knocks everybody right on their backside.
His backside.
Of course.
Is this your first series, Miss Redfern?
Yes.
It's my fifth. Joanna, isn't it?
It's Joanna, but everybody calls me Red.
Yours is black, I believe, Niels Frederick. Red, are you cream?
No sugar, dash of cream.
While Ellis translated the coffee order to my secretary, Mary, the poor woman should have been gone hours ago, Red sat on her tailbone with the players' directory and searched for the actress who wouldn't compromise us too much with the powers upstairs. I could hear Ellis on the extension talking to his granddaughter.
Hello, honey? Yeah. This is Grandpa. I'm going to be late again for dinner. Did you call me? Donny Osmond? I thought you were in love with David Cassidy. Issue of which magazine? Oh. Anything with Donnie's picture on the cover. Yeah, I'll find one. I won't be too late. Bye-bye, sweet.
Donnie's woman?
Donnie needs her.
She assured me last spring that Bobby Sherman needed her.
Well, that's when she was a kid of 13. But now she knows what love is.
Red, where did you meet Ellis's granddaughter?
Oh, I've known Heidi for years. We're neighbors.
You're kidding. No one in Hollywood has neighbors.
Oh, Red and I live in the same... what do you call it, Red? Fourplex?
Over under Long Prairie. It's a nice area. I love it.
Yeah, they still dig their heels in about blacks, though.
In this enlightened day and age?
Yeah, you bet. In this day and age... I'm sorry, Red.
Why? Did I walk into something? Well, what happened at the neighborly fourplex?
Nothing happened.
Yeah, right. Nothing. That tempest in a teapot.
Come on, tell me. Might springboard a script.
No script. Just I had a black friend, somebody objected.
Anonymous letters, you know.
So what did you do about it, Red?
Kissed him goodnight on the lawn after that. Didn't want anybody to miss anything.
That's a good girl.
Oh, here she is. Now, just look at this picture if you want to see one sweet actress. Now, I know she won't do. You're after a beauty. This girl looks like 10 cents worth of cat meat.
Yeah. She's got an interesting face.
You mean ugly?
True.
You know Clifford Odette's Country Girl?
Of course I know it. Do you think I'm illiterate?
Well, how do you think the woman ought to be played?
Mother Earth?
Okay. I saw Isabel Chavez do Country Girl in Spanish in East L.A. a month ago, and I thought I'd die. This was a woman you could believe anything about. When the husband tells the director she was Miss Mexico, you believe. When he says she tried suicide, you believe that. You believe. Oh, nuts.
I watched her, Joanna Redfern, Miss Clumsy of the Year, knock over a 7-foot-tall philodendron plant. While Ellis and I helped her prop it up again, she was tossing the plant's upper tendrils over the automatic fire extinguisher pipes in the ceiling, which caused her to split her shirt and dislodge an abstract of some English soccer players when she fell in exhaustion against the wall.
Oh, shoot.
Yet, like the young Hepburn, she was so secure in her ungainliness that it projected itself as a kind of high-born grace. I felt I'd never been stuck with a more aggravating girl in my life.
I did all that in one take.
Will you sit down, Red? Forget the plant. Just sit down. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shouted.
You certainly shouldn't have.
Ellis, see if Mary fell in the coffee pot out there and drowned, will you?
Yeah. Mary.
Oh, dear.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were right at the door about to knock. Here, let me help you.
Joanna.
Oh, me, yeah? Oh, I get so used to being called Red.
Yeah.
What is it, Mary?
Well, I hate to interrupt, but I've got a message for Joanna.
Who is it? Tell him to hold the line. We'll be through here in a minute.
Well, actually, they're right outside.
Look, Mary, if it's some agent...
They're not agents, exactly.
Well, who are they exactly? Bill collectors, men from Mars, what?
No, they're policemen.
Policemen? This is a private eye show. Tell them we're not casting men in blue. Right, Niels Frederick?
You don't understand. They're...
Well, come on, Mary. They're what?
Detectives.
Detectives?
And they want to talk to me?
Yes.
What about?
They said it's something about a murder.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years. Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the earth provides, 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who says you can't buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car. You keep it running, young. You keep it running.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Looking for a few good men to become Marine officers, a few good college men to accept the challenge of leadership, men who will command Marine ground troops, men who will fly Marine aircraft, and a few good men to serve as lawyers in the Marine Corps. The program is Platoon Leaders Class, PLC. No campus training, ground and air options, available financial assistance, even free civilian flying lessons for qualified men. Talk to the Marine officer who visits your campus. Ask about PLC ground, PLC air, or PLC law. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to lead other men as officers in the United States Marine Corps.
The two plainclothesmen were standing by Mary's files, a stocky, sunburned man in suede pants and a modified safari jacket, and a lean, dark man wearing a gray business suit. The second detective extended his wallet. I studied the ID, which bore a serious pose of him in a square collar, tie, and somewhat shorter haircut. The card said, Ames, Sergeant, Negro, male, 5'11", weight 160, black hair, brown eyes, no visible scars. There was a third man in the outer office, a cab driver, who sat flipping his hat between his hands and whistling at the floor, his elbows on his knees. Mary explained his presence.
He's been waiting for over half an hour. Miss Redfern, Joanna, ordered him.
Both men in red went through the open door into my office. As I turned to follow them, a messenger boy dropped off the rewrite of our opening show. The cabbie, I noticed, was leaning around me trying to read the cover.
You a TV producer?
That's what they call me. Mary, will you Xerox this, 15 copies?
Right now?
No, in the morning.
She's not in trouble, is she, Joanna?
Ellis, drive Mary out to the lot.
Don't worry, Red. All they can do is rubber hose you.
Stupid thing for Ellis to have said to her. I liked Red. I could see Ames was quizzing her tough. Whether they resented it or not, I was going to go in. The cabbie was stretching his neck to try and see into the room. I closed the door.
The last time you saw him was...
Is this private?
It's up to the young lady.
They know about Daniel and me.
Daniel?
The black friend I mentioned, Dan Gladstone, apparently he's been in some kind of accident.
Oh?
2 weeks. You haven't seen Mr. Gladstone since roughly the 8th of May, then?
No, I haven't, or longer.
Why not?
I don't know what you mean.
You were fairly close friends, weren't you, Miss Redfern?
We were friends. I don't know how close.
Were you engaged?
No.
Didn't Gladstone give you a ring sometime in February?
It was a joke. It came out of a penny candy jar.
Excuse me. But what kind of accident was this?
He was shot in the back of the head.
Shot? Daniel,
And no accident.
Well, who told you about the ring?
What was the tenor of your last meeting, Miss Redfern?
The what?
What did you talk about?
I don't remember.
Did you fight?
I just really can't remember.
Did you say, if you show your black face around here again, I'll cut your damn woolly head off, or words to that effect?
Now, wait a minute. Have you warned her? Given her her rights? Or did you just forget?
No, we didn't forget.
She has a right to know who you've been talking to, who's been telling you these...
You own a .22 caliber pistol, Miss Redfern.
Okay, that does it. Give me an outside line.
A pistol? No, of course not.
Red, cool it. I'm contacting a lawyer. You don't mind, do you, gentlemen?
No, I think it's a very sound idea.
I don't need a lawyer.
You might ask him to meet us at North Hollywood Division. That's 11480 Tierra. You have her there in a half hour, Mr. Blitzen.
Murder on television is one thing. It's an episode. By the end of the last reel, it's solved. But I was discovering that isn't the way it really is. My guts were turning.
Hello?
Wade?
Yes.
Wade, this is Nils Frederick.
Nils, what's the matter? You sound like you were canceled before you started.
Wade, we've got a problem here.
Oh, like what?
Like a suspect for murder.
The all-new Ford Mustang II has been named Car of the Year by Motor Trend magazine.
Look what they've done to our Mustang. They named it Car of the Year. 'Cause we changed the size, we changed the style, and you're gonna like it fine. So, look what they've done to that car.
Mustang II, picked Car of the Year because it offers good gas economy. And in the words of Motor Trend, Mustang II is an outstanding concept of affordable luxury and prestige in a small package. And that makes it the right car at the right time.
When you take a ride, you're gonna know that Mustang's one of a kind. So,
Base sticker price for two-door hardtop is just $28.95, excluding dealer prep, destination charges, title, and taxes. At your local Ford dealer.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. Don't expect your dry cleaner to work miracles. People expect him to pick out all the spots in a bundle of clothes and recognize the cause of each stain, including the invisible stains, which aren't apparent until the garment is cleaned. Keep in mind, too, that the dry cleaner's legal liability is frequently limited to the use of ordinary care in the handling of your merchandise. Remember that different classes of stains require different treatments, and some fabrics must be treated with special care. Special solvents must be used to get rid of gravy, lipstick, ink, nail polish, soup, etc. And if damage should occur through the fault of the cleaner, the value in dollars and cents is determined proportionately. So be fair with your cleaner and yourself. Tell him about those stains. Don't remove labels with dry cleaning instructions. And don't think of your cleaner as a magician. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
The city by night had a warm, wind-swept face. Los Angeles was a Mediterranean town, I'd always felt, despite its size and location. All day long, it lay like a girl on its back by the sea, half asleep under its dark glasses burning in the sun, amused by the boys who whistled and hung around. Only at dusk it began to stir. It would blink and sit up and rest its chin on its knees, gazing at the bronze-colored ocean, and perhaps accept a margarita or two. The cab driver didn't need a margarita. He was very talkative.
Boy, looks like all the idiots are out tonight. Hey, look at that coop. Hey, there's a real dilly. You know, I tell you, I love this town. Too breezy back there for you?
No, it's fine.
Are you all right, Red?
You haven't asked me whether I did it or not. Do you realize that?
I haven't? All right, did you shoot the man?
No.
That's a load off my mind.
Hey, did you see that jerk? A left turn and no signal. My wife wonders why I got a nervous stomach. Hey, you two want to buy a free press?
No, thanks. Would you mind? What is your name?
Jack. I thought I told you.
The young lady and I have some things to talk about.
No, sure. Private is private.
You think I'm not the murderous type, then?
If there is a type.
There's a type that goes all to pieces in a jealousy situation. The first person I was jealous of was my sister. I was 4 when she was born. I couldn't understand why my father had done that to me.
Don't you blame your mother, too?
She didn't count. She died when I was 8. She and my father were separated by then. He was living in Pennsylvania. She was in Hartford.
With you and your sister?
No. I'd already killed my sister.
You what?
I broke my sister's neck when she was 7 months old.
When you set out to make a point, you don't fool around.
It's the fact. My mother left the carriage on the front porch. I pushed it down the steps. I wasn't punished, just sent to a child psychiatrist and later to a very nice school in New Hampshire. That's what jealousy can do. My father used to come see me once in a while. He's married twice since my mother died. 3 more children.
I thought you said you hadn't been punished. We rode along for a while, neither of us talking. Even the cab driver seemed more content since traffic had eased up some. I studied Red during the silence. She struck me as being very vulnerable.
Do you have any children?
No.
I know you're married. I looked up your studio biography.
Well, then it's out of date. We were divorced in 65.
Oh, let's see. I was born in 50, so I was 15 then. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
We made a mistake and we rectified it.
Very civilized.
My dear girl, a divorce is about as civilized as a gang rape. We've been married 18 years.
I think there must be something wrong with marriage.
Not with the game, just with the players.
This must be the place.
Keep it running, Jack. We'll be going back into Hollywood.
Hey, I'll tell you what I'll do. Why don't I grab something to eat and then I'll come back for you, huh? You don't want to buy the cab. Hey, wait a minute. What is this, a check? I'm sorry, we don't take personal checks.
A voucher. I ride cabs a lot.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Blixen.
Try us in about an hour.
Sure.
Niels Frederick, I'm over here. Wade Schreiber, your client, Joanna Redfern.
How do you do?
Joanna, is it Miss?
Yes.
Let's talk out here for a minute. I think before we go inside, we'd better clarify a couple of points.
I didn't kill Dan.
Yes, I understand that. I don't believe they're ready to accuse you of it. They're just trying to get to the truth. Believe it or not. They said he was shot with a .22? Yes, he was, and that's point number 1. Joanna, do you own a .22?
No.
Ever own one?
No.
Well, were you ever in contact with one?
No.
Okay, I'll buy that. Second, where were you last evening between, say, 10 and midnight?
10, Grauman's Chinese.
You went to a movie?
Yes.
Wade, you act like a cop. Oh, come on, Niels, wait a minute. Who did you go to the movie with?
Alone.
You often go to the movies alone?
Not often. I was just walking on Hollywood Boulevard. My car's in the shop. And I just went in.
Where was he killed, Wade? On the valley side of the hills. You know that area?
Not too well.
Well, there's a dead-end private street off Berry. It's called Ruby.
Oh, I know Ruby.
You would. Some kids found the corpse this morning by the side of the road. Dead about 12 hours. How do you know Ruby Avenue?
Oh, Lord.
Well, come on. How do you know it?
Oh, we used to park up there.
You in Gladstone?
Once in a while.
Had the body been dumped? No, his car was nearby. He was found about 20 feet from it. Hadn't been robbed, no sign of a struggle. So we knew his killer. He just strolled over under the trees, lowered his head, and somebody reached around and shot him. What's the matter, Red? You cold?
Just a chill. I'll get over it.
There seems to be a witness report on file here.
Witness to what?
Evidently, somebody heard you threaten Dan Gladstone.
Threaten him? That's ridiculous.
Joanna, did you two fight at all?
Well, I wouldn't say fight.
Well, what would you say?
Well, I'd say that, we had words.
What about?
But nothing important. Does it matter?
It matters. Now, please, Red. It must have been fairly important if it caused you two to break up.
He was a pusher, and he tried to get me hooked. I loved him, or I thought I loved him, but I told him to get lost.
Did you tell him, if you show your black face around here, I'll cut your head off?
Oh, God. Yes, I did.
Wade, what does this do to us? Well, I don't know, Nils. Sure gives him a peach of a motive to swing on. Well, we better go in.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
When they change a plane flight, I check to see if another is just as good or better.
Fred Underwood, Kansas City postal worker, probably knows as much about airline schedules as the airlines.
I want to give that extra service that goes with airmail.
so I move it just as fast as I can to get it out of here.
And airmail is moving. Now you can almost always get next-day delivery to cities up to 600 miles away, and two-day delivery anywhere in the country. Just mail by 4 p.m., use zip code, and mail from a specially marked airmail box.
When I started here, it was all propeller planes and trains. And back in the post office, mail was handled the same way it had been for years. Now there's jet planes and zip codes, and airmail's really going places.
Airmail and zip codes. They speed everybody's letters. If you don't know a zip code, check your phone book or call the post office. Help us help you. Use zip code.
Brothers and sisters, this is the day intensifies for Smokey the Bear. You can take a tip and smoke it at the nothing like a tree. For the good kids climbing and the beautiful to see. You just have to look around, you find it's not a joke. See what you've been missing if the all went up in smoke. Smokey the Bear, Smokey the Bear, a growling and a growling and a sniffing in the air. He can find a fire log before it starts to rain. That's why we call him Smokey. That's how we got his name. Oh, come on now, beat it out, Bill. Be cool, people. Only you can prevent a forest fire. I said Smokey the Bear, Smokey the Bear, a growling and a growling and a sniffing in the air. He can find a fire log before it starts to rain. That's why we call him Smokey. That's how we got his name.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Someone's Death. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Quaker State and Ford. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
By Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Charles Larson's inside story of television murder. Someone's Death. Starring George Kennedy, Joyce Bulifant, and Robert Reed. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, Hallmark Greeting Cards, and the makers of V8 Juice. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
television producer Nils Frederick Blixen is an expert at solving murders of the fictional variety. But he's found that it's nothing at all like the real thing. The real thing keeps you awake nights, drives you in endless circles, and cannot be solved in a half-hour time slot. The police have taken away his young female casting director, Joanna Redfern, who at this point has been cast herself in the leading role in a very real murder. But for Nils Frederick Blixen, Joanna is all wrong for the part, even though he now knows she's played it once before. Someone's death continues in a moment.
Hi, this is Frankie Lane. Do you remember this song?
I believe for every drop of rain that falls, a flower grows. I believe that.
Yes, I believe. Well, if you do, you can also remember when there were no such things as artificial heart valves or synthetic arteries. Nobody ever heard of the heart-lung machine or open-heart surgery. Today, they're commonplace, and your contributions help bring them about. But with all these and other advances, heart disease is still not conquered. More medical advances are needed to help save hearts and lives. Give generously when your Heart Fund volunteer calls for your contribution.
I believe above the storm, the smallest prayer will still be heard. I believe that someone
Inside the North Hollywood police station, the detectives took Red into a poster-encrusted cubicle from which I was barred. She cast me a ghastly grin just before the door closed in my face, and I felt my heart give an unaccustomed lurch. I paced back and forth along the short hallway until a sunburned civilian in overalls took pity on me and urged me not to worry about my daughter, since the Valley police were gentlemen through and through. I thanked him and went outside, cut to the quick. She could be my daughter, damn it. I became obsessed with the idea that something had gone wrong and that they were booking her. I told myself I'd count to 10. Schreiber came out on the count of 7, joking and chatting with Sergeant Ames. Red was pale but composed. Ames went back inside, and Schreiber gave me the rundown.
No, it was a breeze. They didn't know about Gladstone being a pusher, so I didn't mention it. No, they didn't suspect her any more than they suspect the governor. Well, come on, Red, I'll take you home.
Wait a second, Wade. Don't you still live way out in West Valley?
Tarzana, yeah, what's the difference? I can take Red into Hollywood and then swing over Coldwater.
I wouldn't hear of it.
I've ordered a cab.
Oh. Okay, Niels Frederick, I get the message. Well, I'll call you tomorrow, Red. We'll have dinner one night. You doing anything Saturday?
No.
Good, it's a date. And, good night, buddy.
Good night, buddy. Give my love to all your kids.
Sweet man.
My company's lawyer. We've been friends for years. Let's walk to the corner. Maybe there's a cab stand there or a bus.
How old is he?
30, 31.
You mentioned something about kids?
He's got 4.
Holy Moses.
Hey, cab! Oh, Jack! Oh, Jack!
Nice wife, I suppose.
She's not married. She died.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was hungrier than I thought. Hey, you're a producer. Any chance of getting studio work?
Transportation? You'd have to check with the union.
Forget it. Maybe I'll go back to school. Landscape architecture. I used to work for a Japanese nursery up in Montrose. Boy, that really turns me on, Japanese gardens. You know what I mean? You know what a haiku is?
Japanese poem. 3 lines, 17 syllables. Quote, white cherry blossoms, colder than snow when I call, and you are not there.
Oh, son of a gun.
That's your own composition?
Birthday present from an ex-friend of mine. Very dark friend. I'll make a right turn onto Longpre, Jack.
Hey, Miss Redfern, the secretary told me you didn't have a car. You get off work around the same time every night. I'm usually someplace near the studio. I could pick you up on a regular basis, you know?
Well, I have a car. It's just in the garage now, but thanks.
How about picking me up? I don't have a car. I'll write you a free haiku every 5th trip.
The heck with the haikus. I do it for the money alone. What time?
6.
Oh, right here. The big brown fourplex on the left.
Now, wait for me. I won't be long.
Oh, no, I can't. My wife will kill me. Look, I'll take another voucher. That's $3.10. Pick you up tomorrow at 6, Mr. Blixen.
I was glad for the opportunity to be alone with her. We stood on the sidewalk a moment while she gave me a rundown on the tenants in the building, pointed out where she lived on the second floor. Downstairs right was where Leonard Ellis and his granddaughter Heidi lived.
Odd little girl.
How odd?
She never blinks, for one thing. She's 14 going on 45. I spent age 14 in tears. Maybe that's why I distrust her so much. She doesn't cry. Never needs comforting.
What happened to her parents?
They were both in the Army. Killed themselves. It was horrible. Ellis had to take over. He adopted her. I hinted to him once he ought to send her to an analyst. He almost hit the ceiling. She lives on comic books. Got them piled in the garage so high you can't get a car in. She's very spiritual around her grandfather. But twice now I caught her burning grasshoppers to death with a magnifying glass.
She sounds like a charmer. Could Heidi have heard your argument? Was she at home that night?
She's always home. She's always around.
I followed Red up toward the fourplex. It was a house that only could have felt comfortable in Southern California. Curved red Spanish tiles lay on the flat roof like a matador's hat on an Iowa woman. There was a moving blur on the porch swing. She was an unmemorable girl, Heidi, half hidden behind long flaxen hair that fell to her bosom. At odd moments, she'd nudge some of the hair away from the left side of her face. I never saw the right. She wore jeans, a checkered shirt that hung out, covering her thick waistline, and painted toenails.
Hi. Aren't you in bed? Oh, this is my boss, Mr. Blixen. This is Heidi.
Hello, Heidi. I knew your grandfather. He works for me.
Do you know Donny Osmond?
No, I'm afraid I don't. I know the Lone Ranger, though. He's a fine man.
You know why the Lone Ranger and Tonto broke up?
No, why?
You found out what Kimosabe really meant. That's a joke, son.
It's a real thigh slapper.
Well, where's everybody?
They're all in Boom Boom's playing cards. Did the thugs find you?
They found me. Were they here?
I don't know.
Of course you know. You talked to them.
They said you killed Dan Gladstone. Did you know Peter Lorre?
Heidi, what's the trouble between you and me? Well, then, don't answer.
Did you ever see anybody so clumsy in your life?
But beautiful.
Red? She curdles my milk. Thinks she's the Queen of Sheba. I hate her. I really hate her.
You know who she looks a lot like? Your mother.
My mother? Oh, you never saw my mother.
Well, there's a picture of her on your grandpa's desk in her WAC uniform. What was her name?
Florence.
Maybe you hate Red because she reminds you of Florence.
You're nuts. If she reminded me of my mother, I'd love her because I love my mother.
Even after she left you. Did you tell the police about Red's and Dan's argument? Did you tell them about the ring he gave her from the candy jar?
What's the difference?
Well, I suppose it was the last time you saw Dan, the day of the argument.
He came around one more time, about a week ago. Last Tuesday.
To see Red?
She was at work.
Would he come to see them?
I don't know. Nobody was home.
You were home?
Well, I wasn't to begin with. I got sick at school, and the nurse excused me. Came home. I really felt terrible.
And Dan was here?
Yeah, around the back.
Well, what did you talk about? Now, it might be important, Heidi.
Did you know Boris Karloff? Lon Chaney? You sure you didn't know Peter Lorre?
Heidi, think about what I said about the resemblance. She just sat there, her arms wrapped around her body. Never had I seen such malevolence on the face of anyone so young. I thought about what she'd said about hating Red. I believe she really meant it.
Sunshine, things are growing, things are going well with you and me. Future planned together, a We're right together, and things look bright as they can be. We're helping ordinary people, for ordinary people who know the future is light. And that's the power of your life. We have to plan the future, because the future is light.
Metropolitan life knows how important the future is to you and your family. We've been preparing hard for the future so that your Metropolitan representative is qualified to help you prepare for it better. Because the better prepared you are, the better your future will be.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve, because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
As Heidi said, everyone was in Boom Boom's apartment. Of course, it was a little tough getting in because the Hayworths, Boom Boom and her husband, Fred, leery of burglars, had put a new safety catch on the flimsy door earlier in the evening. And for a while, none of the people inside could work it. And while we waited for them to figure it out, Red gave me a rundown on whom I would meet.
Boom Boom owns the building. She lives in this flat with her fifth husband, Fred, and her ex-lover, Preston Andrade.
It sounds like a comfortable arrangement.
They're all in their 60s now. It's more like two brothers and a sister. Then there's Phil, Boom Boom's nephew. He dropped out of high school. His father kicked him out. She took him in.
A school kid. Prime customer for a pusher. Incidentally, where did you meet Dan Gladstone?
Arcadia Playhouse. I saw him in a play. He was good. You'll be crazy about Boom Boom. She used to dance naked on a drum in Paris. That's how she got her name and lost her hearing.
Oh, sorry, folks. Come on in.
Everybody, meet my boss.
Fred Hayworth, the master mechanic, was a tall, bald man in undershirt and gray pants who kept scratching nervously and had kindly, bloodshot eyes. When he offered me a cigar and I took it, he seemed startled. And all the time I was there, he didn't say a word. He left the conversation to his wife's ex-lover, Andrade, who knew me from Warner Brothers, he said, worked in wardrobe, which I should have spotted on sight from the way he dressed. Italian shoes, tight pants, a silk shirt, and a thick black toupee, gray at the temples. Phil, the nephew, was a quiet kid whose yellow hair burst from his head like the flame of a newly lighted match. Worked in a drugstore, he told me. When I asked Phil if he liked his job better than music, Andrade answered for him. Andrade seemed to answer for everyone.
How did you know about Phil's music?
The guitar, right?
Uh-huh.
His fingertips, the calluses. Add the guitar case in the corner, and I come on like an instant Sherlock Holmes.
Or Saul Stagg.
Who's Saul Stagg?
That's his new detective. Starts on network television in the fall.
Oh, Murphy's playing that.
The voice came from behind me. There were two of them. Red introduced them as René Ortiz and his friend Bobby. René was a frail, heavy-headed Frenchman who powder-coated his blue chin. His friend Bobby was a lot younger, higher-strung, covered with little gifts, rings on both hands, a silver bracelet, St. Christopher's medal on a thin golden chain around his neck. Bobby, you said you knew my star, Murph Smith. Where from?
Oh, around here and there, parties.
The Arcadia Playhouse?
Mm-hmm.
But you're an actor, then?
Well, theoretically. Renee doesn't like me to work.
I understand Dan Gladstone belonged to the Acadia.
Oh, did he? Yes. I believe he did. I think I do remember Gladstone there. Of course, there were so many of us. I knew Danny casually.
Renee spit one word out, casually, turned and whipped into the kitchen. I felt Renee's jealousy bordered on violence. Red smiled at me, took my arm, and guided me in to meet Boom Boom. And I, Nils Frederick Blixen, got drunk on Boom Boom Hayworth that night in Hollywood and never recovered. It was love at first sight. She had never been a beautiful woman, and now at 60-odd, she was big-hipped, rattled-looking, and quite deaf. But there was enough left in her violet eyes and the seductive way she used her hands to effectively tongue-tie a stronger man than I. She wore a green gambler's eye shade over her dyed jet-black hair. She sat at a round table covered by a blanket and a multitude of poker chips, and extended both hands to me as gently as a child touching a pony's nose.
How nice.
How do you do, Boom Boom?
Oh, you don't have to shout, Sherry. I'm not that deaf. So you are the one who saved our dear Joanna from the sale flic.
Oh, no. Let me correct that. I didn't save her from anything. The police simply began questioning Red because she and Dan Gladstone had been going together.
Listen, we didn't mean to break up your poker game when we came in.
I know. Of course. You two go upstairs, have fun, no? Good luck on your new series. Your name again?
Blixen.
No. We are friends.
Nils Frederick.
Nils Frederick. Charming.
Thank you, Boom Boom.
Andrade, get me a cigarette. Who's your leading actor, Cherie?
A young man named Murphy Smith.
I'd love to meet him.
When we get into production, you come on out.
I adore it. It's a date. You, come. You kiss my cheek. Huh?
Good night.
Night, everybody.
We're glad you stopped in.
Well, what'd you think?
I think that Phil could have a motive if he's deeply involved with narcotics.
No, I meant what did you think about Boom Boom?
Oh, fantastic.
I love you.
I love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
That's why Hallmark makes over 1,000 different kinds of Valentines to get everybody's message across on Valentine's Day.
I love you.
Let Hallmark say you care enough to send the very best on Valentine's Day, Thursday, February 14th. That's Thursday the 14th.
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's VA. What you got there? It's VA. Looks like tomato juice. It's VA. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of The Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
There was no sign of the cab, and the porch swing was empty. Heidi was gone. I filled my lungs with jasmine scent and then climbed to the second landing to Red's apartment. She'd gone up a moment or two before me to fix us each a drink. When I came in, I could hear her in the kitchen, knocking things over. She came out with 2 scotches, neat.
I called your cab again. The woman said that he was on the way. Cheers.
Cheers.
It must be awful not to have a car in this town. I don't know how you manage.
Well, you were lucky not to have had one last night.
Last night?
Gladstone's murderer drove to and from the ambush. Your car was in the shop.
Yes. Well, to be 100% candid.
It wasn't in the shop.
No, it was in the shop, all right. Oh, hell, they'll find out anyway. I borrowed Renee's.
Naturally.
It's almost as if a malignant fate were pursuing me, isn't it?
Did you tell Wade Schreiber this?
About malignant fate?
About having Renee's car?
No, I didn't. I will, though, I promise, soon as I see him.
Tell me about the letter, the anonymous letter concerning you and Gladstone.
What about it? It's just one of those hateful, illiterate ravings. It didn't make any sense.
What did you do with it?
I tore it up.
Which one did it threaten, you or Gladstone?
Both of us.
If he ever came back again, or if you ever saw him again, is that the idea?
More or less.
And Gladstone did come back, and now he's dead.
Well, you can't call that cause and effect, because he certainly never came back after I booted him out.
Oh, but he did.
When?
Last Tuesday.
How do you know?
Heidi told me.
Oh.
Don't you believe her?
Oh, well, let me put it this way. Heidi romanticizes.
All right, indulge me. Assume she was telling the truth for once. Who would he have come to see? Boom Boom?
Maybe he was crazy about Boom Boom.
What'd she think of him?
He was a man. She approved.
Did Boom Boom's husband, what was his name, Fred, did he approve?
Fred believes in letting people do as they please. Fred isn't even jealous of Andrade. Why should he have fussed about Danny?
Preston Andrade isn't black.
Oh, nobody around here cares about that.
Jealousy isn't always justified. Remember?
If you're referring to my sister, that's rotten.
I'm sorry. Did you notice anything peculiar about young Phil downstairs, like his barbiturate eyes? Let's say he makes a decision one day. He decides he loves his music more than his downers. He tells his suppliers to bug off. The supplier threatens to tell Phil's aunt. Phil tries to scare him away with a letter. It doesn't work. You want another?
Well, if you insist on playing detective.
I do. 2 points. First, Ellis was wrong. There were blacks living around here, to my knowledge, as far back as the 40s. So the objection to Dan wasn't from that quarter. Point 2, the letter made a threat, and the threat was carried out. That scares me.
Because we're dealing with a nut?
We could be. Where are you going, Red?
To get the letter.
But I thought...
I lied.
In a moment she was back. She dropped the letter into my hand. It was wrinkled and dirty. Someone, Red presumably, had crumpled it at one time into a ball and then smoothed it out again. Words cut from cheap magazines had been pasted in soiled, uneven rows. I read it aloud. Dear Jade, tell your black paramour to clear out or we'll cut off... It's a gruesome threat. Interesting words, though.
The ones you mm'd over?
No. Paramour and Jade. Red, this letter threatens your life, and you didn't ever think of showing it to the police? Who all handled this letter?
Well, everybody. Dan, me, Boom Boom, Fred, Andrade, Renee, everybody in this house. What are you thinking about, fingerprints?
No, not much need to hurry on that now. I'd like to borrow it, may I?
Sure.
Good night.
Good night, Niels Frederick.
She moved forward, trod on my toe, and kissed me softly on the cheek. But as I went down the stairs, I couldn't drive from my mind the distressing realization that she had lied to the police about not having a car last night. She had lied to me about the threatening letter. And what else had she lied about? The image of her pushing her baby sister's carriage down the steps blotted everything else out.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
USO? Gee, I guess there must be one around here someplace. Yeah, let me think. Hold on. I'll go over here and ask, okay? For longer than we care to remember, people have been taking the USO for granted. Sure, it's a place for servicemen and women, a place they can feel at home. Read, rest up, write letters home. A nice, clean place where the hamburgers are great and so are the people serving them. Tickets to shows, ball games, sure. Everybody knows that about the USO. But what people don't know is that it takes money to keep the USO going for our 2 million men and women still in uniform. It takes a little money spread out among a lot of people. Because USO gets no government funds. It depends entirely on your gifts to the United Fund, Community Chest, or local USO campaign.
So please give. Our work isn't done.
जी हाँ, ये खानदानी मंसूबा बंदी का मरकज है. Mais oui, c'est le centre de planning familial.
Yes, this is the family planning center.
There are family planning centers in more than 100 countries today. The women who come to these centers can't afford to go to private doctors, but they want to plan their children, when they're going to have them, and how many they're going to have. The trouble is, there aren't enough centers. Just in the United States, there are nearly 5 million women who have no way of getting modern family planning help. And that's nothing compared with the world problem. Some countries don't have enough family planning centers. Some don't have any at all. This year, again, many women will have babies not because they want to, but because they have no choice. Sad for them. Sad for the world. With family planning help, these women too will have babies only when they choose. So that all the people of the world may have this freedom of choice, support Planned Parenthood.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Someone's Death. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Metropolitan Life Insurance, Hallmark Cards, and V8 Juice. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Charles Larson's inside story of television murder. Someone's Death. Starring George Kennedy, Joyce Bulifant, and Robert Reed. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Ford Motor Company and Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
The medium of television has become very much a part of our lives. Good, bad, or indifferent, television exists. When it's bad, one has only to turn it off. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for murder. Once committed, the act lingers on, as do the consequences. Nils Frederick Blixen produces television programs. Joanna Redfern is his casting director. Dan Gladstone was her boyfriend, an ex-boyfriend who met extinction when shot through the head by an unknown assailant. The police are casting young Joanna as the murderer. Nils Frederick prefers to disagree, and he's screening a large cast of character types to fill the role. Nils Frederick Blixen. He thought he knew it all. Someone's death will continue after this message.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you'll ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C. 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C. 20044.
I overslept. Got in my office about 10:30. It was all in the paper. The murder, Joanna working on the series. At least I got my name wrong. They called me R.G. Blixman. The phone had been ringing all morning. My boss, Arthur Todd, among others. My secretary is a real brain. The trade papers, the scandal sheets, she told them all the same thing. I was out. So as not to make her a liar, I left the executive building, passed along a row of darkened projection rooms, climbed some narrow wooden stairs to a frosted glass door marked Research. There I found Old Man Tibbet. He'd been in charge of this department since it opened. When he referred to the big war, he meant number one.
Ah, hey. Yeah, Mr. Nils Frederick Blixen in person. How's the new series coming?
Walter, I've got a tough job for you.
Yeah?
I want to know what magazine these words were cut out of. Can you do it?
In other words, you're thinking of using this threat letter in a script? Oh, they won't let you use language like this on TV.
No, just something I'm working on. What I want you to do is find what magazines these words were cut out of. Could you do it if I gave you a general area, like comic books?
Well, I could try. Who do I charge my time to if it's not a TV episode?
To me. On the way back to my office, I stopped in at the executive washroom, which bears a slight resemblance to the Taj Mahal, and ran into my star, Murph Smith, combing his hair in front of one of the mirrors, a broken-nosed, slope-shouldered man in his late 30s.
This murder, Nils Frederick. I called Mr. Todd at 3 this morning and asked him to get rid of the Redfern girl. He promised he would. I always thought she was a little gummed up.
Did you?
Well, you know, hanging around with all those blacks. By the way, why do I have to be Jewish in this series?
I didn't know things like that bothered you, Murph. You want things separate but equal, right?
Right.
Did Acadia Playhouse work that way, too, when you were there? I met a friend of yours last night, Bobby something. He lives with Rene Ortiz.
Oh, Bobby. Yes, he went to Acadia.
So did Dan Gladstone, and he was murdered.
I've got it. We never mention I'm Jewish. I play it Jewish inside. And my secretary, Raquel, we play her blonde. A lot of Mexicans are, you know. You buy that?
No. Is that clear enough? no.
Oh, come on. I haven't demanded much.
You haven't deserved much. You'll play it the way it's written. Is that clear? The way it's written.
Come on. It's a gag. You're the producer. What the heck do I know? Okay?
When I got to the studio in the morning, the Chavez test was underway. I didn't have to see it. The reports came to my office from those in the know. Cameramen, grips, all the guys on the set who'd seen him come and go. She was sensational, was all they said. Finally, I decided to go down and take a look for myself. When I reached the door of the stage, there was Preston Andrade. We were both stopped from entering by a blinking red light.
Hey, pal, how are you?
You started working here now?
No. Remember you invited us? And what do you know? A friend of mine is in there testing for your series.
You know Isabel Chavez?
How do I know her? Boom Boom's inside. We all know each other.
Then you and Isabel are friends?
Oh, for years. Since my wife died in 1960.
Isn't Boom Boom jealous?
Jealous? she hates her, even though I'm old enough to be Isabel's grandfather. It's like with you and Red. It's just Boom Boom likes to come to a set. Want some coffee from the machine? I could use some.
No, thanks. Incidentally, have the police been around questioning you and Boom Boom and the others?
I'm not worried. I got an alibi. I was in Tijuana on business. I heard there was some good cashmere down there.
I suppose everybody else was home.
Well, Bobby and Renee were home. Boom Boom was at a preview. Phil, I'm not sure.
About Boom Boom's husband?
Fred? Oh, I think he had a lodge meeting. You know, that kid Phil works too hard. All day at the drugstore, then practices, eats, and falls into bed.
Where does he sleep?
In my room, back of the flat.
Then you'd know if he ever tried to sneak out.
I don't think he does, which is more than I can say for our little neighbor.
Which little neighbor?
Heidi. She sneaks out nights.
Do you know that for sure?
As sure as I've seen her crawl out her bathroom window.
You've seen her?
Many times. She has to pass my room.
Where does she go?
Who knows? But I know what she'd say if I asked her where she was going.
What's that?
Out.
Hello, this is Hugh Downs. Recently, I participated in a Ford LTD fuel economy run from Phoenix to Los Angeles, where the average for 5 cars was 18.8 miles per gallon, with standard 351 E8 engines. The high was 20.3, and I averaged 19.7. My first reaction was surprise, because I think you'll agree the numbers sound a little high. So I'd like to stress that gas mileage depends on many factors. Things like total weight, maintenance, road and driving conditions. And you might not get the same results. But probably most important of all are your personal driving habits, how you behave when you drive. And one of the things we did in the test was to make a point of never exceeding 50 miles an hour. I think all of us who participated would agree that driving reasonably is a very modest price to pay for something else you can get from a Ford LTD. The good feeling of riding in a solid, well-made automobile.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look. We'll return to our story in a moment.
In this life, one thing counts. In the bank, large amounts. I'm afraid these don't grow on trees. You got to pick a pocket or two. You got to pick a pocket or two.
Hello, my dears. This is Fagin calling, otherwise known as Ron Moody.
You got to pick a pocket or two.
The music you're hearing is from the score of our show, Oliver. Great things happened in those years, and great things are still happening today in many fields. One of these is the field of art research. New methods are being found to prevent and treat the heart diseases, and that means longer, healthier lives for all of us. Please support this life-saving work with a gift to the Art Fund this month. It takes all of us working together. Remember, you got to pick a pocket or two now and again if you want to help. We have to pick a pocket.
I spent just long enough on stage 16 to verify that Red's actress find, Isabel Chavez, was indeed the new Cara Jurado. On the way to the office, I ran the usual gamut of disaster. My production manager beefing about the number of setups, my associate producer bringing me network static about credits. And then the front office informed me I'd lost my first-choice director and would have to beat the bushes at this late date for a replacement. If that wasn't enough, I found my secretary in tears.
Oh, Mr. Blixen, I hate to bring my personal problems to the office. It's nothing. I mean, it's something, but it just can't be helped. Let's not talk about it.
Let's.
Well, it's my father. My mother called this morning from Chicago, and he's 72, and they just found out he's got cancer.
I'm sorry, Mary. Would you like to go there?
I just can't waltz off and leave you. Not in the beginning of the season. Maybe later. We'll see. They're going to keep me notified, and if I have to go, I'll go later. Oh, so now I've added another little straw to your back. Let's see. Mr. Schreiber called. He said it was important. Shall I get him back?
Yes, please. I'll take it inside. Yes, Wade.
Nils? Look, I've had another conversation with my friend at the North Hollywood station. Apparently, Joanna lied to them about something. All he'd say was she told a whopper they've checked up on it, and she's in big trouble. Now, he expects Sergeant Ames to go to the DA within the next 10 days.
If it's about the car, she told you she borrowed Renee's car that night, didn't
she? Yeah, she told me that, and I told the police it's not that. They've checked Renee's tires, and they don't match the tracks they found.
I didn't know that they'd found any tracks.
Oh, yeah, a couple of pretty good ones. Fairly well-worn Firestones.
Then what else could it be?
Well, unfortunately, she's the only suspect who seems to have had both motive and no real alibi to speak of.
What about Gladstone's clientele? Surely Ames knows by now he was a pusher.
No, Gladstone was very small potatoes, just starting out. His supplier's in Tijuana, but informers haven't turned up a thing.
Wade, you still have a couple of private operatives on the payroll?
Yeah. Listen, if you got an angle, tell me.
Preston Andrade. He said he was in Tijuana the night of the murder buying cashmere. Now, there's nothing easier to check out.
So, what's your point?
I don't know. I'm fishing. But people have a tendency to project their own attitudes. Maybe Andrade's the jealous, possessive one.
You saying that Boom Boom and Dan Gladstone were playing around?
Why not?
Well, Nils, she's old enough to
What's age got to do with it? To hear you people talk, you'd think that everybody went off into a cocoon or something at the age of...
Nils, look, I'm sorry, all right? I'll write it down. Preston Andrade, Tijuana, jealous, okay? Anything else?
Andrade's wife died in 1960. I want to know how.
Wife, how?
And as long as we're reconfirming alibis, find out if Renee and Bobby were really both home on the night of the murder. Motive, jealousy again.
Renee, Bobby, both home. Okay, go on.
Phil?
The kid isn't a suspect.
He uses downers. More than occasionally. Question who supplied him. Suppose he wanted out, and his source wouldn't leave him alone. And I'd also like to know why he left Hollywood High.
Phil, Holly High. Okay.
I don't know if Heidi can drive a car.
Nils, is there anybody you don't suspect?
Certainly. Red. Monday morning, a series went before the cameras with more problems than I care to recount. And my neck stuck out to here for having signed Isabel Chavez. Not to mention my star, Murph Smith's charming acceptance of his leading lady.
I am not going to work with that fat-headed cholo. No way ever. I want that human fright way out of my series. I'm the star. I'm getting out.
He was an overpaid employee of NFB Productions, and he'd honor his commitment or answer in court, and that's what I told him. We were only half a day behind schedule at the end of the first day's shooting, and I was badly in need of a drink. Mary was not in the office. She's probably down in the ladies' room. She'd been doing a lot of crying lately. So I had to look for the whiskey myself. I found it where she'd filed it, under W. And I was walking into my office in search of a glass. Wade Schreiber was stretched out on my couch, his arm over his face. I made that 2 glasses. Might as well give me the bad news. I can read it all over you.
Well, if there's one rule a lawyer's trained to live by, it's never get personally involved with a client.
Red's in trouble.
Nothing a miracle wouldn't cure.
Well, if you're going to tell me, tell me.
All right, Nils. Brace yourself. You know the .22 that was used to kill Gladstone?
They found it?
Not yet. But they found out where it was purchased. And a gun dealer says he sold it to a young woman.
Let me guess. The woman was a redhead.
There'll probably be a warrant out for Red by tonight.
Warrant for murder?
You betcha. Murder 1.
Sunshine, things are growing, things are going well with you and me. Future planned together, a wishful life together, and things look bright as they can be. With help and boys and people, was boys and people, for not a future is life. And that's the power of life. We have to plan the future, because the future is life.
Metropolitan life knows how important the future is to you and your family. We've been preparing hard for the future so that your metropolitan representative is qualified to help you prepare for it better. Because the better prepared you are, the better your future will be.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Properly cooked vegetables add interest and enjoyment as well as nutrition to a meal. Cooking only long enough to make the vegetable tender tends to preserve more flavor and better texture than prolonged cooking. And when you buy vegetables, demand freshness. Check the characteristic signs of freshness, such as bright, lively color and crispness. Handle produce carefully. Someone must pay for vegetables lost by rough handling, and in the long run, it'll probably be you. Incidentally, don't buy just because of low price. It doesn't pay to buy more vegetables than you can properly store in your refrigerator, or you can use without waste. Most vegetables can be stored for 2 to 5 days, and it's really penny foolish to buy fresh vegetables affected by decay. Because even if you do trim off the decayed area, rapid deterioration is likely to spread to the salvaged area. A few cents extra for vegetables in good condition is a good investment.
Wade Shriver straight-lined the information. A clerk in a pawn shop in Fraser, a little town in the Imperial Valley, remembered his boss selling a .22 to a young lady from Los Angeles on the 5th or the 6th of May. That was the weekend Joanna and Gladstone had had their big fight. The 6th was also the Sunday Joanna had told the police when she just got into her car and drove through the Imperial Valley.
Yeah, if the guy can identify Joanna's picture, they'll have her.
They won't have anything except a girl who bought a gun in a moment of fear and panic, probably to defend herself with.
Yeah, that's what I like about you, Nils, an unbiased opinion.
Have you told Joanna?
I would if I could find her, but I can't. I think she's run out.
Well, the police know where she is. She's their chief suspect. They must have a tail on her.
Your TV detective would have a tail on. A real policeman can't afford those luxuries.
Well, she's got to be around. Maybe she went to the beach.
What, in this weather? Come on, Nils.
Doesn't Boom Boom know where she is?
No, and no sign of Boom Boom either. No sign of anybody. Except Ella's granddaughter.
Heidi? Andrade tells me that Heidi's been sneaking out of the house at night. Heidi hates Red with a blind passion. Red reminds her of her mother.
Suggesting what? That she's trying to get even for the dirty trick her mother pulled on her? Nils, this is a child we're talking about.
Children hate and sometimes kill. Where would you expect to see the word paramour in print?
Oh, I don't know. Victorian novel?
And this word was cut out from a magazine. Cheap ink, semi-pulp stock, some letters in color, some hand-lettered. Who are today's Victorians, today's adolescents? And what do adolescents read? Comic books.
There were comic books piled to the ceiling in that garage, but anybody in the fourplex could have gotten to them. And you can't be absolutely positive the words were cut out of those comic books.
Well, I'm working on it. As I entered the sound stage, they had just wrapped up the day's shooting. My star had retreated and peeked to his dressing room. Isabel Chavez was slumped in a canvas chair with her name lettered on it.
He's a real thinker, isn't he?
He's a talented child who expected us to cast a starlet he could dominate. Not an actress that he'd have to compete with.
Oh, for the life of a movie star, the glamour, the excitement, the aching behind.
You're doing great. Oh, one thing, Isabel, before you go.
Yes?
I just heard about a deal on 4 new tires. I can't use them. Wondered if you or maybe Andrade...
Not me. I'm in good shape, and Andrade just bought some.
Oh, really? When?
2 weeks, I think.
I don't suppose you'd remember what they were.
Sure, the same as he turned in Firestones. Hasta luego, patrón.
It had begun to rain. Ellis was coming toward me across the lot. He was drunk, weaving drunk, as though he'd been wandering, not sure of where he was. He kept widening his eyes in an effort to focus. We stopped under an overhang.
Hey, how are you? Mary said you wanted to see me.
Red's in trouble, Leonard. She's going to be arrested.
I need a drink.
You're going to choke eventually on that poison.
Oh, what's the difference? Who'd even notice I was gone?
Heidi. Come on, Leonard. Let's go back to the office.
Heidi doesn't give a tinker's damn about anybody but herself. Her mother's daughter. The bad seed. I know it. The question is, where did her mother get it? Not from my side of the family. Never was a murder on the other side, so her.
It doesn't matter what your priest thinks, my friend. Suicide is not murder.
Who told you about my daughter?
Matter of fact, Red did.
She tell you she killed herself?
She said that Florence and her husband were a double suicide.
Yeah. Florence shot her husband in the head after dinner one night and then stuck the gun in her own mouth and pulled the trigger. Her birthday was June the 3rd. She would have been 38 years old yesterday. Now you know why the old sot started drinking last night and kept it up and up and up. I'm all right. All right. Don't worry.
The rain had increased. It fell straight down in steely sheets, roaring onto the pavement. I raced up the slippery steps, on into the building and into my office. Ellis right behind me.
Wait, he's just coming in.
Mary seemed suddenly flustered. She was on the phone, jiggling it to get her party back. Jack was there, waiting to drive me home.
Hi, Mr. Blixen. Hey, can you believe this rain?
Jack. Mary, was that Red on the phone?
No, it was Heidi for her grandfather, but she's hung up. Leonard, she wants to know if you're coming home.
Mary, give me your file key. Come on.
The bottle's empty. I threw it out.
Mary, I want the key.
The bar's closed, Leonard. I went into my office and dialed Red immediately. No answer. I put the phone back in its cradle, vaguely conscious of the conversation from my outer office. Mary was on the phone talking to Heidi, something about whether or not Ellis would be coming home for dinner.
Heidi, your grandfather says you go ahead, fix yourself a TV dinner, and then he'll eat when he gets there.
I saw him lunge for the phone, but the connection had already been broken.
Why did you let me talk to her?
Leonard, you're too drunk. Now sober up before you go out. Here, have some black coffee.
Mary was right. He was drunk. I offered to take him in the cab, but he just walked on ahead of us when Jack and I came out of the office. I told Jack to take me to Red's apartment. The only thing I could hope for was that I'd find her there. I wasn't in the mood for conversation.
Hey, I made one up for her. A haiku for Miss Redfern. You want to hear it? Listen to this. Snowman on the hill, melting in the springtime sun. That's me when you smile.
That's nice, Jack.
Nice? You kidding? It's lousy.
No, not at all. Not lousy at all. I know exactly what you mean. Exactly. And I did. Exactly. Snowman on the hill, melting in the springtime sun. That's me when you smile. There was no smile when we got to Red's place. There were police cars, flares, and barricades.
More units. Any units in the area to 16,000 DeLong Break.
A cop in the street was waving for us to drive on. I told Jack to go back to the corner and wait for me. Then I changed my mind when I realized that all of the excitement was at Ellis's apartment. There was no way to make out a voucher in the downpour, so I dug out a $5 bill, paid Jack, and sent him away. Sergeant Ames?
Oh, Blixen.
Where's Miss Redfern?
In custody. She's been booked for this murder, too.
This murder? In 2 minutes, I had the story. Detectives Ames and Griswold had been second and third to see the body. Red was first. They found her standing over it. Heidi Ellis was dead, murdered, and Heidi's blood was all over Red's hands.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier, Phantom, Skyhawk, Cobra, Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, and the Marine Corps.
Hello, this is William Conrad. If you're planning a trip abroad this year, you'll be returning to the United States through customs. You'll be asked to declare, either orally or in writing, everything you've acquired abroad and have in your possession at the time. Your baggage and belongings will be examined, and during thorough examinations for illegal narcotics, you may experience a slight delay. In order to clear customs more quickly, it's a good idea to keep all sales slips and have them handy when you make your declaration. Also, do your best to pack the articles you've acquired abroad in the same suitcase. Know before you go about customs rules and regulations. For free information, contact the U.S. Treasury Department's Bureau of Customs District Office nearest you and ask for customs hints for returning U.S. residents. You'll find the Customs Office listed in your phone book under U.S. Government.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Someone's Death. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Ford Motor Company and Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Charles Larson's inside story of television murder. Someone's death. Starring George Kennedy, Joyce Bulifant, and Robert Reed. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of B8 Juice, the makers of Wrigley Chewing Gum and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Just when we are safest, there's a sunset touch, a fancy from a flower bell, someone's death, a chorus ending from Euripides. Robert Browning on Men and Women. For television producer Nils Frederick Blixen, someone's death was prologue to a show unwritten. He cast himself in the hero's role. His youthful casting director, Joanna Redfern, his leading lady. But somebody is not following the script. A second someone's death has been written in. Nor is Joanna Redfern playing her part as she should. The heroine is not supposed to be found at the scene of the crime, with blood on her hands. For Nils Frederick Blixen, life behind the camera was never this frustrating. But that's the difference between fiction and fact. And the fact remains. Someone's death was murder. Our story continues after this word.
I was in South Korea with the Peace Corps. We were the first rural health program in Korea. What a lot of us did was to go around and check to see if there was a TB patient in the house. A lot of these people had never, ever had any kind of medical attention at all. I remember one case. She was in pain. She was in real pain, and the doctor examined her and became very concerned. And he told us later that had she not come in, she would have died. I was very, very proud, But you've probably heard this, and you'll hear it again and again from volunteers. The volunteer himself gets more out of it than he actually gives to the people he's supposed to be helping.
Volunteer for the Peace Corps. The Peace Corps is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
One would have thought, seeing Heidi, that she'd fallen asleep over her book. She'd been struck twice in the face by a sharp instrument with a long blade, probably an axe. The murderer may have been splashed, probably had been. An examination would show traces of blood in the trap under the kitchen sink where he or she had washed. No one in the fourplex had heard a sound. The murder weapon was nowhere to be seen. I stood in the doorway and watched a police car drive red away, the face in the window blurred by rain. Sergeant Ames, I want Miss Redfern's attorney notified.
He has been. Did you know the child that was killed?
Child. Tragic, tragic child. My God. Her grandfather get home?
No, he didn't.
When did this happen?
We found her about 10 minutes to 7. She hadn't been dead long.
I know. Huh? My secretary spoke to her.
Why don't you come back inside, Mr. Blixen?
In Red's apartment, Detective Ames took a statement from a pale, perspiring René Ortiz, who protested he knew nothing. He'd come home with a severe headache, he'd taken 3 aspirins, and he'd been awakened by the police at 7.
I believe you have a roommate, Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Leeds.
Oui, Bobby Leeds, oui.
Where is Mr. Leeds now?
I am sorry, I cannot tell you. He is no longer living at my place. We had a little disagreement.
Where does he work?
No. Bobby does not work. He is a lily of the field. Occasionally, he acts. You might say he is a mimic, a female impressionist.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ortez. You may go. Oh, and send up the boy, Phil Waters, will you?
Oui.
Incidentally, Mr. Blixen, you said the little girl called your office tonight. At what time was that?
About 6:30, I should guess. I had looked at my watch at 6:25, and my secretary said Heidi had called a little before that, and then she phoned back about 6:30.
And you spoke to the child at that time?
My secretary spoke to her.
Your secretary's name and address, Mr. Blixen?
Miss Mary McGrath, 400 Willow Way, and that's in Glendale.
Uh-huh. Would Miss McGrath be familiar with the little girl's voice?
Absolutely. They'd spoken to each other many times.
On the telephone,
On and off the telephone.
There's no way she could be fooled, not even by a professional mimic like a female impersonator?
Well, my secretary certainly didn't say anything. It was Heidi's voice as far as she was concerned. And that's all I can go on. May I ask one question?
Certainly.
Do you have the murder weapon?
Nope.
Then why have you arrested Miss Redfern?
Well, Miss Redfern stated she arrived home at approximately 6:45. She said she noticed the Ellis door open slightly, called to Heidi, got no answer, and walked in. Now, we came along a few minutes later, heard someone cry out. Miss Redfern was standing over the body with blood on her hands.
Schreiber picked me up the next morning to go see Red where they were holding her at the Sybil Brand Facility for Women.
Well, in my opinion, Nils, they would have been better to concentrate on tying her to the Gladstone murder. Now they have to show a connection between Gladstone and Heidi, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
Is that your good news for the day?
Well, it's a try.
What are you dragging your heels about? Get her off the Gladstone murder. She bought a gun. Well, let him do a ballistics test on it.
Nils Frederick, I'm afraid there's a bit of a hitch there.
What do you mean?
You see, the other day when your boss Todd had Red fired, she went home, got in her newly repaired car, drove down to the pier, and took the boat trip to Catalina.
And threw the gun overboard.
Yes, that's right. It's at the bottom of the ocean. Nobody will ever find it.
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's VA. What you got there? It's VA. Looks like tomato juice. It's VA. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
Carry it with you. Bring Swimmers Gum. The big fresh flavor. Bring Swimmers Gum. Carry it with you. Bring Swimmers Gum. The big fresh flavor. Bring Swimmers. Carry the big fresh flavor wherever you go, whatever you do. It's the finest spearmint flavor. The great big taste, delicious to chew. Swimmers Gum. Carry it with you. Swimmers Gum. The big fresh flavor. Swimmers Gum. Carry it with you. Swimmers Gum. The big fresh flavor. Swimmers Gum. Carry it with you.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Absolutely. Lovely dress. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Brilliant.
Good old Harry. What a host. When Harry throws a party, nobody goes thirsty. Here, let me freshen up that drink. Good old Harry is such a great host. How come Bill and Jean had such a terrible fight?
I want to go home right now.
Oh, it's a great...
I don't care.
Such a drink.
I want to go home right now. Now
How come Bob had a little trouble driving home? And how come everybody who felt so good last night feels so bad this morning? Maybe good old Harry is not such a great host after all. Maybe good old Harry is a pusher, a neighborhood pusher. Harry pushes alcohol. So if you serve alcohol, please, don't be a pusher. And if you're a guest, don't let good old Harry or anyone else push you into drinking more than you want.
A public service message from this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
I saw Red come into the visiting room, she seemed to have grown smaller. Behind her, the police matron who brought her in stood and gazed like a cat at a remote distance. There was a glass wall between us, and Red's voice came to me through a phone.
Like my outfit?
How are they treating you? Do you need anything?
Could you send me the trades?
Oh, sure. They'll be lucky if Schreiber doesn't sue for false arrest before it's over.
Don't tell me you two hamburgers still think I'm innocent.
As the day is long.
There's never a Kleenex around when you want one. How's Leonard Ellis?
Leonard, I don't know.
The police tell me he's been hospitalized. They found him in some bar. Told him about Heidi, and he began to get severe chest pains.
The poor guy. All right, I'll check into it. Red, did you notice anything out of the ordinary before you went into Ellis' apartment last night?
Just the door was open.
Was that usual?
Well, it was never open. They were all burglar freaks. They hear them every night. There are enough locks and chains and bolts to outfit a dungeon on every door.
Our time was up. The matron was approaching. I told Red I'd be back. She put her hand on the glass, palm flat, and I rested my palm on the other side against hers as though we were touching. I left the building. By the time I got back to the studio, I didn't think anything was worth too much. There was a strange secretary in my office. It took me a moment or two to remember that last night at the office, just before Jack and I had stepped out into the rain, Mary had told me she was flying out in the morning to Chicago to see her sick father. I smiled at the new secretary. She had the heat turned up and her coat over her shoulders, but none of it seemed to warm her in the least. I picked up all my messages from her desk, including one from Tiverton Research. It read, "The threatening letter, the words were cut out of Star Eyes Comics, April 15th, 1972 issue. Good man, Tibbet." I spent the next 10 minutes on the phone. Good Samaritan Hospital to check on Leonard Ellis. Learned nothing, except that he was in intensive care. Hung up and got a call from Ames.
Blixen?
Yes.
I wanted to talk to your secretary, Mary McGrath, but I got somebody else. Thought I had the wrong office. Where is Miss McGrath?
In Chicago. Her father's sick, didn't I tell you?
No, you gave me her address in Glendale, but there's no one there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was pretty shook up last night. I've got the number right here. Just a minute. 427-3099. I don't remember the area code.
I'll get it, thanks.
I spent the day at my desk going over all of the scripts that were ready to shoot. It was 5 o'clock when I got another call from Sergeant Ames.
We called the number you gave us in Chicago for your secretary, Miss McGrath. She wasn't there.
Well, her father's very ill. She might have been at the hospital.
Nope. Called a couple of her friends as well. No sign of her. So we went to the airline at L.A. here. She never got on the plane. Hey, Mr. Blixen?
I'm here. I'm trying to find an explanation. She was very close to her father. She told me he was dying.
Well, he passed away at noon, Chicago time. Well, I'd better notify missing persons.
I hung up and sat thinking about Mary and the two deaths that had already occurred. Mary? How could she be involved? Was I losing my sanity? Was there a straight line through Dan Gladstone, Heidi, Mary? Where would it end? And with whom?
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. He'd go after big mouth in close to the bank, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beech nuts the word for chewing tobacco, and it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nuts a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. With more and more people eating poultry these days, it might be a good idea to review some basic facts on how to buy and serve poultry. First of all, remember to look for the grade shield. The highest quality is U.S. Grade A. Grade A birds are fully fleshed, meaty, and attractive in appearance. But when you bring it home, remember that all poultry is perishable. Care and cleanliness should be used in the preparation, cooking, and serving of all poultry products. Keep frozen poultry hard frozen until time to thaw, and cook it promptly after thawing. Use fresh chilled poultry within 1 to 2 days. Completely cooked poultry at one time. Never partially cook, then store, and finish cooking at a later date. Leftover cooked poultry, broth, stuffing, and gravy should be separated, covered, and refrigerated. Then you'd better use it within 1 or 2 days. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Jack was parked in his usual place waiting for me, reading the late edition of the Times and looking at the legs of starlets as they passed the checkout point at the gate.
Hi, Mr. Blixen. Hey, what do you hear from our girl?
I saw her this morning. She'll make it. Let the traffic clear a little bit, Jack. I just want to sit here for a minute.
You know, my wife, Dolores, she's got it all paid. She says they're railroading Miss Redfern, and she says the kid's grandfather did it.
What's she based that on?
Well, for one thing, the paper said there were 3 or 4 locks on the front door, and all of them were open. And Dolores figures the kid was waiting for whoever lived there to come in. The paper said she was on the couch, so she didn't open the door herself. The locks were off, and the guy came right in.
Unless he picked the locks first.
Hey, you can't pick a lock without making some kind of noise.
Oh, but it was raining. That might have covered it.
Hey, what's the matter? Don't you want the old man to be guilty?
Something like that. Besides, he left the studio at the same time we did last night, 6:30 or thereabouts. He couldn't have gotten to the apartment, killed the girl, and split before Red arrived.
But when did she...
About 6:45.
Well, it'd be tight, but I think he could make it.
In 15 minutes?
I don't know. I'd have to run it myself.
Do it. Do it now. I want to go over there anyhow.
All right. You time it, but wait till I get out of the lot. Hey, I feel like Mario Andrade. Now, who's going to pay the fine if the cops stop me?
They'd better not stop you.
I hope you're right.
We crossed Santa Monica, turned right onto a congested alley, left a narrow street, and east again toward Vine. There were no automatic signals on Jack's route. At the boulevard stops, he paused and nosed at once into honking traffic. 12 minutes and 20 seconds later, we pulled to a stop in front of the fourplex.
Okay, how about that?
You're a professional driver, and you barely made it. Ellis was drunk. The streets were wet. No, I can't buy it. It's out of reason, all out of reason. Leonard Ellis was the only one in the whole house who couldn't have done it.
Except, of course, Miss Redfern, maybe?
Yeah, that's true. You better not wait, Jack. I want to pick up something from the garage, and I've no idea how long I'll be. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
On the walk, Boom Boom, wearing shapeless coveralls and a pith helmet, was using a small hand hoe to replant one of the rain-shattered rose bushes.
Ah, dear Frederick. You see, Sherry, it is foolish to try to raise anything beautiful in this violent city. I loathe that little girl, that Heidi, but she was part of the house, part of the fun. And now she's gone. Joanna's in jail. Poor Leonard is in the hospital. Bobby's left. Nothing is the same.
Bobby's left? Do you know where he's gone?
He called. He wanted to know about the funeral. He's living with another boy in La Cañada.
I want to ask you a favor. I understand Heidi kept a number of magazines, comic books, in the garage.
Oh, too many. I was going to call the trash man.
Well, before you do, I'd like to go through them, if I may.
Bon chance then, chérie.
As I walked along the root buckle driveway, I could hear Phil practicing. He was home. I paused under the ground floor window to listen.
It's not bad, huh?
It was Boom Boom's husband, Fred, pushing through the screened back door, coming down the warp steps with a glass of wine in each hand. He looked curiously clownish in wide, baggy pants, a gray undershirt, and loose carpet slippers. And that's how I pegged him, a quiet clown.
Compliments of the house, Mr. Blixen.
Thank you, Mr. Hayworth. I didn't want either of you to go to any trouble.
It's Fred, and you're a guest. And guests are no trouble to Boom Boom. They're the breath of life. Drink it. She makes it.
That's very good.
Boom Boom says you want to look through the comic books in the garage, huh? Come on, I'll help you.
The garage was ramshackle and unfinished, built for the thinner, taller cars of the 20s. It wasn't true that the comic books were piled to the roof, but there must have literally been thousands. Stacked along both side walls and the rear, some loose, some tied in uneven bundles, some torn and old, some recent.
Which one you looking for?
Star Eyes, April 15th, 1972.
Star Eyes.
We tackled it from opposite sides, restacking as we went. Halfway through the first pile, I thought I heard footsteps outside. It sounded like someone paused outside the garage near the heavy raised door, perhaps to watch and listen. Fred, engrossed in the search, hadn't noticed. I swallowed the last of the wine, and I drifted toward the entrance. I looked casually down the drive and into the rear yard and along the porch. There was no one there. And the guitar practicing had ceased.
I'm up to March. April 1st, 8th, April 15th. Here it is.
Good. Let me see it. Fred, you see these holes in the pages? Now, I say that Heidi cut the words out of this magazine for the threatening letter she sent to Red.
But the writer threatened to kill Dan Gladstone. I know Heidi was a weirdo, but she wouldn't have killed nobody.
She could drive. She could have been out of the house that night.
Mr. Blixen, if you tell the police all this, you know what they're going to think?
No, what?
Well, if Red figured out that Heidi killed her great love, and if she came out here and found the magazine and put two and two together like you just did, couldn't the police say that was enough motive for her to kill Heidi?
Fred Hayworth wasn't a clown. I was. There was no answer I could give him. I just walked away. At 4:30 in the morning, I gave up the idea of sleep, and I stepped onto my balcony to wait for sunrise. At 8:30, I was in Walter Tibbetts' office in research, seated at the chrome desk under the cobwebs, comparing my mutilated copy of Star Eyes with the whole one that he had.
So, what do you expect to accomplish with this thing now that I, run it down for you?
I'm not sure. I was playing detective. I hoped that I'd be able to help my casting director.
You mean that nice kid they arrested at Joanna Redfern?
Yes.
Help her. How?
Oh, that's too complicated. Just believe me when I say it didn't work.
Wait a minute there. What was that?
What was what?
Let me see your copy.
Walter, what are you doing?
Pages 17 and 18 are missing from your copy.
And they weren't part of the original cutout?
No, because I showed you those parts. Peter Lorre and the Bug-Eyed Monsters. What does that mean? And on page 18 as well, continuation of same story.
Oh, sure. They're a rock music group.
And stills of the real Peter Lorre on the back. You remember M?
Oh, yeah, beautiful. That was a gorgeous performance. Scared the hell out of me. It's been so long. Wasn't M a kidnapper?
No, a child molester. Most despicable criminal in Berlin. Remember the police couldn't find him? Well, finally the underworld took over. They captured him, executed him, I think.
Yeah, they talk about the movie here, in your copy.
Well, what's the connection? This wasn't part of the threatening letter that you showed me.
No. Unless there was another letter. Wait a minute. There's some other places cut out.
Let me see it. I'll compare them. Write this down. Go to the $300 cash each and every month for life. I will Pay. Or. That's O-A-R.
O-A-R.
O-A-R. Police. That's it.
Well, no, wait, that's plain enough. Pay $300 cash each and every month for life, or I will go to the police.
You want to know something? A person could get killed sending letters like that.
A person did. I walked back to my office in a daze. My substitute secretary hadn't come in yet, but my phone was ringing. Blixen here.
Ames, I called your apartment. You left early.
What is it, Sergeant?
We found your secretary, Mary McGrath.
The bullet, fired at close range, had entered her left eye near the nose, shattered the back of the skull, and spent itself inches short of the kitchen drain board. The brackish odor of death permeated the small house from end to end. According to the deputy coroner, she had been dead for approximately 40 hours.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your Heart Association presents Stiller and Mira.
Honey, I'm going to test you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you have high blood pressure, what are the things you should do?
Watch your weight.
Right.
Follow your doctor's instructions on smoking.
Yeah.
Take your medicine.
Good.
Get plenty of rest.
Terrific. Hey, honey, let's stay home tonight, huh?
And exercise, but don't overdo it.
Right. We'll stay home tonight, okay? Okay?
Yeah, and you got to rest before you get tired, right?
Exactly. So we'll stay home tonight, okay?
Okay, we'll stay home tonight.
Terrific.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
You don't happen to have high blood pressure, do you?
Me? Of course not. I have my checkup at the doctor. I'm terrific. And I made an appointment for you.
Why?
Because I love you. And only a doctor can tell.
Another way to protect your loved ones is to give to the Heart Fund.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just trying to keep and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be free. Get ready for life, be free to see. Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what did I learn? Don't wanna detract, wanna see things instead of all over the world. There's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success. Learn an exciting job and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Someone's Death. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by V8 Chews, Wrigley Chewing Gum, and Beach Nut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Charles Larson's inside story of television murder. Someone's death. Starring George Kennedy, Joyce Boulafont, and Robert Reed. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Ford Motor Company, Quaker State Motor Oil, and the makers of V8 Juice. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
As a producer of TV murder mysteries, Nils Frederick Blixen is cognizant of a formula. It goes something like this. A murder is committed and someone innocent accused. The viewer is introduced to several suspects and fed a steady diet of red herrings. One by one, the suspects are eliminated through lack of motive or a substantiated alibi. Finally, the real killer is exposed, and everyone lives happily ever after until next week. But Nils Frederick Blixen has found himself in the middle of a mystery he's been unable to predict, let alone solve. 3 murders, a host of suspects, a jumble of clues, but no killer. If it were only a bad script, only make-believe. But it's not. It's all too terrifying and real. But somehow, from his working experience, Nils Frederick Blixen knows somewhere in his mind that the simple truth is right in front of him. The only question is, can he recognize it before it's too late? The conclusion of someone's death follows after this word.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life, be free at the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what lies ahead? Don't wanna get trapped, wanna feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
Mary McGrath murdered, victim number 3. In the bedroom of her small home, the police found a partially packed red and black suitcase, a round-trip airplane ticket to Chicago, and 10 $20 traveler's checks, but no murder weapon. By 1:30 in the afternoon, the authorities had finished their examination of the house and grounds, and the body had been removed to the morgue. Detectives continued to question residents along both sides of Willow Way, a steep, pretty street on the Glendale edge of Montrose, just off of Highway 2, the main route to La Cañada. When I met Ames at the morgue, he was fit to be tied.
She was dead when my men checked the place yesterday, but none of them bothered to look in the kitchen window. I'm going to hold a few seminars on comprehensive investigation. All right, Mr. Blixen?
Yes. Yes, that's Mary. senseless. It's absolutely senseless. My mind really fights this. I know she's dead. I just can't accept it. This was a woman who didn't have an enemy in the world. I'd like to get some air.
Oh, feel better?
No. Yeah, thanks. Tell me, Sergeant, had Mary been sexually attacked or robbed?
No.
I don't understand it.
Well, she was shot with a .22. Same gun that killed Gladstone.
What? Well, then, that clears Red.
Is that so? Why?
Well, she's in custody, that's why.
Oh, different fingers could pull the same trigger at different times, couldn't they? In any case, she's still being held on a double charge. It wasn't a .22 that killed Heidi.
No, it wasn't. And that's got to be one of the weakest points of your case against her.
Oh, really?
Since when has an axe been a woman's weapon?
Oh, since about Lizzie Borden.
Oh, my God. Haven't you ever shaken hands with Red? I doubt if she could lift an axe, much less...
Look, Mr. Blixen, we don't know that an axe was used in the Ellis case. It was an axe-like weapon. That could be pruning shears or a hatchet or a small hand hoe. Now, I'll be honest with you. Heidi Ellis died of shock and loss of blood. The wounds themselves weren't deep. A woman might easily have made them, even a weak woman. Incidentally, your attorney, Mr. Schreiber, is in the building. He said he'd drive you home if you needed a lift.
Yes, call him, please. And thank you.
Yeah.
I could scarcely breathe. Hand hoe. Where had I seen a hand hoe recently? I was barely aware of getting into the car with Wade Schreiber. Homebound traffic had begun to clog the freeways. Wade wanted to take the surface streets. I said anything was okay with me. Anything.
You look beat, Nils.
It's been one of those days. Listen, did you ever see Peter Lorre in M?
What's Peter Lorre have to do with anything?
M was the story of a child molester.
Well,
Heidi was a child.
You think somebody was trying to...
Heidi told me that she'd seen Dan Gladstone about a week before his death. She'd left school in the middle of the afternoon, not feeling well. And Gladstone, she wouldn't tell me what he wanted or what he did. But it was clear from her attitude that something strange had happened.
Well, Gladstone has a record, but molesting children wasn't part of it.
Well, there's always a first time. Now, if Gladstone did try something funny, what have we got?
Well, we've got a new case, a motive for murder on Heidi's part. Especially if Gladstone tried it a second time. Heidi may have thought first of blackmail and changed her mind. Yes, but who killed Heidi then? Who would want to kill Mary? Where does her death fit in all this?
I don't know. Wait, I'm lost. Red was innocent, I knew it. But there were 3 people dead. What were we missing?
Hello, this is Hugh Downs. Recently, I participated in a Ford LTD fuel economy run from Phoenix to Los Angeles, where the average for 5 cars was 18.8 miles per gallon, with standard 351 V8 engines. The high was 20.3, and I averaged 19.7. My first reaction was surprise, because I think you'll agree the numbers sound a little high. So I'd like to stress that gas mileage depends on many factors. Things like total weight, maintenance, road and driving conditions. And you might not get the same results. But probably most important of all are your personal driving habits, how you behave when you drive. And one of the things we did in the test was to make a point of never exceeding 50 miles an hour. I think all of us who participated would agree that driving reasonably is a very modest price to pay for something else you can get from a Ford LTD. The good feeling of riding in a solid, well-made automobile.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Provide for their college the safe and easy way. Sure, with payroll savings, yeah, join that plan today. So always remember, it's a proud way to save. Take stock in America, buy U.S. savings bonds.
Heidi Ruth Ellis, age 14 years, 1 month, and 6 days, was buried in Hollywood's Robindale Cemetery on Thursday, the 7th of June at 11:15 in the morning. It had begun to drizzle shortly before 9, but the cemetery officials had prudently erected a canvas canopy over the small open grave during the night, and both the ground and the mourners remained dry. I recognized the pallbearers, Bobby Leeds and Renee Ortiz, solemn, still not speaking. Fred Hayworth in an ancient black suit and pearl gray cowboy hat. Preston Andrade, the only man beside Wade Schreiber who wept openly, and Phil Waters. Surprisingly, only 2 women were present, Boom Boom Hayworth looking like an ill gypsy, and a stout, pleasant-faced lady in a hooded raincoat who reminded me vaguely of Mary. As the young priest's comfortless voice droned on, I became aware that Wade Schreiber had left my side. I eased backward onto the wet grass and ascended the slope to join him.
Oh, how sweet of you to come, Sherry. In fact, you're just the man we want to see. We need advice.
Of course, Boom Boom. Anything I can do.
You see, Phil lost his job at the drugstore. So I thought, Sherry, with all the musicians the studio needs, perhaps you could put in a good word, no?
Why don't you have him come out to the studio? I'll send him to Derek Kirk, the head of music.
Oh, fine. This afternoon, Phil can drive us.
All right. This afternoon. Say 5 o'clock.
We'll be there. Merci bien, Sherry.
Wait. Who is that lady just getting into her car? The one who stood with you at the services?
The lady? Oh, that is Miss Tufeld, Etta.
Is she a neighbor? I don't believe I've...
No. She's the nurse, the school nurse. Miss Etta Tufeld. Lovely. Au revoir, chérie. Au revoir.
It was past 2 by the time I got to the studio. To fulfill the obligation to Phil and Boom Boom, I made a call to the music department, and I set up the appointment. Then I just went out, and I walked a lot.
Mr. Blixen? Niels?
Oh, hello, Tibbet. Thanks again for your good work on those comic books.
Yeah, well, I sure hope it helps you. Well, say, you produce mysteries. Surely you have an idea who done it. I don't mean to be frivolous.
As a matter of fact, Tibbet, I have the oddest feeling I've known the answer all along, that someone told it to me, but I couldn't translate it.
As though you sort of peeked at the back of the book, and then there was the solution. Only you had to read the whole thing to be sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Someone said something, or did something, and it was all wrong. But I can't remember the circumstance.
Well, perhaps you're trying too hard.
Probably.
What were we just talking about? The funeral?
Uh-huh.
What does the word funeral suggest to you?
Hillsides.
And hillsides?
It was as though a camera shutter had clicked in my mind. There was the hill and the headstones, and Schreiber under his wide black umbrella. And down the hill, dry beneath the canvas canopy, were Boom Boom and Miss Tufeld and the priest. Let's see. Phil and Andrade, Hayworth and Renee, and there was Bobby. And as suddenly as that, I had it. As clearly as a subliminal flash held too long, certain and complete and shadowless. I knew the killer. Sickened, I closed my eyes and thought, no, my God, no.
Just when you need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever. That's Quaker State Motor Oil. Why do you need it more? Because if you're using your car less, that engine just isn't getting the exercise it needs. But Quaker State's quality protection is tailor-made to handle deposits that build up in an underworked engine. Now that you need it more, it's available more places. Nice to know.
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah. Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's VA. What you got there? It's VA. Looks like tomato juice. It's VA. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. Mm-hmm. It tastes like VA.
Zero Hour continues after this.
जी हाँ, ये खानदानी मंसूबाबंदी का मरकज है.
Mais oui, c'est le centre de planning familial.
Yes, this is the family planning center.
There are family planning centers in more than 100 countries today. The women who come to these centers can't afford to go to private doctors, but they want to plan their children, when they're going to have them, and how many they're going to have. The trouble is, there aren't enough centers. Just in the United States, there are nearly 5 million women who have no way of getting modern family planning help. And that's nothing compared with the world problem. Some countries don't have enough family planning centers. Some don't have any at all. This year, again, many women will have babies not because they want to, but because they have no choice. Sad for them. Sad for the world. With family planning help, these women, too, will have babies only when they choose. So that all the people of the world may have this freedom of choice, support Planned Parenthood. I didn't know whether I said goodbye to Tibbet or not. I raced back to my office, told the substitute secretary to get a hold of Wade Schreiber and tell him to get right over. It was about Miss Redfern. And I wanted the phone number of a Miss Etta Tufeld, school nurse at Hollywood High. Then I got hold of a studio transportation man I'd known for years, and I had him drive me out Highway 2 through Glendale to La Cañada. After that, on the way back, I stopped at a phone booth on the road, called Sergeant Ames, and told him what was up. At 5:40, when I got back to my office, there was a message on the desk that Schreiber had received the call, and Miss Tufeld's phone number was there.
Hello?
Miss Tufeld, this is Nils Frederick Blixen. You probably don't know my name.
Oh, indeed I do, Mr. Blixen. You were at the cemetery today. Mrs. Hayworth pointed you out to me.
Miss Tufeld, I need some information about Heidi Ellis's movements last May 15th. Now, that was a school day, a Tuesday. Heidi told me she'd reported sick to you and that you'd sent her home.
Tuesday, yes. Yes, I remember. I certainly did send her home.
At about what time? Do you recall?
Yes. That would have been about 1:30.
I thanked her. I made one more phone call to a drugstore. I asked one more question and hung up. And then just sat there, idly moving a herd of ceramic hippos around my desk. Then I involuntarily got up, walked to the door, and opened it. In my outer office, Boom and Fred, still in their funeral finery, were on the couch reading the trade papers while their nephew Phil stood braced sadly against the hall jamb like an abandoned dress dummy. They had come by to report on Phil's job interview with the music department. I invited them in and scrounged up soft drinks without ice.
Mon chéri, you are fidgety. Why is this?
Miss Redfern's going to be released. She's innocent.
Oh, the police suspect someone else then?
They do now.
Of which murder?
Of all three. The same person committed all three.
And you know who it is?
I know. You see, the thing that threw everybody off was that Gladstone was killed first. That was a mistake. Heidi was the threat.
Sherry, the little girl.
Think back to the 15th of May. Heidi got sick, came home from school. Nobody was home, right? Then Heidi said Dan Gladstone came by. But she didn't tell anyone about a third person who was at the house that afternoon, a child molester.
No.
Gladstone was in the back somewhere, probably near the garage. He may have heard Heidi call out. In any event, he came around front and possibly saw what was going on. It's a sure thing the molester saw him and ran.
Heidi knew the man?
She knew him. And she knew how to make him bleed. She'd seen the effect of one anonymous letter on Red and Gladstone, so she decided to send another. She cut out an article about a fictional child molester called M and mailed it. When the man got the letter, he assumed Gladstone had sent it. It wasn't hard to get Gladstone up on the hill and kill him. Just leave a message with his landlady that Red wanted to meet him in their favorite spot, something like that. And then a gun, one shot, and M was safe. Except a day later, another anonymous letter arrived. And this one asked for $300 a month for life. And he knew it was Heidi he had to kill. He called her. He probably told her he wanted to discuss terms. She unlocked the door and she let him in.
Oh, but you killed her with an axe.
Oh, no, he didn't. He probably used a pair of pruning shears or a small handhold, like the one you were using in the roses, Boom Boom.
But Dan Gladstone must have seen the other car when he goes up to Ruby Drive. Didn't he notice?
It was the kind of a car that no one ever suspects. Driven by someone everybody talks to and nobody notices. The scene in my outer office, except for Wade Schreiber thumbing through a magazine, might have been a replay of an earlier scene. There were Detectives Ames and Griswold talking by the files, and there was the Sunset cab driver on the couch, flipping his cap absently between his knees.
Hi, Mr. Blixen. Take your time. I'm a little early.
Wade, if the police withdraw their charges against Red tonight, can she be released immediately?
It's in the works, Mr. Blixen.
You found the proof then, Sergeant?
One of my men just phoned. Found the bloody pants, the shirt, and the gun.
The gun? You found the gun that killed Gladstone?
Yep, and Mary McGrath.
Oh? Where?
In your garage. And Firestone tires on your cab.
Hey, what is this, a joke? All Sunset cabs use Firestones.
You're under arrest, Mr. Bartholomew. You have the right to remain silent and the right to consult an attorney. If you...
Hey, wait a minute. What is this, some kind of gag? Tell him it's a gag, Mr. Blixen.
It's no gag, Jack. I drove out to Glendale this afternoon, up Highway 2 to Montrose, and I found the Japanese nursery you used to work in. The owner told me you went to jail for a year for child molesting. That's why you lost your job there. On Tuesday, May 15th, you answered a call for a cab at Hollywood High, placed by the school nurse. It's on the record. You drove Heidi Ellis home, you walked her to the house, and you attacked her. The next time you saw Heidi, you killed her, last Monday at around 6 o'clock. They'll probably find the shears or whatever you used stuck away in your gardening equipment.
6 o'clock? Mr. Blixen, you're my witness. I was here at 6 to pick you up.
No. You got to the studio at 6:15, Jack.
Baloney. I got here at 6.
6:15. At 6 o'clock, it hadn't started raining yet.
I know it. And that's why I'm sure I'm in the clear.
Remember when the cat ran under your car? That's what really started unwinding this thing for me. I went to a funeral this morning, and a canopy over the grave had kept the ground dry. Your cab should have kept your parking place dry, but it was wet. You got there after the rain had started, after 6:15. You killed Dan Gladstone when you thought he was blackmailing you about the attack on Heidi. Then you had to kill Heidi when you discovered it was she, not Dan, who had sent the letter. And to cover it all up, you had to kill Mary McGrath. Well, it was all put together. I was in a bar with Schreiber having a much-needed double on the rocks. I could see him in the phone booth talking fast and furious. And when he hung up, there was a smile on his face.
Well, you're reinstated with the network. Incidentally, I didn't quite get the cabbie's explanation about why he killed Mary McGrath.
Well, it's very simple now that I understand it. He had just killed Heidi, and he needed an alibi, so he enlisted Mary's help. He told her Heidi was in the cab, waiting, some kind of surprise for her grandfather. And it would help if Mary would tell Ellis she just phoned when he came into the office. He knew he'd have to kill Mary later. The problem was, when Ellis told Mary to call Heidi back, Mary played that pretty well, keeping him from talking. She made one mistake. I should have caught it then. She tapped the receiver bar several times, supposedly to attract Heidi's attention.
And that's a mistake?
You do that, and if you've placed the call, at least here in Southern California, you cut the connection as surely as if you'd severed the line. That was his alibi. I should have recognized it a long time back. Joanna Redfern was released from custody the 8th of June. She was back to work 3 days later. The studio calmed down, and so did I, except for one thing. When Red came sweeping into my office, as usual, she knocked over an ashtray and she bumped her knee on the sofa. She threw her arms around my neck. She kissed me on the forehead, on the nose, on the mouth, and on both eyes.
Oh, good grief, I love you. Did I ever tell you that?
Will you marry me, Red?
No.
We can go. No. Who is it, then? Wade?
I love Wade, but it's certainly not Wade. I'm not going to marry anybody.
You can't love both of us and not marry anybody. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Why? I don't see why I can't love 1,000 people. I do. I will. I'm still young. Bye, darling, and thanks for saving my life.
A kiss on my forehead, and she swept out of the room, still as inaccessible as an alpine flower. I sat down and I took all the little ceramic hippos on my desk and arranged them into a broken heart. But I was smiling with love at my age.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
There's a disease in business today we might call spiritual schizophrenia. You see it in individuals who apply one code of conduct in their personal affairs and a quite different one in business or government. The belief seems to be that we are less responsible as individuals when we make business decisions, that business has a different code. When you think about it, that doesn't make sense. Profits are not the only gauge of business success. Business doesn't change the priority of values. We are born to the community of man first. The others are secondary allegiances. Make your personal morality work where you work and see the difference. The community of man, God's club. Be an active member. This message has been brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
Sometimes a 24-hour pass can pass very slowly. Very, very slowly indeed. With no place to go, nothing much to do. The answer for millions of servicemen and women around the world has been the USO. For over 30 years, a place to come in, read, write letters home, listen to music, dance, have a hamburger and a shake. Most of all, a place to feel welcome. But there might not always be a USO, even though there are still 2 million servicemen and women who need it more than ever. There might not be a USO because there's not enough money to go around. USO gets no government funds. It depends entirely on your gifts to the United Fund, Community Chest, or local USO campaign. So please give. Our work isn't done.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Charles Larson's Someone's Death. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Ford Motor Company, Quaker State Motor Oil, and V8 Juice. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here.
To the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, V8 Vegetable Juice, and Camphor-Phenique. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week, A Winter's Tale, set in a pleasant residential neighborhood in the Canadian city of Montreal, where two attractive young women share a cozy, stylish apartment, their workaday problems and pleasures, and their dreams and uncertainties of the future. For Nicole Nugent, there's the question of whether or not she should marry the budding young novelist, Christopher Galloway. For Laura Prescott, still smarting from a broken love affair, there is her current plan to start a beer garden restaurant to put her penchant for German cooking profitably to work. But for Nicole Nugent and Laura Prescott, there will soon be a far more immediate and vital concern. There's a psychopath loose in the neighborhood. He's murdering people. And his victims all are women. Our story, Face of the Foe, begins after this word.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Coming now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This world history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses. Shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete. Murder dreams in the steel. Grief in the darkness. Grief in the space.
Picture this. A cold, blustery winter's evening in the city of Montreal. In front of a cozy fire in the living room of their shared apartment, Nicole Nugent and Laura Prescott sit over their after-dinner coffee.
Till Eulenspiegel. How does that sound to you as a name for my restaurant?
Till Eulenspiegel? What is it?
It's not a what is it, it's a who is it. A collection of satirical tales were written about him back in the 1500s. He was kind of a German hippie of his time. like to play tricks on the establishment, including innkeepers.
Now that you've told me, it's a great name. But will the customers know who he is?
His legend will be proclaimed on a plaque outside the door and on the back of our menu. I just hope this place I have an appointment to see tomorrow turns out to be as ideal as it sounds. It's a delicatessen restaurant with modern equipment, even an area at the side for outdoor tables and chairs, and it's right across from the university. A beer garden should have great appeal to college students.
It sounds perfect. How come the owner is giving it up?
He's retiring.
What time is your appointment with him?
Not until late tomorrow afternoon, so I have to try to get my mind off it. I'm going to a movie with Amy tonight. Want to join us?
No, thank you. This is the kind of evening to curl up in front of the fire with a good book. Especially if the man you're in love with is too busy writing one to curl up with you.
I take it Chris is on a deadline.
Again. I'm not sure I want to marry a man who's already married to a typewriter.
I wouldn't hesitate too long if a man like Christopher Galloway loved me.
Be careful on your way out. You may run into the man in apartment 4.
Oh, I hope not.
All we knew of the man in apartment 4 was the name on his mailbox, T. Oliphant. He'd moved in a month ago. A tall, stooped, cadaverous-looking character with a bald, high-domed head and a gray prison pallor look to his skin. Every time Laura and I encountered him in the lobby, he looked at us through his thick-lensed glasses in a way that gave us both the creeps. A cold, sneering look, as though we were reacting to something that thoroughly disgusted him.
He's a woman hater. I'm sure of that.
Sybil Hepworth thinks he's the mad bomber.
It's ridiculous to even ask where Sybil Hepworth gets any of her ideas. But where did she get that one from?
Well, you know how he's always carrying a brown carton under his arm when he goes out? And she says she hears him hammering on something in his apartment all the time.
So she figures he's in there making bombs.
Well, you know Sybil. Sybil Hepworth was our apartment house busybody. Unfortunately, her apartment was right across the hall from ours. And now, as Laura left for her movie date, Sybil came flying out of her door to corner me with an idle comment about the weather, which was always her devious way of trying to strike up a gossip-laden conversation.
Real wintry night out, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Not fit for man or beast. But I notice it didn't daunt Miss Prescott none. She must have a very important engagement to go out to a night like this.
Very.
She's a beautiful girl. Used to see her going out all the time with a gentleman friend. But he doesn't seem to come around anymore. I suppose things between them must have gone as they say.
Gone what?
You know, like they write in the gossip columns.
Oh, do you read the gossip columns, Miss Hepworth? I shouldn't think you'd have the time. Good night. I'd long ago reached the conclusion that Sybil Hepworth moved her bed out into the lobby at bedtime. But she was right about one thing. It was a real wintry night outside. I stirred up the flames in the fireplace, kicked off my shoes, and settled down on the sofa with my books. It was a murder mystery, a good one. I was so absorbed in the story I was reading that the sudden frantic pounding on the door gave me a start that nearly sent me out of my skin. Who could it be, and what was wrong? No one had rung the buzzer. Whoever it was, how had they gotten in? I was almost afraid to open the door, but the urgent hammering went on like a cry for help. I turned the catch and cautiously opened the door. The colorless, terrified face of a woman peered in at me.
Please let me in. Someone's after me.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. You go after big mouth in close to the bank. And beech nuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beech nut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nuts a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beech nuts the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Let me in, please.
Yes, of course.
He was right behind me, all the way down Winnicott Road.
You're safe now. I've locked the door.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Come in and sit down. I'll get you some brandy, and then you can tell me what happened. With shaking hands, she put the armful of sheet music and books she was carrying on the coffee table and sat down heavily on the sofa. A big, ungainly woman with a round, childlike face framed by black sausage curls. In her late 30s, I figured, and well-to-do, judging by the pastel mink, velvet pantsuit, and pearl necklace she was wearing. I went into the kitchen and poured a generous measure of brandy into a glass, noting by my watch that it was 10:30. And at that moment, I suddenly remembered something that sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Only 4 nights ago, a woman had been found strangled inside a garage on Winnicott Road.
Thank you, Miss
Nugent, Nicole Nugent.
I'm Kathleen Windsor. I live on Winnicott Road, close to Queen Mary. I was on my way home.
And someone was following you?
Yes. He followed me along Côte Saint-Luc from Girouard and then down Winnicott. I crossed the street and he crossed right behind me, getting closer and closer.
How frightening.
I knew I couldn't reach my house, so I turned and ran down Phoebe Lane.
Did he come after you?
Yes, he stopped for just a minute, and then I heard him coming. That's when I ran in and started pounding on your door. Oh, thank heaven you were here to let me in.
But how did you get into the lobby without ringing the buzzer?
I didn't have to ring. The door wasn't locked.
Oh, that's what I was afraid of. We've been having trouble with the lock on that door. I guess the janitor hasn't fixed it yet.
Well, you'd better see that he does. But I am grateful that it was still broken tonight.
Perhaps I should call the police. Could you give them any description of the man?
No. I just ran when I heard him getting closer. I only glanced at him once when I crossed the street on Winnicott before he came across after me.
What did he look like?
Kind of short, I think, with a dark coat. I couldn't really see. It was dark and he was in the shadows. I was really too frightened to notice.
Oh, I understand.
You see, only last Monday night, a girl from my church choir was murdered on Winnicott Road.
Yes, I read about it. It must be awful when it's someone you knew.
Elsie Grumberger. She sang the solo sometimes. Had a beautiful soprano voice.
Shall I get you some more brandy?
No, I have to go home. Mother would be so worried if she knew. She's always warning me to come straight home after choir practice.
You live with your mother?
Yes, but she's in the hospital now, has been for weeks, poor thing, with a broken hip. If we were to call the police, something might appear in the paper to worry her.
I don't think you have enough of a description to be of any help to them. And I'm sure the man isn't still hanging about.
Oh, dear, I hope not. To tell you the truth, I'm frightened about walking home from here.
Oh, but I won't let you walk home alone. I'll go with you.
Oh, that's very kind, but do you really think you should? I mean, that means from my house back here, you'd be walking alone.
Now that she mentioned it, the idea didn't exactly appeal to me. We were in definite need of an escort. And almost at once I thought of Mr. Matrai, the janitor. If he were home, he wouldn't mind, I was sure. I remembered his telling me how he liked to take walks at night. There he is now. In just a few minutes, he'll be safely home. Oh. Hello, Mr. Matrai. This is so good of you.
No trouble at all, Miss Nugent.
This is Miss Windsor. She lives just down the street on Winnicott Road.
Thank you ever so much for coming to our rescue, Mr. Matrai.
A sudden suspicion dawned on me. Was Kathleen Windsor just imagining things? Had a man actually been following her, or was it only wishful thinking? She was close to 40, I was sure of it. But when it came to men and mother, it appeared she was just a naughty little girl. Mr. Matrai's broad, swarthy face remained expressionless at all of the fawning and giggling Kathleen Windsor couldn't seem to refrain from. Your things are on the coffee table, Miss Windsor. Don't forget them.
Oh, yes, my music. I'm going to be singing a solo this Sunday. Are you a church-going man, Mr. Matrai?
Yes, I go to church every week.
As the three of us came out of the apartment, I saw the door across the hall furtively closed. I knew that Sybil Hepworth had had her eyes and ears open. A full moon rode high behind a veil of clouds. We walked quickly, heads down against the wind, and arrived at Seabury House in a few minutes' time. A doorman in maroon and gold livery tipped his hat to Kathleen Windsor, swung the outer door open, and admitted us into the inner sanctum. We rode a whispery, silent elevator to the 4th floor, walked down a thickly carpeted, softly lit hall to a plum-colored door numbered 415. We waited while Kathleen Windsor searched her purse for her keys, found them, and opened the door.
Won't you please come in for a moment? Both of you. Just to see that everything's all right.
Yes, of course. Just for a moment.
He might have gotten into my apartment somehow.
No, that does not seem very likely to me. It would be very difficult to get past that doorman and through a locked door.
But we'll make certain you're safe before we leave. Won't we, Mr. Matrai?
Of course.
Mr. Matrai patiently looked into every corner and cupboard and checked the window leading to the fire escape.
There is no one here. You do not have to worry.
But the other rooms, Mr. Matrai, would you mind?
He went into the kitchen, the bathroom, and Kathleen's mother's room, looking behind curtains and doors and the clothes hanging in closets. Finally, we walked together into the room that I knew at once belonged to Kathleen Windsor. The little girl's room, all pink and white with ruffled curtains and a menagerie of stuffed animals on a canopied 4-poster bed. From a rocking chair in the corner, a giant plush teddy bear stared at me with glass-button eyes.
It's all right, Miss Windsor. I've looked everywhere. There is no one.
I know you're going to think this is silly of me, Mr. Matrai, but there is one other place he could be hiding. Would you just take one little peek under my bed?
It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice.
When a skin injury makes your child cry out in pain,
Ow! It hurts!
remember Camphofenique. Camphofenique is the multi-purpose family medication that instantly stops the pain of minor cuts, scrapes, burns, even cold sores and fever blisters. Camphofenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs, protect against infection, helps nature heal skin injuries. Camphofenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly. Camphofenique.
The 0 Hour continues after this.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get going? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the futures of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the pusher man? Who's gonna show them the crazy man? Who's gonna tell why they shouldn't drop out? Who's gonna show what it's all about? You know you can if you want to. You can if you want to right now. Well, let me lay it on you.
Well, let me tell them, you know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean, scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get going? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll help teach your sons to be prepared?
In retrospect, my adventurous evening with Kathleen Windsor seemed rather ludicrous. I was looking ahead to the following evening when that struggling young novelist, Christopher Galloway, would tear himself away from his current literary effort long enough to take me out to dinner. But it was just my luck to wake up the next morning with a cold.
Cheer up. 2 weeks from now, you'll be sunning yourself on the sands of Jamaica, where probably no one's ever even heard of a cold.
Oh, right now, my only concern is about my date with Chris tonight. Any time he's willing to take off when he's on a deadline is pure gold.
Yes. A glass of freshly squeezed vitamin C. Maybe if you take it easy all day, you'll feel better tonight.
Oh, maybe.
Too bad you had to go out at all last night.
My big errand of mercy. It was a fool's errand, I'm sure. That poor silly woman. You should have seen her bedroom, Laura. It looked like something out of an old Shirley Temple movie.
Well, from what you've told me, I guess her mother just never let her grow up.
Her mother should have seen her last night, giggling and fawning over poor little Mr. Matrai.
How was Mr. Matrai taking it?
He didn't say anything after we left. You know how quiet and polite he always is. I caught him staring at her a couple of times, though.
You would better remind him to fix that lock on the lobby door.
Oh, we met T. Oliphant in the lobby on our way out last night. And you should have seen the way he stared at Kathleen Windsor.
I've seen the way he stares at me, and that's enough.
It was strange. He looked her up and down with that awful sneer of his.
Maybe he doesn't approve of women in mink coats.
A mink and an apartment at Seabury House. Whatever it is that Kathleen Windsor lacks, it isn't money anyway.
Well, minks aren't in my line. All I want is a nice going little restaurant. I hope this place I'm seeing today will be it. Keep your fingers crossed.
I will. That's about as much activity as I feel up to. It was a long, cold day. Even bundled up under blankets on the sofa in front of a roaring fire, I couldn't stop shivering. I kept trying to get Chris on the phone, but the line was always busy. I knew he had the receiver off the hook. Another annoying habit of his when he was in the throes of creation. Finally, I've been trying to ring you all day.
Oh, you know I sometimes take the phone off the hook when I'm writing.
Yes, I know. It's very frustrating.
What's the matter, Muffet? You sound a little out of sorts.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I have a cold, that's all.
Oh, poor Miss Muffet. I thought you sounded a little fuzzy. Hey, what does this do to our dinner date?
It cancels it, I'm afraid. I just don't think I should go out tonight.
Oh, well then how about me bringing dinner in? Your favorite Chinese food. Or would you rather not have any company at all?
Not just any company, but you and Chinese food sound perfect. I'm rallying already.
Good girl. I'll be there soon, and I won't stay too late.
Oh, it's just as well. Probably full of germs.
Seeing as how they're your germs, I'll risk it. I'll see you, Muffet.
Muffet. Chris always called me that. With affection, but also with a twinkle of amusement in his eye that he wouldn't explain. I couldn't honestly say why I didn't jump at the chance to marry Chris. I loved him and he loved me. We both knew it without having to say it all the time. But I also knew his commitment to his work might sometimes come between us. Was that the real reason I put off saying yes? Right now, with the man of my life due any minute, I thought I'd better try to make myself as appealing as anybody with a cold of the nose could be. About all I could manage was a touch of eye makeup and a few strokes of the hairbrush. At least it took some of the lackluster from my eyes and returned a little of the sheen to my hair.
Hello, darling. How's my muffin feel, huh?
I'll live, especially now that help's arrived.
With provisions. Yeah, beef, wonton, lobster, shrimp, fried rice, pineapple chicken, and pork chop suey.
Sounds fantastic, even to my poor dull taste buds.
Hey, where's Laura? I brought dinner for 3.
Well, she should be back any time. She went to check out a location for her restaurant. It sounded perfect.
Oh, good. Well, let's get everything all ready. She may be in the mood for a celebration when she comes in.
I don't have anything to celebrate. The property wasn't even for sale.
Not for sale? But I thought you talked to the owner on the telephone.
Well, I thought I did, too. I told him he'd called me in answer to my ad. But he swore it wasn't he who called.
Then who was it?
He said it must have been some joker. Some joke.
I wonder why anyone would do something like that.
Don't ask me. Maybe running a wanted ad in the paper on my own wasn't such a good idea.
Oh, shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Let's see the ad.
Oh, my God.
Nicky, what's the matter?
What is it, Buffett?
That story in the paper. Look what it says. I pointed to a small news item at the bottom of the page. Woman found strangled was the headline. Below it, with disbelieving eyes, I read, early this morning, the body of a woman identified as Kathleen Windsor was found in her apartment at Seabury House on Winnicott Road. She'd been strangled.
Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, nowhere, someone to care.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your Heart Association presents Maureen Stapleton and Martin Balson.
A red blazer with brass buttons. Oh, it's great.
Open the other birthday present.
It feels like... Well, what is it?
A sphygmomanometer.
Sphig what?
Sphygmomanometer. I can take your blood pressure with it.
Oh, just when I need it.
Well, it's your 40th birthday. I'd like to celebrate 50 more. And there's millions of people walking around who don't even know they have high blood pressure.
So
high blood pressure, if it goes untreated, can lead to heart attack, stroke, and other not-so-nice things.
Look, I don't have it.
How do you know? There's no constant symptoms, and you never get checkups.
Well, I'm not about to let you check my blood pressure.
Then you'll see the doctor about a checkup.
Okay.
Good. Then I'll return his spare
So this was a trick, huh?
I thought of it after reading a Heart Association booklet on high blood pressure. You ought to read it.
Your free copy of your Heart Association booklet on high blood pressure is waiting for you. Why not pick it up? Just another service you support when you give to the Heart Fund. Make heart health your #1 cause.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man, just trying to 18, and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be free. Get ready for life, be free as the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what did I learn? Don't wanna get trapped, wanna see things instead of all over the world. There's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success. Learn an exciting job and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Beechnut, V8, and Campo Finique. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Ordinarily, the greatest winter concern for Montreal residents is hockey. But this is no ordinary winter in Montreal. Only the climate is as usual, and Canadians have learned to deal with inclement weather. But in one particular neighborhood, there's something outside more terrible than snow, or so it would seem to young Nicole Nugent. She enlisted the company of the gentle-mannered janitor of her building to join her in walking an hysterical woman, one Kathleen Windsor, safely home. Seeing the middle-aged woman's plush apartment and frilly little girl bedroom, and having witnessed her flirtatious manner with her male escort, Nicole concludes that the shadowy pursuer that Miss Windsor claimed was following her home in the night was merely the product of a lonely spinster's fertile imagination. But now, Kathleen Windsor is dead, and for Nicole Nugent, a story in the newspaper lends credence to the theory that there is a fiend on the loose, and he's somewhere, very close by. Face of the Foe will continue after this word.
If your house needs insulation, and you don't have storm windows and doors and caulking around the doors and windows, you could be spending 50% more than necessary on heating costs this winter. The National Bureau of Standards recommends 3 inches of insulation in the walls and under the floor of your house, and 6 inches in the attic. Weather stripping movable door and window joints and caulking around the frames will stop cold drafts. And storm windows and doors can drastically cut heat loss through glass. While you're thinking about heat loss, hot water pipes lose a lot of their heat going through cool basements, unless they have an insulated wrapping. So think seriously about spending a little money to save quite a bit. You will also save on short fuel supplies. For more information about cutting heating and cooling costs, send for a copy of the fact sheet Home Energy Savers. It's free from Consumer Information, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
Maybe the man who killed her was someone else, someone she knew.
Why do you say that?
Well, how did he get in? She wouldn't open a door to a stranger, would she? Especially if she had really just escaped from a man following her.
Chris is right, Nicky. It doesn't make sense. It must have been someone she knew.
Which means it doesn't have anything to do with you and what happened last night. So try to put the whole thing out of your mind.
I'll fix us all a drink.
And then I'm going to say goodnight, Buffett. Let you put that poor stuffy head of yours to bed.
Bed was one thing, but sleep was another. My head began to throb. I didn't know whether it was from my cold or the image I couldn't keep out of my mind. Kathleen Windsor with her little girl curls and big blue please-like-me eyes, lying lifeless beneath the ruffled canopy of her four-poster bed, under the sightless glass-button stare of the giant plush teddy bear in the corner. The sudden ring of the telephone startled me. Laura was evidently sleeping too soundly to hear it. Lucky Laura. Hello?
Miss Prescott.
No, this isn't...
Where is she?
Who is this?
Is she out with a boyfriend?
Who is this calling?
I'll call again.
Who was that, I wondered? As far as I knew, Laura had no man in her life. And the man on the phone, whoever he was, sounded like someone she wouldn't want to have in it. In the morning, I mentioned what happened.
Norman Roxburgh. I'm sure that's who it was. Only what a nerve. Calling and asking questions about my business. As if he had a right to know.
Who is he?
Just someone in my restaurant administration class. Just hang up on him if he calls again.
But it seemed I'd barely gotten settled on the sofa and begun to drowse off when Laura gently shook me awake.
Sorry, Nicky, but I'm afraid you're going to have company.
Oh, no. Who?
Your Aunt Emily. She just phoned. I tried to put her off, but you know your Aunt Emily.
I wouldn't trade my Aunt Emily for a round dozen of anybody else's aunts. And granted, she was a little eccentric. Some people might even say crazy. The truth of the matter was, she was just gloriously herself. A blithe spirit. Unfortunately, though I was only 24 and she was close to 70, just listening to Aunt Emily took more energy than I was up to in my present condition.
You sound like a frog, dear. But never mind. They turn into princes, you know.
As bad as I felt, I had to admit the sight of Aunt Emily was like a spring tonic. Lately, she'd been attending Sunday feasts at the Park Avenue Hare Krishna Temple. She loved the food, the incense, the dancing, the hand-clapping, and she generally dropped in at our apartment afterward, swathed in a sheet, with tilax painted on her forehead, and 108 japa prayer beads adorning her scrawny neck. Today, however, she'd just come from her regular attendance at St. Simon's Church, for which she wore the slightly more conventional attire of a jaunty bright wool cape over knickers and argyle knee socks.
Laura, do you suppose I could have a drop or two of brandy?
Of course, we'll all have some. Be good for Nicky's cold.
I had some shocking news at church today, and I'm quite unstrung.
What news, Aunt Emily?
Murder. The second member of our church choir in a week. First Elsie and now Kathleen.
Kathleen Windsor sang in the choir at your church?
And now she's been strangled by someone, the same as Elsie was. And both of them on Winnicott Road, where I live.
Oh, Aunt Emily.
I know, it's a bit unnerving. Everybody in the choir warned me to be careful. But I told them no one would bother killing an old woman like me. I've been getting some strange vibes from Kathleen lately.
What do you mean, vibes?
She just wasn't herself. She was usually so quiet and subdued. A good little girl, as her mother would say. But these past few weeks, something had really turned her on. She started acting all nervous and giggly.
Probably because her mother was away in the hospital. She felt free for a change.
That must have been it. I can't think of anything else it could be.
You don't suppose she could have found a boyfriend?
Heavens, no. Kathleen was deathly afraid of men.
Only what, Aunt Emily?
I remember one Sunday a month or so ago, just after her mother went into the hospital. Kathleen didn't stay after church for choir practice.
Was that unusual?
Very. She never missed choir practice. And as it happened, I had to skip that Sunday, too, because of a cold. I had a throat as froggy as yours, Nicky. No good for singing.
So what happened, Aunt Emily?
Well, I was walking home, and about a block away from church, I could swear I saw Kathleen Windsor in a car with a man.
There's
a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years. Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the earth provides, 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who says you can't buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running young, to keep it running.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Your Heart Association presents Stiller and Mira.
Honey, I'm going to test you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you have high blood pressure, what are the things you should do?
Watch your weight.
Right.
Follow your doctor's instructions on smoking.
Yeah.
Take your medicine.
Good.
Get plenty of rest.
Terrific. Hey, honey, let's stay home tonight, huh?
And exercise, but don't overdo it.
Right. We'll stay home tonight, okay? Okay?
Yeah, and you got to rest before you get tired, right?
Exactly. So we'll stay home tonight, okay?
Okay, we'll stay home tonight.
Terrific.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
You don't happen to have high blood pressure, do you?
Me? Of course not. I had my checkup at the doctor. I'm terrific. And I made an appointment for you.
Why?
Because I love you. And only a doctor can tell.
Another way to protect your loved ones is to give to the Heart Fund.
This whole business is just another reminder that we should all live life to the fullest while we're here. So hurry and get rid of that cold, Nicky, and give that man of yours a kiss for me when you see him.
I will, Aunt Emily.
Don't disturb yourself, dears. I'll see myself out. Oh, he wore flowing robes and sandals, and he came with love for all.
With a flourish of her cape, she pirouetted across the room and was gone. I was glad it was winter. With the streets frozen over with snow and sleet, Aunt Emily had temporarily stored away her favorite mode of transportation, a gleaming red motorcycle. I spent the rest of Sunday catching snatches of fevered sleep. Monday morning, I felt slightly more human, but not quite up to my job as secretary to the principal of Kensington School for Girls. When Laura left for work, I called in sick and went through my ritual of lighting the fire in the living room, bringing a blanket and Kleenex in from the bedroom, and curling up on the sofa again. I didn't stay curled up long.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, but I'm Detective Lieutenant Noel Philippe from Homicide.
Homicide?
You are Mademoiselle Nugent, are you not?
Yes, I am, but...
Then you're the person I've come to see. May I come in?
Yes, of course. I don't understand.
I wish to question you about Kathleen Windsor, the woman who was murdered. You knew her, did you not?
No, not really. I mean, I only met her once, briefly.
Briefly or not, mademoiselle, according to the information I've been given, you were one of the last persons to see Kathleen Windsor alive. You and Monsieur Georges Montreuil.
Yes, that's true. But how did you...
Apparently, you didn't consider such a fact of sufficient importance to inform the police?
I'm sorry. I suppose I should have.
Yes, mademoiselle, you should have. But now I think you and I must have our little conversation, tardy though it may be.
Lieutenant Philippe was of medium height with a weary face and bleak gray eyes that looked as though they'd seen too much of the seamy side of life. He looked like a tired bloodhound as he trailed me into the living room and sank heavily into the chair by the fire.
Please tell me everything that happened when Miss Windsor came here last Friday night. Do not omit anything, no matter how trivial it may seem.
Lieutenant?
Yes, mademoiselle?
The 2 murders on Winnicott Road, do you think the same person committed them both?
It is too soon to draw such conclusions. A psychopath may read of a murder in the paper, and his feverish brain is inspired to duplicate the act. Thus, one murder often leads to another.
What a terrible thought.
In the 2 incidents on Winnicott Road, there is the similarity in the method of murder, strangulation. But there is also an important difference. The Grunberger woman had not been sexually molested. The Windsor woman was. Of course, in the Grunberger case, the killer may have intended to molest his victim, but did not have the time. The car in the garage was running, and he knew the owner might return at any moment.
It's all too terrible to think about.
Yes, murder is never pleasant to contemplate, mademoiselle. But in the event of 2 murders of women in your immediate vicinity, I suggest you must give it some thought.
Oh, yes, we will. We'll be careful.
There is sometimes a sexual element in murders by strangulation. We may be dealing with a sexual deviant.
Have you talked to Mr. Matrai, Lieutenant? Perhaps he might remember something I've forgotten.
I was wondering when you would think to bring up Monsieur Matrai. He was, after all, the only other known person to be with Kathleen Windsor just before her death.
He's a very nice man, Lieutenant. I'm sure you'd find him most obliging.
I'm afraid, Mademoiselle Nugent, at this moment we do not find him so. Mr. Matrai, it seems, has disappeared before we could question him.
Disappeared?
Tell me what you know of the man.
Not very much, I suppose. I've lived here a year, and he's always been very polite and helpful.
And that is why you thought of him to accompany you and Miss Windsor to her home, is that correct?
Well, yes. And also, I remembered his telling me once that he liked to take walks at night. But, Lieutenant, that doesn't mean he walked around murdering women.
Oh, perhaps not. Perhaps not. But then, what reason do you suggest he had for not wanting to be questioned by the police?
A very good one, as a matter of fact. I'm thinking of a conversation I had with him last summer. He was working outside in the garden, and I was admiring the flowers he planted. He told me then how he had fled from Hungary in the 1956 revolution, how terrible it was there for his family and himself. He was so thankful to be living here in Montreal.
Yes, oh, that's very interesting.
Well, don't you see? No wonder he ran away from the police. He was afraid from his past experiences.
A sound enough theory, perhaps, mademoiselle. Except for one thing.
What is that, Lieutenant?
I'm afraid we have uncovered another reason for his fear of the police. The record shows that your nice, quiet Monsieur Matrai has actually served 2 terms in prison.
What for?
For molesting women, mademoiselle.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important as State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. So I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
Like a good neighbor.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life, be free as a sea.
the new Navy. You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
The most puzzling aspect of the Kathleen Windsor murder is how the killer got into her apartment. There was no sign of forced entry, which leads to the obvious conclusion that she willingly opened the door to whomever it was.
And do you think it might have been George Matry?
He had witnessed the type of woman she was and knew that she was alone in her apartment. He could very easily have returned and gained admittance on the pretext that he wanted to be certain everything was all right.
And you think she would have let him in?
Mademoiselle, have you not been insisting all along that he was not the type that anyone would take to be a murderer?
Lieutenant Philippe had made his point. He lifted himself wearily out of his chair, reclaimed his battered hat, and left me with the information that a man would be stationed at our building in the event that George Matry returned. When I finally crawled back into my cocoon by the fire, I was shivering again, but this time it wasn't from the cold. Luckily, Chris chose just the right moment to cheer me up with a phone call.
Stop trying to blame yourself, Muffet. You had no way of knowing about Mr. Matry. Maybe he isn't a murderer. Maybe he's just a sweet little dirty old man.
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad you called.
Well, I figured you might need a little cheering up. And how about continuing the treatment with a night out this Friday, if you're feeling okay by then?
If I'm not okay by then, I'll never be.
Guy and Lisa have invited us to a play and a buffet supper at their place afterward.
Sounds like the perfect cure for a shut-in. What's the play about?
Oh, something written by a friend of Guy's, a comedy.
Just as long as it isn't a murder mystery. Even if the play were disappointing, an evening with Lisa and one of her buffet suppers could never be. She was a friend from my school days, and Chris had become as fond of her as I was. Lisa had met and married Guy Sabarin less than a year ago. Unfortunately, neither Chris nor I liked the man, but we'd learned to tolerate him for Lisa's sake. At the moment, I found myself thinking I was going to have to get well by Friday night if I were going to stomach a whole evening in Guy Sabarin's company. Hello?
Aunt Emily, Nicky. How are you feeling?
Oh, getting better, and you?
Splendid. Nicky, I was wondering, do you suppose Laura will be willing to bake a birthday cake for me? I'd pay her for the ingredients, of course. Laura makes such beautiful cakes. And Donald's such a nice boy. So much soul.
Oh, I'm sure Laura would love to, Aunt Emily. But who is Donald?
Donald Hamill. I got him from the drop-in center.
The drop-in center?
For homeless youth on Leary. He comes from Windsor. Couldn't stand it at home and ran away. Says he won't go back again, and I don't blame him from what he tells me.
Aunt Emily, you didn't...
Bring him home with me? Well, of course I did. Where else was there for the poor boy to go? I'm going to keep him with me until he finds a job and can look after himself.
Aunt Emily, I don't think it's very wise of you to take in some strange boy like that.
Oh, Donald isn't strange. He's a very good boy. Awfully quiet and shy, but not sullen like Tony. Now, you're right about Tony. He is a strange boy, and I'm not so sure I should have let him come home with me.
Who is Tony, Aunt Emily?
Tony Bartha, Donald's friend. Although I wonder if he really is. I know for a fact Tony's going steady with Mary Jane, and I'm afraid he has Donald flirting with her.
Mary Jane? Is that someone else you brought home with you?
Oh, dear, no. Mary Jane is marijuana, dear.
You mean Tony Bartha's into drugs? Oh, Aunt Emily, I don't think you should let him stay with you.
Don't worry, I'm not going to for long. I don't like his attitude. Cheers.
The rest of the day passed uneventfully, except for another encounter with T. Oliphant when I went to the lobby to get the mail. I was wearing a cable knit sweater and my oldest pair of corduroy slacks for warmth, and T. Oliphant looked me up and down in the same manner that he had Kathleen Windsor. A new thought occurred to me. Maybe he just didn't approve of women wearing pants. I scuttled past him quickly and hurried back to the sheltering circle of my fire like primitive man huddling against evil spirits. A few moments later, I had fallen sound asleep. It was dark in the room when I woke up. Laura had her class on Monday nights and didn't come home for dinner. The room was chilly. I put more wood on the fire and turned on the lamp. I thought of all the things I needed to do before I left on my trip to Jamaica. Clothes to sew, laundry to do, Christmas presents to wrap. I still didn't have the energy. I picked up a book to read, making certain it wasn't the one I'd been reading the night Kathleen Windsor had come pounding on my door. Laura came in so quietly I didn't hear her. I gave a start when she suddenly materialized beside me. She looked strange, her face pale, her eyes staring. Laura, is something wrong?
There's someone with me, Nicky. May I ask him in?
Of course. She walked to the hall and in a moment returned with a man at her side. Pleasant looking, sensitive features with dark blonde hair that just brushed the collar of his expensively tailored suit.
Mr. Brooke, this is my roommate, Nicole Nugent. Nicky, this is Julian Brooke.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Brooke. Laura, what's wrong? Something is, I can tell.
I'm afraid Miss Prescott doesn't feel yet like talking about it, Miss Nugent. You see, she's just had a ruddy bad scare.
Laura, what happened?
A man attacked her on the street. Tried to drag her off into the park.
Got to get out of this city of night. Find me, oh find me, my city of light.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest where everything was all lovely and green and peaceful. Sunlight fell in ribbons of daylight through its trees. Birds flew in the quiet air above it. Deer and rabbits found secret hiding places to play, for it was truly a beautiful place. And then one day, into this beautiful emerald forest, a new creature came, a creature called man. And man brought with him fire to warm him against the night. Only with his fire, man did not bring caution, and the fire got away from him suddenly. And the beautiful forest was no more. And yet there might easily be a different ending. For if man is careful with his fire, he need never say, once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest.
I'm Lucille Maness, an unsuccessful big businesswoman, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about my unsuccessful business. I was the co-founder of this women's book club, but we ran into a little trouble. We had all kinds of problems, so I called SCORE. That's the Service Corps of Retired Executives. They're retired executives who volunteer
to help small businesses. I went over and discovered Lucille was in deep trouble. I made several simple business suggestions. I also strongly recommended the club seek incorporation with a well-established women's magazine until its membership increased sufficiently.
Unfortunately, one of my associates really didn't like the idea of a man giving us advice, so she wrote herself a check with the remainder of what we had left in the treasury and took off. Well, Mr. Krause came back to help again.
A man who knows how to solve problems likes to keep solving them. Volunteer for SCORE. SCORE is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Big Red Chewing Tobacco, V8 Vegetable Juice, and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Winter in Montreal. Cold, blustery. A good time to stay indoors around a warm fire. Especially if you're a young woman like Nicole Nugent and living with a female friend like Laura Prescott. Staying indoors is an especially good idea if two women living just down the street have been murdered within the past week, which they have. Some male companionship, a shoulder to lean on, would perhaps be a comfort. Nicole has Christopher Galloway, but he's off working on a novel. And Laura has just returned home, accompanied by a gentle-mannered young Englishman named Julian Brooke. A comfort? Hardly. For Laura Prescott met the man while on her way home, while another man, whose face she couldn't see, was about to drag her off into the park. Face of the Foe continues after this message.
$3 billion a year. That's the amount lost through shoplifting and theft in American stores annually. It is clear that a great number of those involved are not practicing criminals, but ordinary citizens. Many rationalize their actions with the common reflection, so what? They're insured. A phrase that justifies nothing. It is not only property that's at issue, it is the sacredness of all things within the community of man. Ecologists and conservationists are making the point of the interdependence of all plant and animal life. Pollution breaks the cycle. So, too, when we break the trust we owe one another in the community of man, we contribute to moral pollution. The community of man, God's club. Be an active member. This message has been brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
Body ached, my head was throbbing. And then Laura was there, back from her night class. White as a sheet. I got sick all over again.
A man attacked her on the street and tried to drag her off into the park.
Oh, Laura, how dreadful. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Thanks to Mr. Brooke. You tell her about it, will you, Julian?
After I pour you some brandy.
Thanks, Nicky. I'm just a bit shaky, that's all.
Mr. Brooke,
Yes, I could do this by myself. Thank you.
Now, tell me.
Well, I was driving on Côte Saint-Luc, there along the park, between Godfrey and Winnicott Road, when suddenly I saw this woman on the sidewalk struggling with a man. I braked my car quickly and dashed out to help her.
That was a risky thing to do, but thank God you did.
By then, the blackguard was trying to drag her off into the park. I shouted a warning, and he let go of her and ran off. Left poor Laura here shaking and sobbing on the grass.
Did he hurt you, Laura?
No, he just handled me roughly, that's all.
She'll have a few bruises, I should imagine.
But Lord knows what he would have done if Julian hadn't stopped to help me. It was foolish of me to be walking by it, especially after 2 women have just been murdered in this area.
And considering the man who accosted you might possibly have been the murderer, I think we'd better call the police.
I was expecting the battered little figure of Lieutenant Detective Philippe to reappear at our door in answer to Julian's call. But instead, a pair of lesser police officers arrived to take notes on the incident and firmly caution Laura and me to do no more walking the streets alone at night. Later in the week, I was especially glad that Julian Brooke had come into Laura's life, because Norman Roxburgh, the obnoxious man in her restaurant administration class, was still giving her trouble.
He even grabbed my arm and tried to keep me from getting into the taxi last night after class. I can't reason with him, Nicky. He really hurt me. As if I didn't have enough black and blue marks from that awful little encounter in the park.
That is awful, but what can you do about him?
I've already done the only thing I can. Switch classes. They're on the same nights, but begin and end an hour earlier. So hopefully I won't have to see anything more of Mr. Roxburgh.
But a lot more of Julian Brooke? Laura only smiled, but the look in her sea-green eyes answered my question. It was Friday evening, and we were both dressing for our dates, hers with Julian, mine with Chris and Lisa and Guy Sabrin. Aunt Emily was also coming by to pick up the birthday cake she'd asked Laura to bake.
Do you think your Aunt Emily's friend will like it?
Oh, he should love it. According to Aunt Emily, Donald Hamill is a nice boy with a lot of soul.
Leave it to your Aunt Emily to take in a couple of homeless boys off the street.
That worries me, especially from the way she describes the other one. She thinks he may be using drugs.
That could be risky.
You know, Aunt Emily, we should all live life to the fullest while we... That's probably her now. I'll get it. But it was Julian Brooke, looking youthful and attractive, in a narrow-cut royal blue coat that set off his fair skin and dark blonde hair. I ushered him into the living room and told him Laura would be out in a few moments. He settled on the sofa with a cocktail, and as I left the room, I saw him bring out a pad of paper and a pen and start sketching. Laura had told me he was a designer of modern furniture. This time it was Aunt Emily, in a pair of plum velvet knickers, white silk knee socks, and a white silk blouse with ruffles of lace at her throat and wrists. She looked like a transplanted court page. And to my surprise, she had her 2 homeless boys in tow.
Boys? This is my niece, Nicole. Nicky, this is Donald Hamill and Tony Bartha.
She sat down cross-legged on the floor, as she always did, and Donald settled beside her, cradling his guitar in his lap and stroking it fondly as though it were a baby. Tony Bartha, meanwhile, stayed scowling in a corner apart from the group. Aunt Emily's sparrow-bright eyes darted at once to the sketch Julian Brooke had been doodling. It wasn't furniture design after all, but a skillful line drawing in red ink of a sailing ship, its clouds of canvas billowing in imaginary wind, the figure of an angel blowing a trumpet at its bow.
That's a really far-out sketch, Mr. Brooke. Is she a clipper ship?
She's the Flying Cloud, a beauty. You a sailing enthusiast, Mrs. Teasdale?
Oh, yes. I love beauty in motion. You know, it's funny. I could swear I saw a very similar sketch of a clipper ship recently. Only where?
Do you ever pop into the Warwick Tea Room by any chance?
Of course, that's it. I go there sometimes after church for Sunday brunch. They have a whole wall of clipper ships, all done in red ink, as it happens.
Precisely. They're all there. The Cutty-Sark, the Moppele, the Flying Spur, Sir Lancelot, Ariel.
Oh, ships have such romantic-sounding names. I must think of a magic, exciting name for my motorcycle. What do you think, Nicky?
I'm sorry, Aunt Emily. I'm only glad it's winter and you're not riding that thing.
Lovely girl, my niece, but so conservative. Aha! Let's hope this is that man of yours. I'll bet you he could think of a name.
It was Chris with Guy and Lisa. They made a striking-looking couple. Lisa was a statuesque blonde with a Valkyrian profile, her thick golden hair braided into a coronet, adding a queenly touch to her Earth Mother figure. Guy Sabrin was lean and suave-looking, his dark satyr face set off by a pair of bushy brows that curled upward like the horns of a devil, and a carefully groomed black Van Dyke beard.
A devil's beard.
What, Aunt Emily?
That detective investigating Kathleen Windsor's murder. He's been asking me to describe the man I saw her with in the car that day, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what he looked like. But see, Mr. Sabrin reminded me.
He had a Van Dyke beard like mine?
Yes, Mr. Sabrin. The man had a beard like yours. Exactly like yours.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, what's things like out Route 59? Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of his own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red. We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hi, I'm Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen the kids' world and their abilities and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just write RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. Right now. If America's to grow up thinking, reading is fundamental.
With the apartment full of people and the whole neighborhood nervous about the recent murders, leave it to Aunt Emily to say the wrong thing at the wrong time.
You have a devil's beard, Mr. Sabrin.
Please, Mrs. Teasdale, it's a Van Dyke or a space beard if you like, but don't call it a devil's beard. You'll frighten my wife.
She's perfectly right, darling. You do have a decidedly satanic look.
I have some very special good news to relate later tonight. Haven't I, Lisa?
Oh, what is it? Can't you tell us now?
No. I've bought a special bottle of champagne to open with supper after the theater. My news will have to keep until then.
Chris and I exchanged a look. It was going to be a typical Guy Sabrin evening. His tickets to a play written by his friend, followed by his big news over a bottle of his champagne. He had to be the big shot. The last big news he'd had to share with us was the announcement of his promotion to senior salesman with the distillery firm he worked for. He had bought Lisa a mink coat to celebrate. That was Guy Sabrin's one redeeming quality in my eyes, his almost slavish devotion to Lisa.
Well, your celebration may keep, but Donald's won't. Some of the boys and girls from the drop-in center are coming to share that beautiful cake you made, Laura. Have you thanked Miss Prescott, Donald? Donald?
Oh, please, Aunt Emily. He doesn't have to. I was happy to do it.
Donald is painfully shy, I'm afraid. But not when it comes to his music. Why don't you thank everybody with a song, Donald? That lovely one you wrote. It always makes me cry. It's called City of Night. Go ahead, Donald.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses, shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete, murder dreams in the steel. Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, nowhere, someone to care. Got to get out of this city of night. Find me, oh find me, my city of light.
No one spoke for a moment. Aunt Emily was wiping the tears from her eyes, and I felt a lump in my throat. I'd found myself thinking about poor Kathleen Windsor alone in her apartment, the lonely, love-starved prey of a depraved killer. Then I looked at Donald and saw his sensitive mouth begin to tremble and moisture brimming in his own eyes.
Donald's not used to people being good to him.
My thoughtful Chris moved over to talk to the boy, while Laura put the cake in a hat box for Aunt Emily to carry home. It seemed Aunt Emily was right about Donald Hamill. He was a nice boy with a lot of soul. She was equally right about Tony Bartha, who had done nothing but stand in the corner and look sullen the whole time. I didn't care much for his attitude either. The so-called comedy by Guy Sabrin's friend turned out to be a dismal tragedy. But Lisa's buffet dinner was more than making up for it.
If there was any humor in that comedy, I'm afraid it was too sick to live.
Of course, the rising young novelist Christopher Galloway is a far better judge than an unpublished amateur playwright like myself.
Well, I've never written anything more than an occasional postcard. But I judged the play tonight to be an unqualified bomb.
I guess you're right. My old buddy missed the mark with that one.
Darling, why don't you bring out your champagne now?
Right. We've been waiting all evening for this big news of yours, Guy.
It's worth waiting for, I promise you. Here we go. Very special champagne for a very special occasion.
Oh, look at those beautiful bubbles.
And I'm ready to toast, if you'll just tell us what we're toasting.
A toast to my beautiful wife, Lisa, who is soon to make me a father.
Oh, Lisa, that's wonderful.
Congratulations, Guy. Now that is big news.
Ah, that isn't all. I have a little something else that's a surprise to Lisa as well. A small present, my love, in honor of the occasion.
Guy, what is it?
Open it and see.
Emeralds. But how?
I have a bit of news all my own, darling. I was just given a bonus as the firm's top salesman.
Guy, that's marvelous.
Yeah, nice going, Guy.
But I noticed Lisa didn't say a word. She stared at the emerald necklace for a long moment, then quietly snapped the case shut and put it away. While Chris humored Guy, I followed Lisa into the bedroom. Oh, Lisa, you're worried about something. It's not the baby, is it?
Oh, no. The baby's the most beautiful thing that's happened.
Then what is it?
It's Guy. He worries me. A mink coat, an emerald necklace. We can't afford such things.
But Guy explained. First his promotion, and now a bonus.
He's making all that up. I know he is. He didn't get promoted. And there hasn't been any bonus. That's what worries me so, Nicky. Where is Guy getting so much money?
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's VA. What you got there? It's VA. Looks like tomato juice. It's VA. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail
has been one of the most competitive companies when it comes to rates.
State Farm agent Bob Westbrook talks about car insurance value.
But I think even more important than rates to most people is the service they know they're buying. With State Farm, you're in a position to get more service from more agents throughout the entire country than any other company in the industry.
Like a good neighbor.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Charlotte, I'm home.
The supper's not ready, Chester.
Should I go back to the office?
No, stay.
Well, what are we having?
Tuna casserole.
Sure. We had tuna casserole last week.
It's the same one. There was some left over.
I'm not hungry.
You said we have to start watching our pennies.
I would rather starve than eat tuna casserole again.
Well, when we got married, you said you loved tuna casserole.
And before you get married, you love everything.
Oh, I'll put it on a different plate. Maybe it'll taste different.
Charlotte, you know I hate tuna casserole.
Well, close your eyes and pretend it's steak.
Sure. Well, why don't I close my eyes and pretend I'm a retired millionaire and you're the galloping gourmet?
Gourmet.
Social Security can't help Charlotte's cooking, but it can help Chester's retirement plans. Today, nearly 17 million retired workers and their dependents are getting Social Security retirement benefits. And for nearly everyone 65 or over, Medicare benefits are available to help pay hospital and doctor bills. For more information, call your nearest Social Security office.
It was Aunt Emily calling to tell Laura how much everybody had enjoyed her Schwarzwalder Kirschtorte. Donald had had a successful party with the kids from the drop-in center. He had played his guitar, and they had all rapped around the clock, as Aunt Emily put it. But then she got on the subject of Tony Bartha.
I've seen him hanging around Crestview Public School several times lately.
Why would someone his age want to hang around an elementary school?
My point exactly. And the other day I saw him talking to a man in a big flashy car parked at the corner by the school. When he saw me, they stopped talking and the man quickly drove away.
Did you ask Tony about it?
Yes. He said the man had just been asking for some directions. But I don't think I can take Tony at his word.
Aunt Emily, do you think there might be a connection between Tony's taking drugs and... well... could he be selling them to school children?
That very thought occurred to me. He's no good, I'm afraid. Certainly he's no good for Donald.
Then you shouldn't be letting him stay at your house.
I've decided I'm not going to any longer. I'm telling him tonight that he has to leave by Monday. He can sleep at the center until he finds someplace else to go.
I hope he doesn't give you any problem about leaving. He's such a surly character.
Oh, he'll give me some of his lip, I suppose. But don't worry, I'll just tune him out. Right here.
By the time Sunday afternoon rolled around, Laura was out on still another date with Julian Brooke. And after slaving all weekend over a hot bobbin, I was eagerly looking forward to my promised afternoon and evening with Chris. We were going to go antique shop browsing in Old Montreal, then have dinner.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Nikki, but I have to write this afternoon. You go ahead and I'll meet you wherever you say for dinner.
But, Chris, you promised.
I know I did, Muffet, but I didn't get my quota of pages done this morning, so I'll just have to keep at it.
But it's only a matter of a few hours.
A few hours counts a lot when you're on a deadline. Now, you know how it is when I'm in the middle of a book.
I know that the book always seems to be more important than anything else.
That's not true, Nicole, but it is my work, and I expect you to understand. I said I'd meet you for dinner. Now, isn't that good enough?
And what am I supposed to do between the time the shops close at 5 and you meet me at 7? Walk the streets?
Go into Notre Dame Cathedral and pray for my soul. I'll be here, Nicole. If you still want to have dinner, call me.
The only times Chris ever called me by my given name, Nicole, was when he was angry. That's the way it would always be with Chris and me. There would always be a book between us. A damned book. Oh, I knew I was being childish, but I was feeling neglected. I looked at the summer frock I had just finished hemming and thought of my trip to Jamaica. Maybe I would meet someone else. Someone who wouldn't put his work ahead of me. One thing I was sure of, I wasn't going to call Chris back. I'd find somebody else to go shopping and have dinner with. And if it couldn't be a man at the moment, well, there was always Aunt Emily.
I'm sorry, Nicky, but it appears I've got hold of that flu bug of yours. In fact, as soon as one of the boys come in, I'm going to send him over to borrow a heating pad from you, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course, Aunt Emily. And I hope you feel better soon.
Oh, I will, dear. You know me. I never stay down for long. And it's just as well about this afternoon. Antiques aren't really my bag. They're too old for me.
Oh, you're right, Aunt Emily. They are.
Oh, there's the door. Probably one of the boys now. Ciao, dear.
So I stayed home, watched TV, and cooked myself a lonely hamburger for dinner. Too stubborn to call Chris and apologize. Neither of the boys had showed up to borrow the heating pad for Aunt Emily, so I decided to take it over to her myself. Perhaps I could cheer her up a little, I thought. But I knew it was far more likely it would be she who cheered me up. Feeling depressed over my quarrel with Chris, I gave no thought to my walking alone to Winnicott Road. Aunt Emily's apartment building was on the corner. The main entrance was on Côte Saint-Luc, but I always used the side door on Winnicott. My aunt's apartment was on the main floor, number 3. I was about to knock when I noticed the door wasn't quite closed. The boys probably hadn't closed it on their way in. I'd tell Aunt Emily to caution them not to be so careless. I pushed the door open and walked in, calling out so that Aunt Emily wouldn't be startled. Aunt Emily? Aunt Emily? It's Nicky. The apartment was deathly quiet. Aunt Emily must be asleep, I thought. I crossed the living room, passed the door to the kitchen, and stopped dead. I saw her lying there on the cold linoleum, lying stiffly on her back with her bluish-tinged, fear-contorted face staring up at me. The realization slapped me across the face. Aunt Emily had been murdered.
Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, nowhere, someone to care.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Now, here are the bunkers, Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier. Phantom. Skyhawk. Cobra. Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Big Red Chewing Tobacco, V8 Juice, and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
Rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
Is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Beech Nut Chewing Tobacco and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
As in every winter, Montreal is crippled by seasonal blizzards. But residents along Winnicott Road are also paralyzed by something they're not accustomed to. The threat of being raped and murdered. Tension in the vicinity is running high. Doors are locked and chained. Friends and neighbors eye one another with suspicion. For Laura Prescott, having been assaulted in the park, a new boyfriend has brought an element of security into her life. But for her roommate, Nicole Nugent, the killer, whoever he may be, has struck tragically close to home. The third murder victim is Nicole's own Aunt Emily, the picturesque, blithe spirit who was apparently loved by all. Three questions linger in the minds of all concerned. Who is this madman lurking about? Why is he doing these terrible things? And finally, and most desperately, who will be his next victim? Face of the Foe continues in a moment.
Hello, this is William Conrad. If you're planning a trip abroad this year, you'll be returning to the United States through customs. You'll be asked to declare, either orally or in writing, everything you've acquired abroad and have in your possession at the time. Your baggage and belongings will be examined, and during thorough examinations for illegal narcotics, you may experience a slight delay. In order to clear customs more quickly, it's a good idea to keep all sales slips and have them handy when you make your declaration. Also, do your best to pack the articles you've acquired abroad in the same suitcase. Know before you go about customs rules and regulations. For free information, contact the U.S. Treasury Department's Bureau of Customs District Office nearest you and ask for customs hints for returning U.S. residents. You'll find the Customs Office listed in your phone book under U.S. Government.
It was Monday morning, the day after Aunt Emily's murder. The sky was gray and heavy, with sweeps of angry black clouds that foretold a storm. The heavens, I thought, were protesting the slaughter of the innocent. Chris was with me, our quarrel forgotten and his book willingly set aside. Laura was there, along with Julian Brooke, his gentlemanly manner abandoned as he expressed outrage over Aunt Emily's murder, with his mouth set in a firm, hard line. And Lisa and Guy had come. Guy, for a change, silent and subdued. Lisa, beautiful and serene as ever, had taken me in her arms and rocked me gently, urging me to cry. But the tears wouldn't come. And now there was Lieutenant Philippe sitting wearily across from me, his cynical gray eyes looking bleak as death.
We know you're tired and under great strain, mademoiselle. We too are tired and under strain. There must be no more of these violent murders.
It's too late to say that now, Lieutenant. My aunt is gone.
Yes, I know how you must feel, mademoiselle, but the danger continues until the killer or killers are apprehended.
There is nothing I can tell you, Lieutenant. I can't imagine who would ever want to kill my aunt.
Your aunt had 2 boys staying with her. Both boys seem to have disappeared.
But she was good to them. They wouldn't have any reason to hurt her, except...
Except what, mademoiselle?
Well, one of them, Tony Bartha. My aunt was going to ask him to leave. She thought he was into the drug scene. He might have become angry and...
Then, Mademoiselle Nugent, there was someone, after all, who might have had reason to harm your aunt.
I suppose so, Lieutenant.
It seems there's always someone.
Lieutenant, was my aunt sexually molested?
No, mademoiselle. She was spared that indignity. Although, as in the case of Elsie Grunberger, it may only have been that something frightened the killer away.
And so my Aunt Emily, who loved life and lived it with such zest, now lay stiffly in a mahogany casket between a pair of flickering tapers in a flower-banked room of Hanson's funeral parlor, her eyes sealed forever against the world of Maya. A bewildering variety of people came to pay their last respects. The stunned and frightened remaining members of St. Simon's Choir, of course, and a dozen young monks from the Hare Krishna temple in saffron-colored robes with tilaks painted on their foreheads. A group from the drop-in center with Donald Hamill and Tony Bartha conspicuously absent. A supermarket clerk, the woman from the cleaning shop, the tea importer on Blurry, where Aunt Emily had gone every month for her special blend of Darjeeling tea, who told me Aunt Emily had known almost as much about tea as he did, and a grizzled old shoemaker who said that Aunt Emily had been a woman after his own heart. She had always demanded that thick, stout soles be put on her shoes, none of those fashionable skinny ones that wore out in no time. The shoes were for walking, weren't they? And she always had him put cleats on her heels so people could hear her coming. That was my Aunt Emily. I thought of her gleaming red motorcycle, stored away for the winter in her garage, and I knew what Aunt Emily would want me to do with it. If Donald Hamill ever returned, it would be his. It was the night following Aunt Emily's funeral, and Chris had suggested supper for just the two of us by the fire in his comfortable bachelor apartment.
You're not eating anything, Nicky. What are you thinking about?
Oh, I was thinking about my trip. Oh, this has certainly taken the shine out of it.
Oh, but your Aunt Emily would be the first to urge you to go, despite everything.
I know. That's why I'm going, despite everything.
3 weeks in Jamaica is just what you need.
But it seems a bad time for me to go away and leave Laura alone in the apartment.
Well, if you think she's nervous about it, why don't you suggest she go and stay with a friend while you're gone?
I think I will. One thing we've decided, we're having a peephole installed in our apartment door.
That's a good idea. There's still that question of whether or not Kathleen Windsor and your Aunt Emily willingly admitted the murder or someone they knew and trusted.
I'm exhausted from trying to figure out who did it and how. I'll just have to trust that Lieutenant Philippe will eventually catch the murderer.
Lieutenant Philippe looks too tired to catch anybody. But you're right, Muffet. You try to put everything out of your mind except your trip.
And giving you my answer when I get back.
You don't even have to worry about that. Considering all that's happened, I can wait a little longer for your answer.
Oh, Chris, you're so dear. I don't know why I keep putting you off.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away.
Is that why you've always called me Muffet?
Because you elude me. It's not just my preoccupation with writing that bothers you, Nikki. That's just part of it. You're afraid of love. You like the shallows, the quiet waters. But you're afraid of the whirlpools of love, afraid of being caught up, whirled away, lost in the maelstrom.
You're right, Chris. I am afraid.
But you have to take chances in life, Muffet. Make an act of faith and surrender yourself to the whirlpool without fear. That's what living is all about.
I knew Chris's words about life and love were true, and I was going to do a lot of thinking about them all the time I was gone. The trouble with me was I was a coward about life and love and death.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. We'd go after big mouth in close to the bank, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beech nut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beech nut just keeps getting better. Like beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beech nut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beech nut's the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment. Now, here are the bunkers, Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
Before I knew it, it was Saturday. And I was in a plane, the terror and tragedy diminishing behind me as I headed for 3 sunny weeks in Jamaica. The first thing I did on my arrival in Port Antonio was enroll in the Meet the People program at the local tourist board. I was introduced to 2 Jamaican girls my age and taken on a round of activities that left little time to think of the grim events at home. Sightseeing, swimming, water skiing, rafting down the Rio Grande, and riding the trails up into the Blue Mountains. I was so busy that my first week in the islands flew by. Montreal and murder were beginning to seem very far away. But then I received a letter from Laura.
Dear Nikki, we've been having sleet, snow, rain, and cold ever since you left. Doesn't that make you feel smug from where you sit under the Caribbean sun? No need to worry about me. Every time I peek through our new peephole, it's into the smiling face of my handsome English escort. The more I'm with Julian Brooke, the better I like him. And I'm with him a lot. One bit of news, for whatever it's worth. Guess who I saw coming out of the parish house next to St. Simon's Church? None other than our scowling neighbor from apartment 4, T. Oliphant. But without the mysterious brown cotton under his arm for a change. What do you make of that? Love, Laura.
I wasn't sure what to make of it. Aunt Emily and the 2 other murder victims had been members of St. Simon's Choir. Lieutenant Philippe had suggested the killer, therefore, might very possibly be associated with St. Simon's. And now it appeared T. Oliphant was. Yet neither Kathleen Windsor nor Aunt Emily had shown any sign of recognizing him when he passed by them in the lobby of our apartment building. Then, with a shudder, I recalled how he had looked at both of them in the same way, with that ugly sneer of his. I was glad to be so far away from Montreal at the moment, and relieved to know that Julian Brooke was looking after Laura. I was determined to enjoy my final week in Jamaica. I had splurged in a plush hotel suite overlooking the dazzling white sandy beach and sparkling blue sea at Montego Bay. I took a leisurely breakfast on the balcony each morning, lazed on the beach until the afternoon when I went sightseeing. I thought about Chris hard at work on his book, but my mind refused to dwell on anything so serious as the question of our marriage. Then, all too soon it seemed, my vacation was over. And on my very last day in Jamaica, I received another letter from Laura.
Dear Nicky, I decided to take your advice after all and stay with a friend until you come back. There's been the bother of several anonymous phone calls. You know, the kind where you pick up the receiver and only hear someone breathing on the other end. A little frightening after all this murder business. Chris is in Toronto for a quickie conference with his publisher, so Julian and I will meet you at the airport.
Here we are. Oh, Laura, it's so good to see you. Hello, Julian.
Welcome home, Nicole.
Nicky, what a glorious tan. Wait till Chris sees you.
Oh, I suppose you arranged this Montreal snowfall just for me.
To make you feel at home.
Laura and I had in mind taking you off to my place for a drink and a bite to eat as a bit of a homecoming celebration, if you're not too tired.
I'm not too tired. I'd love it.
Good, then let's collect your luggage and be off.
Julian Brooke had to be a very successful furniture designer. He drove us in his sleek black sports car to an opulent glass and steel structure in Westmount, where he escorted us up to his second-floor apartment, into a spacious combination living room library, elegantly furnished with sleek modular furniture and an impressive display of rare books, paintings, and sculpture. He poured us cocktails and graciously toasted my homecoming. I could see from the look he and Laura exchanged over their glasses that their relationship had been progressing well. A few moments later, a waiter appeared at the door with a catered dinner of delicious seafood.
Just one of the services of the establishment. Catered meals at the tenant's request from the Penthouse restaurant.
As you can see, Julian believes in living in style.
Well, why not if you can afford it?
You're not the only world traveler, Nicky. Julian is taking off for Rome next week.
But not for a vacation, however. Purely business. I'm going to see Giorgio Bartoli, the Italian designer, about that new plant I'm opening.
Oh, it sounds exciting.
Don't get him started, Nicky. His passion for innovative furniture is almost equal to his passion for boats.
And speaking of passions, I'm taking Laura to see her favorite Spanish dance company at the Club Midnight next Saturday evening. Do you suppose you and Chris might join us? It'll be my leave-taking party just before my plane takes off.
Well, it sounds lovely to me, but I'll have to check with Chris, of course.
Julian will be going right to the airport, so if you and Chris come, I can ride home with you.
Laura, tell me about the phone calls. The ones you mentioned in your last letter.
Oh, I imagine whoever it was has become discouraged by now, since I haven't been there to pick up the phone.
I'm afraid it isn't so much those calls that caused Laura to abandon the apartment while you were away.
Then what was it? What else has happened?
I didn't want to write you about it while you were still on your vacation, Nicky. But now that you're back, you'll have to know.
Know what?
There's been another murder, I'm afraid.
Oh, God, that makes 4. Was it another poor woman strangled?
Yes. In an apartment on Queen Mary near Godfrey. Just a block over from Winnicott Road.
Was she a member of St. Simon's Choir like the others?
I don't know. The papers didn't say. It was a very sparse account.
The police are under a tremendous amount of pressure, I suspect. 4 murders, and they don't seem any closer to an answer.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years. Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the Earth provides, 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who says you can't buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah. To keep it running.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier. Phantom. Skyhawk. Cobra. Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Another murder, the fourth, just 2 weeks after Aunt Emily's. And it had happened in a building just a 10-minute walk away from Laura's and my apartment. The police, looking for logic, searching for clues to construct a pattern, concluded the killings were the work of a disordered mind, a mind that knew no logic, had no pattern. When Chris called on his return from Toronto, I was grateful for the sound of his voice and the feeling of his solid, reassuring presence near me again.
I hope Jamaica was more fun than Toronto.
It was beautiful, but I'm glad to be home, now that you're home, too.
Well, that makes two of us, Muffet. And you might be interested to hear that somebody else is back in Montreal, too.
Who?
Donald Hamill.
Donald? Where is he?
At the moment, bunking in with me. I found him and his guitar camped on my doorstep when I got in late last night. After that little talk he and I had at your place on his birthday, I guess he felt comfortable with me.
You're a comfortable kind of person, darling. Where has Donald been?
He hitched out of the city in a panic, but then decided to come back and try to clear things up as far as he was concerned. He's agreed to let me take him down today to give the police his story.
What is his story? And where is Tony Bartha?
Donald says he doesn't know where Tony is. When they left your aunt's house that last day, they split up. And according to Donald, that's the last time he saw Tony.
And Donald didn't ever go back to Aunt Emily's?
Yes, he did. About 6:30, according to him. He found the door open and your aunt lying dead on the kitchen floor.
Then maybe it was Tony who killed her.
It could have been. Anyway, that was Donald's first thought. He panicked and took off.
Do you think the police will believe his story?
I don't know, but I think I do.
So do I.
Well, I'll let you know what the police think over dinner tonight. How about the Carmen Espresso at 7, okay? Oh, Nicky, with that tan, you're more gorgeous than ever.
Oh, Chris, thank you. Now I know how much I missed you.
Well, that's what I was counting on.
Nicky, you're back.
Oh, Guy, I didn't see you come in.
Hello, Guy.
Oh, I'm glad I ran into you, too. I have something to show you. Look. It's a surprise for Lisa. Do you think she'll like them?
Why, they're really beautiful earrings, Guy.
Those green stones are emeralds, in case you're wondering. I hope Lisa likes them.
How is Lisa?
More beautiful than ever. Maternity becomes her.
Lisa could never be anything but beautiful.
I know. Every time I look at her, I find it hard to believe she's my wife. Do you really think she'll like the earrings?
That was Guy Savarin's big problem. He was so unsure of himself that he could never stop putting on a big show, even with his wife. Poor Lisa. I knew how she was going to feel about another of Guy's expensive gifts. Or was he getting the money to buy them? That's what I wondered. Fortunately, for the sake of my intimate reunion dinner with Chris, Guy was too eager to spring his latest surprise on Lisa to linger long at our table. Between his deadline and the extra work I found piled up at the office after my 3 weeks away, Chris and I had no other chance to be together the rest of the week. By Friday evening, I felt up to nothing more than a light dinner and early to bed. As I opened the door on the quiet apartment, I realized it was the first time I'd been home alone since I came back, since the police had issued their grisly warning. I closed the door firmly and slid the chain lock into place. As I started for the kitchen... Hello? 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 Who is this? Say something. I dropped the receiver back on the hook, drawing my hands away as though the phone were on fire. A chill shot up the length of my spine. I should have let the receiver off. But perhaps this time it was Chris or Laura calling home for some reason. Why be frightened of a silly telephone? Even if it was that creep calling back, I could just tell him to bug off. Hello? Maybe I wasn't so brave after all. I decided to leave the phone off the hook and hope that no one would try to reach me. I'd have a quick dinner and get into bed. And tomorrow I'd suggest to Laura that we have our number changed. The monotonous hum of the phone off the hook was a little unnerving, but better than that sudden shrill ring in the empty apartment. I was about to take to my bedroom and hopefully let sleep shut out all my disquieting thoughts of prowling psychopaths in the night when... It was someone at the door. But who? No one had pressed the buzzer from the lobby. If it were Laura without her key, she would call out, not frighten me with that strange soft knocking. Who is it? Why didn't they answer? I was almost afraid to look through the peephole, but it seemed whoever it was wasn't going to go away. I put my eye to the opening and looked out, straight into the cold, thick-lensed stare of T. Oliphant.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
One more for the road. He took just one more for the road. He took just two more for the road. Who knows why? Three more for the road. He wanted four more for the road. Who knows why? Five more for the road. He needed six more for the road. Who knows why? Well, the road was shining like a silver ribbon, and the family was looking at the view, and the kids were laughing, and they all were living, and they never even knew what hit 'em, what hit 'em, what hit 'em, what hit 'em. The road was shining like a silver ribbon, and the
Get the problem drinker off the road, for his sake and yours. Right to Drunk Driver, Lux 1969, Washington, D.C. We'll tell you how you can help. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Hollywood Radio Theater. Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis, Craig Stevens, and Charles McGraw. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. Our story this week is a case for rebuttal to the old adage, dead men tell no tales. It's the story of Carl Brooks, a young man, a practicing lawyer, one of two junior district attorneys under political zealot Lloyd Mercer. It will be Carl Brooks's misfortune to be asked to perform a favor by and for his mentor. Misfortune that begins with murder and proliferates over a life reborn and a span of 4 years' time. His initial chance discovery and subsequent smoldering guilt will prove to be the driving catalytic force to spirit him back to the scene of the crime. A dead man knows the truth, and for Carl Brooks, a mission of repentance and search for that truth will lead him to peel back the layers of deceit and uncover what we can only call Dead Man's Tale. Our story begins after this word. Picture this. Dusk of a late autumn day in a seemingly typical Midwestern city of 300,000. In the office of District Attorney Lloyd Mercer, the day's work is winding to a close. The secretary has gone home, leaving two young men to their game of darts in the outer office.
Bullseye. How about that shot, Barry?
No good, Carl. You stepped over the line.
Now, come on, Barry. You're not going to take 100 points from me over an imaginary line, are you?
Carl Brooks and Barry Wilson, both 24 years old, close friends and Lloyd Mercer's junior DAs.
Gentlemen, who's winning?
You are, Chief, if the latest figures in the polls are right.
Yes, they were very encouraging. Come to the office.
Encouraging? 57% for you, 36% for all the other candidates combined, 7% undecided. And less than a week to go, you're a shoo-in for another term.
I never count votes until election night. Which one of you can spare me a small favor this evening? I have to get home and change for that rally.
Well, I still have some work on the Bostwick brief, and you'll need it first thing tomorrow.
Right. And you've also got a family awaiting dinner.
Which, by the process of elimination, leaves the bachelor with a clear desk. Okay, what can I do for you, Chief?
Barry, would you close the door on your way out?
Oh, sure thing.
Carl, I want you to go to the Delta Hotel and pick up an attaché case for me. The man's name is Robert Henley. He'll be expecting you. He's in room 515. And when you get it, bring it straight to me at election headquarters. I'll need those documents tonight before the rally. Now, off with you.
Yes, sir. Good luck tonight, Mr. Mercer.
What could go wrong? I'm addressing our 57%.
I left the office and took a cab to the Delta Hotel. The desk clerk waved as I walked by, and I told the elevator man 5th floor. The door to room 515 was oddly not quite closed. Mr. Henley? It's Carl Brooks from Lloyd Mercer's office. Mr. Henley? Mr. Henley, Mr. Henley? Hey. What? Oh, my God. Hello, main desk. Get me the full...
Cute.
What?
But not cute enough.
Harris, what are you doing here?
No need to ask what you're doing, is there? Calling the Red Cross, maybe? Donating blood?
This man's dead.
Oh, that's very good, Counselor. Very good indeed. I'll take that money now.
What?
Come on. It's too late for games. You're out of your league, Sonny.
What are you talking about? You think I killed him?
Fancy that. Tell you what, just hand over the cash and I'll forget I saw you here. You can run and maybe you can beat the murder rap.
No, wait a minute. This is insane.
Not insane, just stupid. But then you couldn't know I make it a habit to keep my eye on my investments.
Your investments? Look, I don't have any idea what you're talking about, Ferris, but I'm going...
You're not going to do anything or go anywhere until you cough up that $150,000.
150... Get out of my way, Ferris.
Sorry. The money, Brooks. Hand it over or I'll...
Mercer, election headquarters.
Lloyd Mercer, please. It's urgent.
Carl?
Sir?
You're lucky I'm still here, boy. Where are you? What's the matter?
Everything's the matter. Robert Henley is dead.
What? I'm sorry, Carl. I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
Robert Henley. He's dead.
What?
I went up to his room and found him on the floor. His throat. It was cut from ear to ear.
What about the attaché case?
Well, it was still handcuffed to his wrist, but it was broken open and it was empty.
Empty?
There's all $150,000 worth of documents. Mr. D.A., are you there?
You'd better get over here right away, Carl.
Joe Ferris was there. He saw me in the room. He thinks I killed Henley.
Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
He said there was money involved.
Where is he now?
Well, Ferris? He's still up there. I don't know. I don't plan to be around when he comes to. I had to hit him to get out.
Come over to headquarters. I have to see you.
Well, everyone else has. Ferris, the desk clerk, the elevator man, my fingerprints. They're all over that room.
Carl, I'll explain, but not over the phone.
Well, just explain two things to me. $150,000 and one dead man.
You get over here, Brooks. Now. Right now.
Mercer? Mercer!